We're the children of a Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Festive Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Festive Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Festive Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Festive Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Festive Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Festive Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Festive Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Festive Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Festive Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Festive Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Festive Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Festive Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Festive Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Festive Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Festive Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Festive Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Festive Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Festive Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Festive Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Festive Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Festive Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Festive Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Festive Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
He will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Festive Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
He will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A very warm global namaste to everyone from wherever in the world you're connecting to us from. Bonjour, hello, and jambo, and namaste, and a very, very warm welcome to Healing Our Earth. This is our 108th episode. Yes, you heard it right, 108th episode. And we have a fantastic, fantabulous lineup with a vegan vegetarian kitchen here for you all today, just in time for Christmas. But before we begin, let us really think about the current crisis that our world is facing right now with pandemic, the new Omicron, and of course, climate change and climate crisis. So before we begin, we can start with a small affirmation in our heart, anything that we wish to hold within our heart, or a small prayer. I will be chanting 3 Oms, 3 Gayatri mantras, and a Loka Samasta, but you feel free to hold any positive affirmation within your heart. So let's begin. Let's just center ourselves with our eyes closed. And let's all take a deep breath in. And slowly breathe out. One more transition breath in. And let go. We will begin by chanting 3 Oms. Let's breathe in for Om. 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 Om Bhurvubhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurvubhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurvubhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Om Shanti Shanti, Shanti. Collectively holding positive affirmations, sending out healing energy to our earth. When you feel ready, whole and complete, you may very slowly and very gently, you may open your eyes. For those of you who have just joined in, a very warm global namaste again from anywhere in the world you're connecting to us to. Welcome to our festive vegan vegetarian kitchen. Just in time for Christmas, we have a wonderful lineup. But before we begin, I would like to introduce all the people we have on board with us for today. And I'd like to call upon Hasmita Solanki. Hasmita, welcome. So Hasmita is in the finance industry. She's a full-time mommy at the same time. So she's juggling a lot of things at the same time. Hasmita, a very warm global namaste. Welcome to Healing Aura. How are you today?
I'm very well, thank you. And lovely to be here.
I know, such a fabulous
I know,
festive kitchen.
very festive and exciting.
Hasmita has some wonderful recipes in store for us today, but I won't tell you about that. I'll leave you to look forward to it. So Hasmita, tell us a little bit about yourself.
So I'm a mother of two. They're grown up, however. The fun of cooking for me is that I have two who are completely different in their tastes, in their I suppose in their palate. One likes spicy, one likes mild, but they like adventurous and new ideas when it comes to cooking. So I'm always kind of thinking of new things to invent and create things with a fusion of East and West.
So you're constantly reinventing yourself.
Yes, yes.
Wow, how amazing is that?
I think we need to, because I think kids these days want excitement. They have all these new cuisines opening, and they always want something that's adventurous and what can we do new? So it's really exciting, yes.
I know the children these days do have very global palettes.
They do, absolutely, yes.
And what will you be showing us today?
So, as it's Christmas and it's the festive season, so I'm going to start with mulled wine.
Ooh.
Now, the interesting thing about mulled wine is that it's spicy and it's flavoursome, so it's good and fun for everybody.
And you have a dessert for us as well.
I do. So the dessert is also going to be a bit of spice into the whole Asian theme today of Christmas. It's going to be a spicy chili tiramisu.
Exciting. But before we get into Hasmita's fabulous recipe for her mulled wine, I'd like to introduce the wonderful, bubbly, young, inventive, dynamic Alicia Jain. Alicia, a very warm global namaste to you. I think we lost our connection there for a minute. Alicia, are you there?
Sorry, I was muted. Global namaste to you all.
A very warm global namaste to you, Alicia. How
Global
are you?
namaste to everybody watching. It's such a pleasure to be here. Merry Christmas. I've got on my Christmas
Wow.
attire as well for the kitchen. I was inspired by you too, watching you. I said, let me go grab it quickly. So
That's wonderful. And what a great time of the year it is for all of us to have this lovely festive kitchen going now. Alicia, I know that you turned a vegan not so long ago. You went more plant-based, right? About 2 years ago.
yes, 2 years ago almost in January, which is unbelievable. It's gone by so fast.
And you have inspired your parents, who are friends of mine, of course, to become to lean more towards veganism and a more plant-based diet. Am I correct?
Yes, they lean towards more of a plant-based diet now, more so than ever. So it's exciting. It's nice.
Wonderful. How these children
Absolutely.
inspire their parents.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the younger generation these days is so inspirational. Alicia, tell us a little bit more about yourself. I know you're constantly re-educating yourself and you're reading about plant food as medicine and plant herbs as medicine. And you shared with me actually not so long ago that you had, I'm just going to bring this on board because I think this is a great thing for everybody to we can really learn from this young, dynamic, bubbling little girl over here. Well, not so little anymore. you had a skin condition, right? When you went plant-based and you were able to cure yourself completely, weren't you? You're really big on the mind-gut connection and a lot more on plant-based foods and food as medicine. So tell us a little bit more about that.
Yes, initially I went vegan at the start of 2020, and I went vegan for animal cruelty reasons initially, but I wasn't really focused so much on my health and leaning towards plants as medicine or consuming a healthy diet. But I realized going along that I had so many health benefits just as a icing on the cake on top of it all. I started experiencing so many health benefits myself. I started feeling better, sleeping better, thinking better, performing better in I was doing my master's at the time, so in psychology. So I was, thinking better, concentrating better. I was playing sport at the time. My performance increased, improved. And I've had eczema from a very, very young age. And last year, my eczema was just terrible all over my face. So, I went to an Ayurvedic and naturopathic specialist who said, start using plants as your medicine. Essentially, you have so many medicinal properties in herbs, root veggies, like all sorts of plants, mushrooms, different oils, different salts. So I really started doing a lot of research into all of that, and I've made this a whole lifestyle, a whole mind, body, soul lifestyle. Really, it awakened something in me to really delve deeper into all three of those aspects. So that's what inspired me, and I continue to do that. So
wonderful. We're looking forward to what you have in store for us today. But before we move on to you, we'll be starting with Hasmita, and in between, I'll be introducing someone very inspirational. She's very big in the hospitality industry. She's been a food consultant. But before I bring her on board, I would like Hasmita to start with her magic masala mulled wine or spiced mulled wine.
Thank you,
The
Seema.
show's all yours, Hasmita.
Thank you.
Lead the way for us.
Well, namaste to everybody. And let's start by the festive seasonal mulled wine. Now, surprisingly, we all think mulled wine is fun for Christmas. However, did you know that mulled wine originally started off in the Roman Empire? Is it second century? I don't know when it was, but that far back. And the reason behind it is that they heated the wine up and put the spices in for health and winter to warm up, but also to avoid illnesses and build their body and I suppose the energy, but also the immune system. So isn't that interesting? Because we as Asians have masala chai. So and they actually
spices just flow
absolutely, yes.
through.
So it's really interesting how. So I thought this would be great because we've got the Asian festive theme, and I thought mulled wine is quite interesting, but also exciting. So I'm going to start with I've got some red wine. So we start off with red wine. And what we do is we actually
any red wine.
So you can use any red wine, whatever flavour inspires you. From you've got Merlot, you've got Malbec, you've got Shiraz, you've got Rioja, whatever wine you enjoy, you can use any wine. And in fact, what they also used to do in the Roman Empire is that while the wine that wasn't successful or not gone bad, but it didn't taste to the level they wanted, they actually did use it up as mulled wine. So by heating it, it was a secondary kind of not wasting the wine, but making use of it. So we heat our stove up, and in a pan, you can make as much or as little as, pour the red wine in.
And when you're making mulled wine, the beauty of it is that heavenly fragrances fill the air. Yes, they do. The whole house starts getting all aromatic and spicy and warm, and it smells all Christmassy.
Lovely smell, isn't it?
Lovely smell.
Absolutely. So we start by warming the wine up, And I'm going to put, so the spices that I'm going to put in, I've got cloves.
Lovely.
And I've got cinnamon, which I'm going to break up.
Is that cinnamon?
It is. I actually use organic cinnamon, but you can use whatever cinnamon you like, whatever you have, and just break it up.
Just
and there you go.
Pill,
I'm going to put one in because that one's quite a strong one, and it depends on your own taste. And I'm going to put some peppercorns in. It doesn't. It's your choice. However much you want to put in, more spicy, less spicy. And I've got star anise. Now we have Alicia, so she's the expert on our spices, and she can tell us all about the goodness of these spices, I think.
So we have this wonderful bubbling Alicia who's going to tell us all about cinnamon and star anise and cloves and black peppers. So Alicia.
So over to you, Alicia, while I'm actually slicing the oranges. The orange, or one orange.
It's amazing that you made that connection between, you know, how we have masala chai in India, and we use very similar spices. We use, you know, the cloves, the cinnamon, you know, and I think these are all very winter warming spices. And I think there's a purpose for why we do this in the season of Christmas and December and the winter seasons. It warms our bodies up. So, you know, cinnamon, star anise, these are all heating spices for the body. You have cooling and warming foods for the body, and essentially it's Ayurveda explains this very well. Actually, you have heating and cooling foods for the body depending on which season you're in. You know, certain foods are better than others to regulate your homeostasis. So you know, if you want to warm up your body a little bit for the winter months, cinnamon, star anise, cloves, peppercorns are very good as well. Especially when and peppercorns are very good for when you're a little bit ill or when you're sick, you know, during those winter months. It helps with colds, coughs, and things like that. And cinnamon is great for diabetics as well.
It is. It's excellent for blood sugars, you know. And
yes.
Is it true that cloves are anti-inflammatory?
Yes.
I remember my grandmother, when I ever had a toothache, she would apply a little bit of tooth oil, tooth oil, which is clove oil, you know, the tooth, and the swelling or the inflammation would reduce. And it has a numbing tendency as well, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It's almost like a natural anesthetic, if you like. It numbs the side of your mouth, and, you know, wherever, if you have a toothache, it's good to chew on, you know, a little piece of clove, and the oils get released into the area that you want. So yeah, like you said, it's anti-inflammatory. It's very good for anti-inflammatory properties. Absolutely.
Wonderful. And since we're going to be cooking, we're going to get our aprons on now.
I love how festive you all are. I love the whole Christmas theme going on. We've got a lot of green and red.
We have a lot of green and red happening, which are the colors of Christmas, the colors of celebration and happiness. And we've got all the Christmas flavors here with the cloves and star anise and oranges. And we could put nutmeg into this as well.
You can actually put nutmeg. I've actually opted out of putting nutmeg in because my kids don't like nutmeg, so I tend not to put things like that in. It gets overpowering, and I think because the cinnamon's there, the star anise is quite a strong flavour.
Right.
So I think that actually, I think it's enough. But it's, you know, people have individual kind of taste, so it's interesting. I'm also going to put some cranberries, as we've got the Christmas theme.
You know what I love that Smita's done here, Alicia, is she's used the tartness of the cranberries, and she's got the bold, heavy-bodied red wine, and then she's got the sweetness of the oranges that she's bringing in. So you have this perfect balance of flavors having here.
Yes.
All these flavors dancing on your palate.
Absolutely, and we will be dancing later, because also what you can add to this is you can either put brandy or whiskey in. So you can put a little shot of brandy or whiskey, which will again get you dancing. So, but we've kept it. It's the afternoon, so. We don't want to really start dancing at this point in time. So I've left the brandy and the whiskey out, but you can just put a shot or whatever amount you want, just add to it, just as it's simmering. We simmer this for 15-20 minutes, and then it will then, you can start see the infused flavours and the aroma actually bringing up the smell to a different level.
You know what I love about this? That it's a tipple. It makes merry, yet it's medicinal.
Yeah.
What a good excuse to have a drink.
Any excuse, right? So I'm going to put a few more oranges in. I put one in, and then
So we say healthy, healing, and naughty.
naughty but nice.
Naughty but nice. But
And healthy. And healthy, yes. Absolutely. I'm just going to leave that for a couple of minutes, and then we should be good to go.
I'm just going to allow it to infuse. Do you want to lower the
Absolutely.
flame, or are you okay on
I
that?
think it's okay now because we're speeding this up slightly. Normally you can simmer it at low heat for 20 minutes, half an hour, but we've kind of gone the fast track, and you can actually see it's working quite well. But it is, it's the aroma and the
Very
smell,
powerful.
it's quite flavoursome there. So, and the other thing is, you can actually have this, it's nice to drink on a cold winter's evening. You can sit outside with the fire and mulled wine and a log fire, or, you
We can't go wrong.
can't go wrong, absolutely.
That sounds delightful around the fire. I have one question for you though. How do you cook this? Do you simmer it on a low heat? Do you boil it rapidly? Like, how do you?
So it's simmered on a low heat, and it slowly infuses. So with wine, because wine is quite a strong flavour anyway, and all you're doing is literally just heating it up so that the flavours are infused in it, and you can start getting the flavours coming through. And once that happens, you can either pour it and have it hot, or you can cool it down slightly so it's warm. So once the flavours are in there, it's magical. You can have it at any temperature that you want, really. But normally, because it's hot and it's winter and it's cold, people tend to have it warm. I mean, it's great. I mean, I don't know if you've been to the Christmas markets in London. You walk through the markets, and they always have mulled wine, and it's lovely when you're cold and chilly, and you kind of get that mulled wine, and it's really lovely and warming.
All those aromatic fragrances that fill the air.
Absolutely.
Christmas is such a beautiful, warm time of the year where you have all the flavors of nutmeg and cinnamon, sometimes pumpkin spice,
Yes,
and
actually,
all
that's
these
a very good.
lovely, lovely flavors coming through, And it's time to be merry and happy, but yet stay safe as well. Very, very important. Can I help you with this?
So you can see it's slightly bubbling, and you can see the flavours are really kind of infused in, and it's ready now. It's good to go. So what I'm going to do,
Oh, Smita, I'm not much of a drinker, but that
Lovely, isn't it?
smells absolutely, absolutely divine.
so Alicia, you can actually smell the wine changing. It's a different kind of smell, the wine, but all the flavours. So it's ready then. And there we are. We're good to go.
This is marvelous.
So
Would you like to rest?
I'm going to what I'm going to do is I have a jug.
Oh my,
What we're going to
look
do
at
is
that.
lovely. We're going to pour it in.
Can I help you with it?
I think if you don't mind just holding this slightly so that I don't.
I don't know, just
Yeah.
let it splash here.
Yeah, it's going to splash.
Yes.
Sorry.
And look so pretty,
Yeah.
the orange behind the backdrop of the red, the deep red burgundy colors, the spices that are floating through, and those lovely, lovely cranberries that you have, that are just bobbing up and down over here.
Absolutely.
Oh,
So now what I'm going to do. Right.
This,
I'm
Alicia,
going to-
this is amazing. This looks
I'm
absolutely.
so jealous. I wish I was with you both right now.
I wish you were here, really. And I don't know if Kiran is on board with us yet, but she is very, very good at wine pairing.
Oh, lovely.
We have Kiran Robinson joining us shortly. I'll be telling you more about her once she hops on board. And she'll be telling us, she's very good at wine pairing, and she's been in the hospitality industry, but I won't tell you so much. I'll allow you to wait in anticipation
Wow.
for all
Looking
the
forward to this.
expertise that's coming through. But this looks marvelous. Look at that.
That looks delicious.
Look at that, Alicia. An
You have to come and try
amazing
some.
recipe. You have to come and try some.
I would love to come and try some. I've made mulled wine before. I've never put oranges in there. That's such a good idea. Zest and everything.
Also clementine. So whichever kind of you want to put in, it's you can be adventurous again.
And the orange rind brings in that
Yes.
the oils, the
Yes.
essential oils of the orange just seep into the wine,
Yes.
And I cannot tell you how fantabulous this smells. I'm not a drinker, but I could drink this because it smells so amazing. With the excuse, of course, that it's also very medicinal, which it is actually. In the
Yeah, absolutely.
older days, our grandmothers would make bitters.
I mean, Seema, they say red wine is good for you.
It is. It's
So
heart
there you
healthy.
go.
A glass of wine.
Seema, my Uber is waiting outside, so if you can pack me a bottle as well, please. It looks beautiful.
It's ready for you.
And just for your reference, Kiran is on the screen. She just needs to speak up. Thank you, over.
Excellent. So,
Hi, ladies.
Hello.
hello.
How are you?
A very warm global namaste, Kiranji.
Thank you. Namaste to all of you. This is so exciting. It's so festive. I love all your colors. Your imagination has really run in the right order here. It's amazing. You know what? I think I'm getting little whiffs of your mulled wine, right here.
Amazing. Now,
It's perfect. It's so cold here. I'm sitting in my living room. It's cold, and just it's magical. I feel like I'm getting whiffs, and I want to just dive my head in that bowl.
We're just sending some over to you.
we're sending some over to you.
There you go. Thank you.
Kiran,
You mentioned some of the wines, and I think you got a perfect score on that, especially Malbec. Malbec is so jammy. It's just like perfect match. Cranberries, love the idea. What I used to use, a little story, is put cherries in it, fresh pitted cherries. Think of that maybe for next time, that's something you can chew on. And then especially if you're using Malbec or even Syrah, the cherries with that jammy wine, it just kind of like, it's a beautiful mouthfeel. So think of that. Yeah.
Definitely going to try some.
Yeah.
Kiranji,
This is
thank
great.
you
Thank
so much for that. And I want to say thank you so much for
Absolutely. My pleasure.
healing our earth today. I know that you're connecting to us from Luxembourg, and you have lived in my own Hong Kong.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
So ni hao ma.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And you lived in California as well, and
Correct.
food consultant, and you've done lots of events, and you've worked with wine pairing, and you have this beautiful book, which I just received a copy of, incidentally.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Available on Amazon, yes, and it's called Seva, the Art of Hospitality. Tell us more about the inspiration behind your wonderful book before we extract all your expertise from you today.
Sure. I mean, how much time do you have? No. Seva. First of all, let's bring that word to light. I mean, what you ladies are doing right now is Seva. The way you open up your homes, coming together, and you have this passion for wanting to share your passion with a world full of people globally and say, this is how I Seva. So Seva is an act of selfless service. Hospitality, I've been in that career for 30 years, started in Hong Kong and wore many, many, many hats. And actually, I will be talking about this later on, today, a little more about how I went through my whole career. But very quickly, because I know time is of essence here, I switched gears after Hong Kong, after wearing many hats in the food business. I switched careers and actually went into healthcare, and that's where I was like, I think this is where I belong. The impact is going to be huge here with what I want to do, in terms of food and service and reaching out to people. And then we got called away to come to Luxembourg after 21 years in California and 17 years in healthcare. And I knew I was purposefully led here just to write about what I've done.
so that I can share with others. And here's my first book, and here's our connection, and there's a lot of seva still to do. So thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
indeed, there is. Thank you so much for that. It's wonderful how there's so much synergy between, the younger generation, dynamic young girls like Alicia from Plant Bite. She runs her Instagram handle, and she does all these amazing reels on vegan, vegetarian cooking. Then we have Asmita, who's a mom like me, and we do all these, we bring in all these holistic elements into our cuisine. So we don't feel so guilty. We have the healthy and naughty. Yet we can, really bring in that prana, if you want to, that level of prana and energize ourselves. And with high vibration foods and high vibration spices, because every food has a vibration. And, I mean, tulsi, for example, the Indian plant, you have one on your windowsill, I saw, has very high vibration. Roses have a very high vibration, being so love. So before we get very deeply into all this conversation, which we will have later in our panel discussion, of course, and Kiranji, you have so much to share with us. I will be bringing in now my festive Asian take on Thai cuisine. And I know, Kiran, you and I have so much to go on this. And Alicia, your input on the medicinal benefits of the herbs and spices is very, very essential here. And your refined palate is very, very essential here. So shall we begin with the Thai elements?
Absolutely. I'm going to put this on the side for a minute. Once it cools down, then we will serve it.
We will serve it.
I'm going to put it on the side now for now.
So let it just cool off in between, and while we're doing the appetizers. So we're going to be doing 2 Thai appetizers to start with. And as many of you know, I lived in Asia, in Hong Kong, for 20 years of my life. And so the world is so small. In fact, I am very aware of Kiranji's sister, who's also a very dynamic, fantastic cook in Hong Kong. But before we begin, I will be bringing on a very, very easy recipe. And I'll just put the plate up here. Now you're going to be wondering, well, this is all plated up. Why is Seema bringing this here? But it's an easy peasy recipe that you can go prep in advance, mise en place, get all your ingredients ready, and you can get the ball rolling. So before I begin, let me walk you through the ingredients. So what I have
can't wait.
What I have here is I have some shredded papaya, as you can see.
Wow.
And just to bring the festive elements of Christmas into it, I've just put on that holly or mint with some pomegranate seeds. And we have some lettuce on the side for anyone who would like to wrap this up in a lettuce leaf, or you can have this on its own. Now, this is a Thai papaya salad. It's festive inspired, and it is a vegan vegetarian recipe. I'm getting to the ingredients here. Now there's some magic behind this recipe. And that is, we have idlis, as you can see. Now, before we jump on to the recipe of the Thai salad, will you be showing us the idlis?
Yes.
Yes, you will. So we're going to have an idli, which is a South Indian dumpling.
Dumpling, yes.
Dumpling.
Rice and
that's going to be chopped up onto this Thai papaya salad. And the story behind it is we're marrying a little bit of India into Thailand. So that's what it said. So before I show all the ingredients, I want to just walk them through, and you're going to bring on board the idlis now.
Fantastic. So I'm going to put this on the side.
We can put this on the side. Lovely job.
So I'm just going to
You know what's so amazing with the world of food and all the globalization that's taken place? We have all these fusion flavors happening. We have Thai marrying Indian, we have French marrying Indian, Kiranji is big on French cuisine. We have holistic food marrying into other elements of cuisine. And we are celebrating through healing our earth, we are celebrating diversity. We're bringing the world together. We have free online global events every Sunday. This is our 108th event, and we have 2 more events coming up. We have an event on the 26th of January, which is a festive, wonderful event celebrating Christmas and bringing in all the cheer and joy. And we have one more coming in on the 2nd of January, so the 26th December and the 2nd of January. But we'll be telling you more about all these lovely events. Before we do that, let's start with your lovely idli.
Thank you. So as Seema has mentioned, so idli is a South Indian dish. It's a combination of rice and urad dal.
Urad dal.
Urad dal, that's right, yes.
Black gram dal.
And the measure is 3 to 1. So however big your bowl is or cup or whatever, so 3 measures of rice with 1 measure of the urad dal. So what I normally do, Seema, is 2 days before I soak these 2 together in water, and you soak it so that you have about 2 inches of water just above the rice and the lentils.
Right.
Then I soak it overnight, and the next day what I do is I blend it in a blender, and then I leave it for another overnight, 24 hours. So what it does is it actually ferments. So what it does is it blends in and actually ferments. And that really facilitates the rising of the dumplings. So idli is normally served with dals and chutneys, which are South Indian, or with and you can also use the same recipe and texture for masala dosa.
So basically, you can have it with lentils.
Yes.
Like a lentil soup, like they have in Assam.
That's
They
it,
have coconut chutneys or different chili garlic and roasted lentil chutneys.
That's right,
or
yes.
They have the dry podis.
Okay.
Which they add into ghee. In South
Yeah,
India,
okay.
they have these wonderful roasted. They roast lentils and they roast spices and curry leaves, and then they grind them up. And they have a really, all the aromas of the spices get really nutty and deep because it's all roasted, it's deeply roasted. And they grind it and they have it with ghee.
Oh, okay.
They mix it with ghee and they have it with that idli. Now, what I love here, and on this note, before you begin, Hasmita, I'd like to bring Alicia in because she's very aware about fermented foods and probiotics. And maybe, Alicia, you could tell us a little bit more about fermented foods and probiotics.
Yeah, of course. As soon as you said that you were making idlis and you were leaving it overnight to ferment, I instantly thought that's gut healthy, that's gut friendly. Fermented foods actually are great for your gut because if you think about it, what the fermentation is doing is it's allowing the probiotic, the good bacteria, to eat away and already digest a part of the food that you're fermenting, so that when it goes into your gut, it's easier for your gut to digest because the first process is already done. So it and that good bacteria goes into your gut. We're basically made of bacteria. We're made of good bacteria and bad bacteria and a bunch of other stuff too. But what drives our body functions and gut and our gut specifically is bacteria. So when you put that good bacteria into your body, it can facilitate good digestion and other bodily functions, and your gut is like your second brain. It connects to everything in your body. So in order for your homeostasis to work properly, in order for your circadian rhythm to work properly and other cycles to work properly, it's good to have a healthy gut. So fermented food is fantastic.
Now look at the genius recipe here that Hasmita has created. Kiranji, have a peek, and Alicia and all our viewers on board. We have a Thai papaya salad happening, right? And it's a mango salad. So what Hasmita has done, she's actually added in some mango, raw mango, into the idli batter, and she's going to steam these up. And then these idlis are going to be topped up on a dressed, already presented on a platter. We're just going to make a quick dressing and dress it up. We're going to put it onto a platter and present you with a Thai papaya salad, a festive Thai papaya salad.
Wow, that sounds
Southern Indian
flavors, absolutely. So what I've done is I've put the mango here. So what I'm going to do is the mangoes, and what I've done here is dried chilies, pepper, and salt, and just some spices that you can again choose from with a fusion of the Thai spices that we're going to be using. So it's
bubbly.
It's bubbly. You can see it's airy. You can
fluffy.
see how it's quite fluffy. Absolutely. Then what I've just mixed that in, and then what I've got here is I've got the idli tray, and what I'm going to do here is so lightly brush it with oil. And I use olive oil or avocado oil, whichever you choose. And then we just spoon the idlis into
the molds. Could we make these pink idlis by adding some beetroot into
You can
it,
add
or some pureed spinach?
Actually, that's a
with
very good
green
idea.
idlis?
I've actually tried it with fennel.
How about turmeric and black pepper idlis?
Yeah, absolutely. So this has got whole black pepper.
Anti-inflammatory,
Yeah.
probiotic rich idlis.
Yes.
What a great idea.
It's a fantastic idea. That's a very good
It's
idea.
inspired me with mango and
And I think you can put also really you can be adventurous with and how you actually mix the flavors and
the kitchen really gets our creative juices.
so there you go. So I've got the idlis. Now I'm going to, these will take about 15-20 minutes to steam. So while I do that, I'm going to hand over to Seema now, who's going to share a wonderful recipe with you in actually putting that together. So let me move this out of the way, Seema, so I'm not...
Right. I'll just bring this over here. So as I presented this earlier, we have the shredded papaya. Now I've used a papaya peeler, or you can use a grater. Papaya peeler is a traditional Thai tool that I tend to pick up in Asia.
Seema, before you go ahead, there is a question from Pushpa in Mombasa in Kenya.
Indeed.
That does this apply same for the Indian snack called dhoklas, whatever you did for the idli just now?
Absolutely. There's no hard and fast rule. I think dhoklas are a great idea to top up onto papaya salad because look, generally when we have dhoklas, which are steamed dumplings with lentil flour or semolina flour and rice flour, which we ferment or we enhance the process with the fruits of enos, and then we give it a tadka or a tempering of curry leaves and mustard seeds, or sometimes some cumin seeds and some red chilies and fresh coconut shavings. It would work beautifully. You're bringing in the elements of Gujarat, province of Gujarat, into, and you're marrying it with Thailand. Now, the thing with dhokla is we normally have it with a chutney or a side condiment, which could be made with coriander or cilantro, mint, and raw mango, right?
Yes.
So you have the raw mango element flowing through the whole thing. So dhokla is absolutely doable, Pushpaji. Please use dhoklas, no problem.
Thank you, Seema.
Thank you. We're coming back onto the papaya salad. So as you can see, we have over here shredded, not papaya, sorry, mango, but you could use raw papaya in this salad. Please, raw papaya is very popular in Thailand. It's very enzyme rich, very good for your digestion. What we've got here is raw mango, and you could go with a semi-ripe mango, just to get that little bit of sweetness.
Yeah,
and that brings in that sweetness and tang. And it is such a simple recipe. Now, traditionally in Thai cuisine, they use lime, kaffir limes, or lemons. Well, they use kaffir limes, but what I have here is a mixture of lime and lemon. Okay. And you go with the juice of about 3 big ones or 4 small ones.
Okay.
Okay. So what we have here is some lime, freshly squeezed lime juice. We're going to infuse it. Now we have the sour, so we want to balance out the flavors with the sweet.
Oh, wow.
So in Thailand, they would use palm sugar. I'm using jaggery or gur.
Oh, wow. That's very healthy, isn't it? That's
very healthy, very mineral rich. And we're just going to, really break this down really well. Now this is a bit of a challenge because jaggery is sticky. and it takes a while to break down, but it has very deep flavor. It is sweet, so you're balancing the sour with the sweet. But then we want to bring in the salty.
Yes.
So now, traditionally in Thai cuisine, they use fish sauce. But we will not be using fish sauce in this recipe because we are a vegan vegetarian kitchen. Okay, so we're breaking this down, give it a lot of love and affection. When you're cooking, always have good thoughts. This is what a very good friend of mine shared with me recently. Have positive thoughts, bless the person who's ingesting the food, and just have good wishes for everybody. You know, maybe it should be filled with light, healing, love, happiness, abundance, joy. May good health come onto everybody. May peace be with all. May healing be with all. And just keep working that jaggery. You know, just keep working it. Keep pressing it with a spoon, working it, everything. And you get this lovely elixir.
Wow,
look at that.
That's
look at
amazing.
that. Thick and dark. It looks like an elixir, right? It really does.
Wow.
Just get that all, you know, really worked in. I know this was organic jaggery that you could.
Yes, it was organic. So I use as much organic as I can.
Yes, very
Makes
good.
such a difference.
We have this jaggery, we want it all to get the salt, we're breaking it down. Now, if you
Seema, are you going to be using any soy sauce here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so you are essentially going after the umami flavors, except for the fish oil, correct?
The fish sauce, that's right. That's right. So
Right.
basically, the umami flavor is coming through with the soy sauce, bringing it in, you know?
Exactly. And then you are using sesame oil or?
We could use sesame oil if you wanted to, but because I have another recipe which has sesame oil in it, I don't want to overpower the menu with sesame oil. But
Okay.
if you wish to add in a bit of sesame oil, it would be wonderful. You could add on toasted sesame seeds as well.
Yummy.
Some people like to use peanuts, but like I said, lots of people have nut allergies, so I haven't added, you know, the roasted crushed peanuts. But you could do that because a traditional Thai salad would actually have the roasted crushed peanuts on it,
Right.
just for texture. So this is all stirred up, getting
This
stirred
as
up.
well, Seema, because my son is allergic to nuts.
Oh, yes, you told me that. That's right. Okay, so you have something that looks like honey. Now, if you're someone who doesn't want to use jaggery because you feel, oh, it's sugar. It is sugar, yes, but it's a healthier, unrefined version of it. You can go with honey, but then honey is not vegan. It's vegetarian. Or you can go with maple syrup or agave. Okay, these work very, very well. So fear not, all the elements are available for you. Okay, now we're going to go with just about a teaspoon for that umami, or a teaspoon and a half, depending how dark and rich papaya salad you want.
Wow.
Okay, and we're just going to dress up your papaya salad.
Lovely.
Mango salad. I love papaya salad as well. Mango salad.
Love papaya as well.
Just pour it over, and just before serving, you know, you can just give it a toss. So people can just, and I like to use quite a lot of dressing.
Yes.
I like it to really go through really well. Now you're going to be wondering, why has Seema got oranges here? Well, it is Christmas, right? And Christmas is all about festive cheer and happiness and joy and flavors of Christmas. So this is my take. It's not compulsory, but it tastes beautiful.
Oh, wow.
Just gives a lot of vibrancy to the mango salad.
Do you know that smells amazing?
Nice flavors and really beautifully. We have pomegranate, the arrows, which actually are replacing the peanuts in this recipe. Okay, so I've squeezed a little bit of orange. I'm going to add on cranberries.
Wow.
And we're going to put some idlis on the side to steep up that sauce that's on the side. So the corner that had the oranges.
Lovely.
So we're just going to bring this here. And what you have is the festive flavors of Christmas. with Southern Indian flavors. We're marrying South India into Thailand, bringing in all the elements of Christmas into a Thai papaya salad. So this is a great recipe if you want to follow the Asian trail of
Yeah,
Christmas.
absolutely. That looks
This
amazing.
is a great recipe which you could start with. You know, it's fresh, it's light, it's once you have everything mise en place prepped up, it's fast, it's simple. Now, if you wanted to, as you can see, I have the lettuce wraps over here. What we could do is just pick up some of this
Put them
mango
in
salad,
there. There you go.
just put some along in your lettuce wrap, fold it up like a taco and have it. You know, so you get an extra burst of flavor, that crispiness, that texture. So that's our Thai festive mango salad recipe ready for all of you. Do give it a try and let us know how it turned out. So that's one recipe to start with. And Kiranji, I know you do a lot of Thai cuisine as well.
Mhm. I
Yeah.
do, but this is fun. This is exceptional. Well, so what you've done essentially is there you've provided a carb, you know, a filler with your idlis. That's like bravo. That's awesome. And then culminating the taste, you know, that's incredible. That's something. Are you going to write a cookbook? You know, is that going to be?
I will jointly do one.
We're thinking about it.
Thinking of
We're
it,
thinking-
yes.
I mean, that would be an incredible recipe.
Thinking-
It's a full meal, is what I'm trying to say. You know, with the carb in it. You know.
It can be a full meal actually. And you know, the beauty of this is as you dig into the mango salad,
Yeah.
you're going to have a lot of the dressing left over behind.
Yes.
Just like we dunk our idlis into the sambar or the thin lentils.
Exactly.
You dunk them
Dunk
into
them.
that dressing and you get all those umami flavors coming through.
Exactly.
With the subtleness of the mango and sourness and the subtleness of the mango. And
Exactly.
it's actually a very delicious recipe. Or you just stuff up your lettuce leaves and add an idli in on
Yes,
top,
actually,
and you
that's
get
true.
all those flavors and all
Flavors.
those textures. You have the soft, you have the crisp, you know, you have the sourness, you have that, you know,
Yeah.
lovely.
And the Thai dressing is the chutney for the idli. You know.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And it smells amazing. So
I am sure. Yeah. I can't wait. I can't wait to try that. It's
Thank
gorgeous.
you very much. You must give it a shot and let us know.
Definitely.
would you like me to take that out of the way? So that you
Yes,
can-
please. Thank you very much.
You
So
take
we
that one as
have
well.
our mise en place ingredients happening. That's
You still do
done.
those?
That's done. We're all done. Now we have something even more exciting for you. Again, another appetizer. And what we have here is I've taken a combination of small lettuce leaves as cups and big, huge lettuce bolts. And we're going to be doing a very exciting appetizer again. I will be walking you through all the ingredients, mise en place here, which I have prepared here. So what we have here is we have soy sauce, which is going to replace fish sauce. We have chili sauce. Now the dish I'm going to be showing you is actually a Thai basil tofu. Yeah. Now, traditionally, this recipe would use oyster sauce, which is non-vegetarian. I am replacing the recipe with hoisin sauce, which has the similar texture and adds a little bit of sweetness into this recipe. Should you not want to use hoisin sauce, you could replace the hoisin sauce with mushroom vegetarian oyster sauce. We have 1 cafe lime leaf here, just for flavor. Asmita, I need the pestle and mortar, please. If
Certainly.
possible. It's a very garlicky recipe. I think it's behind on the shelf there. So we're going to go with like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I like to use 10 cloves of garlic and 1 big red banana chili.
Ooh,
Okay.
that's a naughty
And we
chili.
have a nice big block of hard, firm tofu. A nice big block of hard, firm tofu. What we've done is we've washed this, run it under hot water, We've crumbled it up and we squeezed all the water out of the hard tofu. So let me repeat. Nice big block of hard tofu, 10 cloves of garlic, 1 kaffir lime leaf, hoisin sauce, which is replacing the oyster sauce. You can use vegetarian mushroom oyster sauce, chili sauce, any chili sauce you like. We have, you can even go with Nando's peri peri. It works beautifully. Some soy sauce. Very easy recipe. Have all these ingredients out of your way. Now, this is a very rustic, rough recipe that we're working with. So I'm going to just bun this all in to the pestle and mortar. I'll take in the Thai basil leaf as well. And just roughly, when you're going to paste this up, you're just going to roughly grind this. Oops, sorry.
Does it have to be a specific consistency, or you can?
This is a very rough recipe
Okay.
on street food in Thailand. Okay. They use it, they just found it out quite roughly. They would traditionally have this recipe as a non-vegetarian version.
Okay.
But of course, because we're vegetarian, we must. Now you've noticed I put the lime leaf in here, even though it's not getting mushed up. The essential oils are coating the garlic and the chili.
And any particular type of chilies?
You can go with red banana chili or with traditional Thai bird's eye chilies. I didn't want to go too spicy.
Lovely.
Nice, right?
And they're very interesting how you meant you put the leaf hasn't actually.
The leaf will not, but you can just get those. And as you heat the salt,
you can smell actually, yes.
The flavors are going to come through.
Actually.
So I'm going to take this on the side. What I would need is the pan to work with. The black one, which is
this one?
No, the black one. Yeah. Thank you. Absolutely. And a wooden spoon. So we're going to work on a low heat here. Okay. I have some oil in the jug.
There you go.
Try not to work on a very high heat initially because you don't want to burn your aromatics here. You want to actually just caramelize them very lightly. So let's slowly.
So you know what I'm going to do while you're doing that?
2.5 spoons of butter. Yes. We're going to just bring this in here. Let that oil heat up a little bit.
I'm going to pour you a glass of wine. That's what I was going to say.
It's not hot yet, so we'll take the heat up a bit. Oh, but you can pour the wine for to show everybody. Yes, please do. So work on a medium-high flame. Not too hot, not too cold. It's a quick recipe.
So how much should you heat the oil up for?
Just a medium flame. Okay. Take it up a notch. This one's very fast, so I'm being very careful here. That's mulled wine. Look at that. Doesn't that look festive and amazing? Look at that.
That's lovely, isn't it? You can see the orange, you can see the star anise, you can see the cranberry.
Okay, our oil is ready, it's smoking up, so we're going to get the heat down.
So now we have.
And we're going to.
We have our technician here. Where'd he go?
We're just going to allow all these aromatics to infuse. We have a very rough cafe lime inspired chili garlic paste happening here, as you can all see. And let it cook on. This is for her. I'm going to take into the knot. It's a medium low flame, not too high. You don't want to burn your aromatics. You want them to gently caramelize. It smells lovely. These lovely Thai fragrances are filling the air. Amazing.
Mm. And you're absolutely right about that leaf. The smell is just easy now.
Isn't it?
Yes.
It's just coming through.
Coming through.
And just one line leaf is all you need. That's what's so amazing. Thai food is very garlicky, as Karen would rightfully say as well, I'm sure. And they put it galangal, which is a Thai ginger. But there is no galangal in this recipe. It is very aromatic. It is quite strong. It's traditionally used in the Thai curry. Chin. Our technician has just walked away with a glass of wine. Okay, as you can see, they're starting to crispen up. They're slightly golden brown.
Wow.
I think that's about all. Here. Caramel, lovely caramelized sticky bits at the bottom. I think
To see what the temperature, how do you set the temperature on there?
just on a medium,
Okay.
medium low.
And that doesn't need to go up or down, it stays the same.
It stays the same. This
Okay.
cooker of mine has a bit movie, just get very fast sometimes.
Mm.
So as you can see, this is getting all nice and golden.
Yeah.
Just one level more. Just use your intuition. Once the bits of the garlic start to get a little bit golden brown on the edges, we can rock and roll from there. Oh, beautiful, it's ready. All right, in with your tofu. The thing is with this recipe, you have to make sure that the tofu is very dry. It's well crumbled and all the liquid has been taken out of the tofu. So what we're going to do two minutes here, which is replacing the non-vegetarian version. We're going to break it down as we go along. We're going to cook it up really well with all these enough Thai flavors. If it's rocking and rolling, this does take a few minutes. Midway, we're going to decorate it, add more love into this tofu.
Seema, did you use a weight on this to get all the water out?
So, tofu version I got was from an Oriental store. It's called the Oriental store in Oxford. And they have this very firm tofu, which you really don't have to put a weight on. But if you have a softer version of tofu, as Kiranji correctly said, so what I do is I wrap it up in a muslin cloth. You put a weight on it to drain out all that water. What I do is I first gently wash it under hot water. Then I stick it into a muslin cloth and I stick a weight on it, and you allow all the water to come out.
Perfect. Yeah. And it has more texture, than the silken soft or semi-soft tofu, doesn't it? It has more integrity when you're biting into it, so to speak.
It has a little bit of bitiness in it. You have to cook it a little bit and you have to keep it a bit firm,
Great.
You keep stirring it and breaking it down. Whichever bits happen, you mix it up with your hand. So whatever bits happen, you can just go along there. And doesn't matter if there are two big bits in it, because you get the chewy as you go on and you get to do a lot more texture. What I'm going to do is I'm going to now make down this up a notch or two. You really have to use your intuition here.
It's moist but not too watery.
It's moist but not too watery. That's the right word. And don't worry if you do. What you're going to do is happening, as you can see, it's drying up even more. Let it keep going. Now I'm trying to think of a substitute recipe. Well, or you could substitute this recipe with any plant-based meat mix.
You know, a lot of these days we have a lot of plant-based corn or only. I like only. It's my daily meal. It's from Hong Kong, and it's just like I'm just used to working with only. It's just recently launched in Sainsbury's. There's so many. The most expensive plant-based. The most expensive have the plant-based burgers. Okay. So what I do is I break order.
Oh, right, okay.
Just make them up into a mince, and you can use it in this recipe. We're going to fry this up a little bit more. We're going to let it get a little bit more done. So that real smokiness, that real smoke really doesn't come through. You want to really cook it up.
Can I ask you a question, Seema ji?
Yes, please do.
So, are you trying to develop some type of color on the tofu? Are you browning it a little bit in that garlic and chili? Is that what you're trying to do?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah, I was just wondering if your plan with this is if you're trying to brown the tofu and develop that color.
Get it slightly brown, not very brown.
Okay.
If you want to take it to a deeper level of brown, you can. It actually tastes very nice.
Yeah, but I think
it gets more meaty texture.
Okay.
Doing this meaty texture into it, so that is a great idea, and I do that very often.
Okay.
You know, you have to give this dish at least a good 8 to 10 minutes. You know?
Okay. Are you trying to get all the
stick to the bottom? Sorry.
Are you trying to get all the water out of the tofu as you're frying it?
Some water out of the tofu so it gets that meaty texture. You know how meat has that texture, that bite?
Right.
That feel, you want that bite. You don't want it so up, and also you don't want it too tofu. Now, we're midway. We're going to go in with our. These are the toppings, and these are from coarse to tofu and take it to a whole new level. Oyster sauce, so go with as much chili as you want. Go with about a 4 tablespoon of oyster. Now, I like soy sauce. Some people don't, and I just go with about 4 or 5 or 6 teaspoons. You see the colors coming through? I'll lift that up here.
Oh wow, that looks great. Yeah, I can see that color coming through with the soy sauce and the hoisin sauce.
Okay. So it's the sauces that are going to give it the color. You know, over here. Like that, keep rocking and rolling. Keep cooking. Keep stirring. Make sure that sticks to the bottom. Now the beauty of this dish is you have this raw Thai tofu that you're going to serve on a crisp lettuce bowl. You're going to have a bite of coolness, a bite of heat, and a bite of texture coming through. This is happening. It's coming on very well. It's also drying up. It's getting a little sponginess to it. That's what we want. So it has a bite. And I think we're really almost done here. Before we finish off, 1 more tablespoon of soy sauce. Okay, just so that there's no sauce because soy is quite salty. But that gets the color coming through. And okay. Now, wait, we're going to present this. What I've done is, as you can see, is I've arranged a lovely platter here. I have some toppings here that we're going to use. Oh. What I'm going to do here is just Again. Okay. So we have this lovely lettuce fruit here. And the way you're going to serve this is you're going to just bring in that warm food into that. And you're going to take on coriander leaves.
It smells delicious.
Some spring onion, burst of Christmas with some pomegranate, and edible flour. It's a lot of flour. And what you have here is a lettuce wrap, and you can repeat the whole process for all of them. So once again,
That looks delicious.
Seema, that looks very appetizing. That's gorgeous.
thank you very much.
Would you consider some bean sprouts or for extra crunch?
Green sprouts would be fabulous in this recipe for that extra crunch.
Yeah.
Really well. What I would do is I'd buy fresh green sprouts. I'll make them myself. I'm soaked in very cold water so they stay crisp.
Exactly. Yeah.
Just before topping them up onto the wrap.
Yes.
Put on the green sprouts and I'll pour on a little bit of sesame oil because the Korean flavors would come in here as well. Like
Exactly.
With green sprouts, and you add on a little bit of sea salt flakes. Just texture.
Yeah.
So you add green sprouts, or you could just toss the green sprouts in sesame oil with toasted sesame seeds.
Yes.
And a little bit of that sea salt.
That crunch with the
adding that texture. You could top it up with roasted peanuts.
Yes.
Pumpkin seeds, roasted sunflower seeds, roasted sesame seeds. Play with your food. We have twins here.
Lovely. Those are bunny ears.
So bunny ears.
Bunny ears. Yeah.
So we're getting this beautiful Christmassy dish ready.
Lovely.
And it's colorful, it's fresh. And you know what? Your appetizers are not deep fried spring rolls or deep fried versions, vegan vegetarian versions of crab cakes or anything. You have this freshness, this element of freshness that's coming into your kitchen. You're bringing an element of texture.
Maybe chiffonade of carrots to add extra crunch as well, and the colors would be vibrant.
Juliennes of carrots, juliennes of peppers.
Yep.
It's the choice is endless, Kiranji. We can do so much. We can add so much color and zest into this. You could add. You could add red onion.
Yes, red onions would be lovely and vibrant.
Would be beautiful in this recipe. I love going the traditional way with the spring onions, as you can see.
Sure.
I just bring in the spring onions, a little bit of spring onion here, and a little bit of spring onion.
Maybe even radishes, huh?
Oh yes,
You've got the red and the white, and then you have this Christmas colors. Yum. And a little bite to it, with the radishes. Because you know how we eat with our eyes first, right?
Absolutely. We do it with our eyes. And that's a very powerful way. What do we say? Oh, it smells so great. I wish I could dive into it. Oh my God, that looks so divine. I could breathe into that. I could bite into that just right now.
Exactly.
Our senses get stimulated, right? So we want to eat with all these elements. And we want to just bring anybody who wants to top up with more flowers. It is
lovely.
Yes,
festive. The flowers are edible. And you have this beautiful platter.
Gorgeous.
It's abundant. It reflects abundance. Great reflection of Asia. Want to throw in a cranberry or two, just
It does look like a Thai basket, like when you go to Thailand and you're on the water in the boats and they present a basket in front of you, the huge ones.
That was the inspiration behind this dish.
There you go. Good job.
The floating market.
Oh, wow.
Yes, the floating market. Exactly. Beautiful. Perfect.
We are telling a Thai story here.
Correct, 100%.
We are savoring a Thai table with traditional flavors.
Love
But
it.
we're putting in all the festivity of fair and celebration of color for Christmas. Pomegranate is lovely on this recipe. I mean, I love pomegranate arrows. I add them onto almost anything and everything. You know, now if you want to bring in more festivity into this,
I do have an orange.
now that my creative juices are flowing, I am not going to hold back. And since Hasmita has an orange here, you have got the orange on the papaya salad. So if you're doing both of these together, do not put the orange here. But what I would do is just give it an abundant squeeze of orange. You know, and the orange will just bring in that little bit of sweetness, that Christmas flavor. And you know, do you remember when we were in school, we had this little song, oranges and lemons, so
Yes.
for a penny. All the schoolgirls also many. Well, I am an orange and lemon girl, and I'm a lemony lime girl. So we have sweetness, sourness, tartness, umami flavors.
Lovely.
That the tofu lettuce wraps on a plate.
Gorgeous.
Amazing.
Bravo.
Yes.
Thank you.
Very nice.
So healthy.
Very colorful, very healthy, and synergizes with the floating markets in Thailand. And Thailand is one of my favorite countries.
Yes, it's one of
I love the way you've united all the worlds together here, you know.
Well, it is healing our earth, Kiranji, and that is the mission. Our founder and director, Mr. Neil Kumar, had this wonderful vision in lockdown. You know, that everybody has to be brought together. We have to celebrate diversity, and we want this world to heal. And what better way to do it by offering free global online events?
Love it.
This Sunday, 108
Amazing.
events.
Bravo.
This number, you know, when we do the Indian rosary,
Uh-huh.
their prayers, our number is 108, and it's Christmas. So everything is synergizing so beautifully and bringing.
So in Cantonese, 8 means fat, you know,
Yes.
fat means to
Abundance.
prosper. So 10 is sap. So sat fat. That means for sure prosperity.
Oh, wow.
And you put it together, sat fat, you see?
Oh, and our budding Alicia is also very quiet here.
She's just enjoying what you're doing. She's mesmerized with everything that's going on, right?
I am. I'm just so in love with what you're doing over here with all the colors and the flavors. It looks beautiful and so appetizing. And like Kiranji was saying, you eat with your eyes first. It looks beautiful.
It's gorgeous. But Alicia, even, you know, all of the things that you mentioned, you know, I was like really enjoying that. You know, you talked about probiotics, the good bacteria, the whole healing the gut, you know, first procession. I just made some notes here, easy to digest. I think every time you do a little recipe and demo, talk a little bit more about that. That's music to my ears, you know. That's very inspiring, you know.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have so many of those health issues and gut issues, you know. Please keep talking about that.
Thank you. I will. It's all about creating awareness.
And
100%.
Absolutely, creating awareness and gut health issues, Kiranji and Alicia ji. Yes, I butted in here because I am very excited for what you have in store for us, Alicia. You have a festive recipe.
I do. Thank you. I have.
What does Alicia got for us?
She has something very, very exciting.
Wow, I'm excited.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a Christmas pie. I'm doing a mushroom and leek pie as a Christmas main dish. I find every time Christmas comes around, and this is going to be my second Christmas as a vegan on a plant-based diet. I tend to find that I usually go for, I try and make meat replacements, turkey replacements, you know, those sort of things. And this year I just figured, let me celebrate plant-based dish, a naturally plant-based dish that everybody can enjoy as a main dish on Christmas, because we struggle sometimes to come up with ideas and things on Christmas Day. So this is a quick recipe. You can prepare it the day before, especially if you're doing your crust and your pastry from scratch, or you can buy a store-bought one. I made my own today, but I'm going to be doing a mushroom and leek pie for Christmas this year.
I'm excited. I'm really excited, Alicia.
Thank you. So I'll get started. I'll just adjust the camera.
Alicia, I have a quick question before you start. So American versus English, British, pie versus tart. Clarification, is this the double one or a single one?
This is the single one. This is just a layer of crust on the top.
Okay, like a quiche.
Yes.
There you go. Okay, perfect. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, but the crust is on top rather than underneath as a pie. So you have those pies as well where you do the crust underneath and then on the corners. This one is a layer on top, and then you when it's straight out of the oven, nice and hot, crispy on top, versus the beautiful creamy texture at the bottom of the pie. It creates this balance of crispy, buttery, beautiful pie crust on the top and a creamy filling at the bottom, almost.
Yum.
Just to clarify, you don't put the pastry at the bottom, you just put it at the top. Is that...
Yes. So this one is on top.
That's right. So, when you actually make pies, and sometimes the pastry at the bottom either doesn't cook properly or it gets soggy because all the juices soak up into the bottom. So this is a great idea.
Yes.
Yeah. So it saves time for the blind baking, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
No crust at the bottom, no paper and baking beans on top, nothing.
No blind baking. Yeah.
No headache. Just go for it and boom. Alicia, hit it on.
Go for it.
Go for it. We're waiting, and we will eat virtually with you. We will eat with our eyes.
Wonderful. I can't wait to start. So,
Alicia,
yes.
Welcome to Healing Our Earth. Alicia, just before you start, your prep camera, can you just make it landscape? So it's portrait at the moment, so it'll be beautiful and we can capture more scenery there.
Okay. So 1 second. Sorry, give me 1 second.
Take your time. And Seema, that was a lovely presentation you did. I was just thinking, for those people who like eggs, then I was thinking that we could also put spicy burji in there, which is like a scrambled eggs. And your design was so beautiful.
Idea. It's just given us an idea.
What was that in spicy?
Yes, it was beautiful there. Alisa, we are ready to rock and roll. It's beautiful and it's all yours. Over to you.
Thank you. Is the camera okay now?
Absolutely perfect.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to turn the gas on. I'm using a cast iron skillet. Now, I do like to incorporate healthy living into everything I do. So I'm using the cast iron skillet. For those of you who don't know, it's naturally non-stick. It's got no Teflon. It's brilliant to cook with. You can put it straight into the oven after this if you like. I'm going to transfer it into another dish so to make it easier because the handle gets a little bit hot. So I'm going to turn on the heat now, and I'm going to start with a little bit of grapeseed oil. Now, grapeseed oil is very, very good because it keeps its alkalinity when it's at a high heat. So it's very healthy for your body. It's a healthy oil. It has a high heat or a high boiling point, as they would say. So it doesn't burn or go rancid or go acidic when you're cooking with grapeseed oil. So I'm using a little bit of grapeseed oil. And because it's a pie and it's it's supposed to be a buttery pie. I'm using a little bit of vegan butter. You can choose to opt out. You can just use oil if that's what you would prefer. But I'm going to use a little bit of vegan butter just to give it that extra creaminess. Just maybe 1 teaspoon of vegan butter. Now I go for a natural vegan butter. This one is made out of shea butter and coconut oils and all the good things. So just gonna allow that to melt a little bit and become nice and creamy. And then I'm going to go straight in with my white onion. And I'm using white onion here because it's a little bit sweeter. You could use red onions if you want this to be a little bit more rich. But white onions are generally sweeter, so I like using white onions for pies generally. 2 cloves of garlic. And some chopped leeks, which look like this. I've chopped them up into halves and then sliced them down the middle. And I'm just going to throw those in. And I'm just going to allow this to cook for a little while, just to develop some beautiful sweetness and caramelization with the leeks and the onions, and enhance that with the garlic as well. So leeks are a fantastic option if you're looking for a way to sweeten your pies, your stews, your soups. You know, it's great for the winter, and it's in season as well. So it's great because you're having seasonal produce as well. And it's got almost an onion flavor, but just a little bit sweeter. It's almost, it's very similar to a spring onion or a green onion, I would say. But I like leaving the strips slightly long so that you can actually taste them when you take a bite at the end. Now I am cooking this on a high heat because I wanted to start developing a little bit of color. Not too much though, we don't want them to burn, we just want them to caramelize slightly. So while that's going on, I'm going to start prepping my mushrooms. Now, I'm just going to show you the types of mushrooms that I'll be using today. So, typically for a recipe like this, you would use these brown chestnut mushrooms, which is what I'll be using today. But go your own adventure. If you don't like mushrooms, and I know a lot of people don't like mushrooms, I feel like you may not have tried different types of mushrooms. So I love oyster mushrooms. I love forest mushrooms. You know, you can go your own adventure here, but if you don't like mushrooms, go for these oyster mushrooms in this cluster. They're easily available in supermarkets nowadays, and they have the most amazing texture. They almost mimic chicken when you cook them. So if you're newly vegetarian or vegan and you miss that taste of chicken or that texture of chicken, go for oyster mushrooms. They're very they have the same texture as chicken when they're fried and cooked. And these chestnut mushrooms, high in vitamin D and incredibly meaty almost. And they release a lot of umami flavor of their own when you cook them. So I'm just going to prep these. And I'm going to keep stirring my leeks and onions as we go along. And I'm going to just turn the heat down to medium. And then I'm going to start prepping my mushrooms. Now, in order to prepare your mushrooms, I would say don't wash them. if you want to get the dirt off the mushrooms, wipe them with a damp cloth because mushrooms don't like a lot of moisture, I've noticed. So it's best to wipe them with a damp cloth and to get that dirt off. But I'm just chopping these into some rough chunks over here. And as soon as these are done, we can just throw them in. So as I do that, I'm going to bring you back to the cast iron skillet with the leeks and onions. And as you can see, this is starting to develop some beautiful color on it. And this is exactly what we want. So I've turned the heat down a little bit because I don't want the leeks to burn. So the next thing I'm doing is I'm going to start adding the herbs. Now this is very important. I think the herbs really make the dish. So I'm going to add some fresh thyme.
Alicia, could we add rosemary into this recipe as well?
Yes, absolutely. That's my next herb. I'm going to use that next, actually. So you can, like I said, you can go your own adventure here. I've chosen thyme and rosemary. You can add sage. Sage is a very Christmas festive herb, and it'll go beautifully in a dish like this. You can do 3 herbs. You know, you can do rosemary, thyme, and sage if you would like. But I wouldn't go for more than 3, maybe, just because you won't taste the herbs individually, and then you want to taste all the individual flavors. You don't want to over season or over spice a dish. So I always go with 2 or 3 herbs, even 1 sometimes. You know, if I really.
So it's too busy. So it's not too busy.
Yes, not too busy, exactly. And then you really get to taste those fresh herbs.
So, you know, I'm from Kenya, and my Kenyan Indian roots really do love green chilies. Could we add green chili into this recipe?
Green chilies, yes. Why not? It's not traditionally made with chilies, but if you would like to add chilies, I'm sure that would be a beautiful touch. I'm actually adding a little bit of spice just because I really like creating that depth of flavor with a dish like this. So that'll come a little bit later.
How about simmering down? You've sauteed down the onion and the garlic and the leeks, and we can slightly caramelize them or just saute them down to soft. Could we add in just a little bit of white wine?
Yes, absolutely. And in fact, when you're developing this color at the bottom, it's great to deglaze the bottom with some white wine.
Your red wine, so all those caramelized bits get lifted up, and you get all that flavor, and it softens everything into a really beautiful, comforting feel.
Yes, absolutely. I will actually be adding in white wine, so you're reading my mind there.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, and if you're not a wine drinker, you could add in a homemade or a vegetable stock of any of your
Yes, you can add vegetable stock, you can add mushroom stock even, that would really flavor this really well. But if you want that alcohol flavor without the alcohol, you can actually go for apple juice. That's something I use to keep my dishes alcohol free.
What a lovely idea, and it adds a pinch of sweetness. It adds a pinch of sweetness into the dish.
And the acidity, because the predominant concept behind adding wine to your sauteing, is to lend acidity, and most certainly wine does that. So the apple cider or apple juice is a perfect, ingredient to add here if you want to keep the alcohol at bay. Actually, Alicia, going back to spices, I absolutely love tarragon, and I think that is very, very underused. And because you mentioned oyster mushrooms, that can be a sub for chicken, and you're 100% right. It has that almost flavorless and that texture of chicken, once it's cooked. Have you tried tarragon with this type of recipe? With the
I was debating whether to use tarragon for this recipe or not.
Mhm.
But I had some rosemary growing in my garden, and I just felt I have some dried tarragon, but just to keep this minimal.
Right.
But tarragon would be fantastic for a dish like this, especially with the mushrooms and the leeks.
Exactly. I just feel like it's very underused, and it pairs so well with chicken,
That's true, actually. I never thought of
Right?
that.
Right. So, yeah.
I might try that next time. That's a good tip. Thank you.
Sure. My pleasure.
Yeah. And okay, so as you can see, the leeks are nicely browned, but I don't want to burn them. So before I do that, I'm just going to add a few more flavoring agents. Now these are coriander seeds. I know this is not traditional in a pie, but now we're going to those Mediterranean flavors, those Greek flavors, and how they make their pies. So I've just put some coriander seeds into a mortar and pestle, and I've just grinded them a little bit, but not too fine, because it's nice to have that little bite as well. I'm just going to throw that in. Some Dijon mustard as well. I love this ingredient in a dish like this, especially with all those herbs. So I'm just adding about half a teaspoon worth of Dijon mustard. And I just love the flavor of this paired with everything. So I'm just going to give that a little mix. And now I'm going to add in my mushrooms. Now this may look like a lot of mushrooms, but mushrooms have a lot of water content. So they will reduce, and it will look like you almost put no mushrooms at all. Now I am turning the heat up over here. There we go. And what I want with these mushrooms is for them to release a little bit of water and become nice and glossy in this dish. So that's what we're going for here. And you'll see it'll come together beautifully and turn really nice and creamy when that's all done. So this just needs about 5 minutes, I would say. You don't want to cook the mushrooms too much, because then they become chewy and a little bit hot. But I like keeping a little bit of water content in my mushroom.
Alicia, the backdrop of the leeks behind the brown of the mushroom gives this such an earthy, earth-like appearance. It's a beautiful dish.
Yeah, I've got a whole bunch of thyme over here. I bought a bit too much, but it always comes in handy. And actually, I should mention these stalks that I took the thyme off. You can actually throw them in if you like, but because this is a pie, I don't want to get that mixed in. But you can use this. These stalks have a lot of flavor, so you can throw these into your veggie broths, your stews, your soups, and they will just infuse really beautifully with whatever it is you're cooking. So keep the stalks, don't throw them away, don't waste them. So
that looks like a base for soup as well, leek and mushroom soup.
Yes, you can have a leek and mushroom soup, make it really nice and creamy. Yeah, absolutely. With flavors like this, it's always I always get pretty creative in the kitchen. You can always think of ways to serve this up differently. So that's something I love. The soup would be lovely, especially in the warmer, sorry, in the colder winter months. Sitting with a hot cup of soup. With some fresh bread into it. It would be yummy. Now, as you can see, the mushrooms are slightly reducing, and that's what we want here. You'll see that they reduce even further. But before that happens, I want to throw in some oyster mushrooms as well. And this is what they look like. And they're really beautiful. And I'm just going to tear them in, especially. Don't cut them. I would say tear them in, because they're quite delicate. And as you can see, when I tear them, they almost tear like shredded chicken almost, if that makes sense. So, you have that shredded meaty texture, and as it cooks, it's just going to intensify. So this is how I like it. I can just throw some in as well. And if you're somebody that doesn't like mushrooms traditionally, try these mushrooms. You will not be disappointed, I promise. Especially if you're somebody that misses meat. This is something that will really satisfy your meat cravings as well. I often find when we're craving meat, I think we're craving the texture more than anything. Because you can season mushrooms to taste like anything you want, really. It's just a vessel for flavor, but it's got that beautiful texture.
Alicia, can you share some of the properties of mushrooms, the attributes?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Thank you for reminding me. Mushrooms actually have, so these browner chestnut mushrooms have a very high vitamin D content. They have a high water content, and anything with a lot of water is very, very healing. And it's got concentrated water, which again brings out the properties of whatever it is that you're eating, whether that's a cucumber or a watermelon, or a tomato, anything with high water content. It has that concentrated, mineral-rich water. So that's the same with mushrooms, really. And the good thing about a dish like this is all of those minerals and everything are actually staying in the pan, and so you're retaining the nutrients. You cook a little bit of the nutrients off sometimes when you cook it like this, but majority of the nutrients do stay in the pan. And mushrooms, depending on which type of mushroom you're using, they can be considered very medicinal. So
right. Do you think maybe that's one of the reasons why Chinese medicine is practiced? Most of their recipes are with mushrooms, all different kinds of mushrooms, of course, right? That's part of food as medicine as well, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Mushrooms. We say it's plant-based, but really, mushroom is a fungi. It's not a plant.
It is a fungi. Yeah.
It's a fungi. And actually, it has a very similar DNA structure to humans. It's actually more similar to humans than plants are to humans. And if you think about, when we eat something, we take in the nutrients of whatever it is that we're eating, and it becomes a part of us almost. So if you imagine mushrooms with a very similar DNA to us, giving us all their medicinal properties, merging with our DNA, it changes our cellular structure and in a positive way. So, I guess that's a simpler way of explaining it, but
and also, the fact that they are readily available, so we don't have to be conscious of, are we going to get a poisonous mushrooms? Everything is farmed, so the accessibility is, it's just easy, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so you can do tons of things.
And go your own adventure with mushrooms. Mushroom, there's so many. There are about 100 million different varieties of mushrooms, I think. Obviously, they're not all edible, but there are like over 10,000 varieties of mushrooms which are edible. So whichever ones you find, go to your local markets. I went to a London market once and I found like 7 different varieties of mushrooms, and they all of them had their own beautiful individual unique flavors and textures, and reminded me of so many different things, and it just broadens your palate when you're cooking and eating.
It's true.
Alicia, I think too that mushrooms are adaptogens.
Yes, they are. Can you tell us a little bit more about adaptogens actually?
So adaptogens are actually really good for you because they help you to manage your stress levels. They calm you down. For example, in Ayurveda, we have ashwagandha.
Oh yes.
Which is an adaptogen, and they say it helps you it works on your stress level, and it helps calm your body down. So would you agree on this element that the mushrooms work as adaptogens as well, and they help calm you down?
Yes, if it's an adaptogen, then absolutely. And I think the main thing with adaptogens is they target your inflammation levels, because where there is inflammation, there is stress in the body.
Correct.
Wherever that is, that's what it's targeting. It targets your inflammation levels. And then inflammation then produces acidity in the body, mucus in the body, and that's really the cause of disease in a broad sense. But
correct.
But
You hit it right there. And I think that the Chinese way, the way the Chinese medicine comes into play is they add ginger to the mushrooms
Yes,
for that calming, cooling, a purpose. It just goes hand in hand. Go ahead.
The beautiful part about ancient medicine is that it was so aware, and traditional Chinese medicine, Kiranji, as you know, since we're both, we lived in that culture for a very long time, and Ayurveda synergize a lot on so many levels. Now, the thing with ginger, in Ayurveda, they celebrate ginger a lot. Okay? We talk about it being anti-inflammatory, high in antioxidants,
Right.
The thing with ginger is consuming ginger helps with getting rid of ama. What is ama? Ama is excess toxins that are stored. It's undigested food that gets stored in ama, which is toxins that get stored within our channels. Now, a great way to eliminate ama is to have lots of ginger and turmeric, both anti-inflammatory, both rich in antioxidants. Traditional Chinese medicine, like you spoke, mushrooms and ginger, beautiful combination. We have it on the table in every restaurant we go to. Slivers of lovely ginger, lots of spring onion, mushroom, etc. Also, of course, lots of the Cantonese soups.
Correct.
Are laden with mushrooms. I would go to the wet market, on Graham Street in Hong Kong, as you know, that lovely, beautiful wet market where they have tours and everything that they take people around and show them all the Chinese ingredients. And we have varieties of ginger. We have stem ginger, we have fresh ginger, and you would see the traditional Westerner buying one piece of ginger. The Indian would buy 3 or 4. The Chinese would buy a whole bag full of ginger, 2 or 3 kilos, and you wonder why they do that.
And they don't want it prepped either. They want the skin on, and they're happy to go home and prep it themselves,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And they'll do it fresh. And of course, the Chinese chopping skills, as we all know, are just fabulous. They're fast, they're precise, they're perfect,
The cleaver.
Cleaver with the cleaver. Just like the Japanese as well, they're just such perfectionists when it comes to their chopping skills.
Right.
And none of the Cantonese dishes are steamed now. I do a version of the steamed fish, the steamed Cantonese fish that I use tofu. So we'd steam the tofu with the ginger and the spring onion, and then what we do is and a little bit of Shaoxing wine if you want that flavor in your tofu, because Shaoxing wine really brings the flavors together. Thin slices of soft tofu steamed in a dim sum basket, and then just heat up some hot oil, and add the soy sauce and a bit of the sugar and just pour it over this ginger and scallion steamed tofu and then put on a lot more, scallion shreds. And it's absolutely delicious. Would you agree?
It's like a tarak.
It is, and it's and of course the medicinal aspect of the ginger comes in very strongly.
Thank you, ladies. Alicia, is there ready to go and sprinkle some sort of ingredient? What is it, Alicia?
So I'm seasoning the mushrooms and leeks with the salt and a little bit of pepper as well. I don't know if you can see, but these mushrooms, these oyster mushrooms, have taken on that chicken texture. I don't know if you can tell.
It looks beautiful.
Yeah. So if you're somebody that wants a chicken and leek pie, the vegetarian, go for oyster mushrooms and leeks. Leave out the chestnut mushroom.
Is that black pepper, Alicia?
Yes, black pepper, freshly cracked is what I like usually. I feel it's a little bit more intense than already ground black pepper. So freshly cracked.
So, Alicia, we have Roshali from Cape Town in South Africa, and she's saying she's crazy behind tofu. And can she replace the mushroom with tofu or add tofu to this recipe?
Yes, absolutely. Like I said, go your own adventure here. Anything that you like as your main ingredient or your meat replacement, so to speak. Go for that, whether that's tofu or anything else. Yeah, that's a great idea. Tofu would be lovely in here. I would say season the tofu a little bit beforehand, though. With some of the herbs.
And while we are at it, we have got Pratibha from Kampala saying she loves eggplant. Can she replace the mushrooms with eggplants?
Oh, I love eggplant. Eggplant would actually, I've never tried a pie with eggplant, but that sounds very interesting. I would 100% try that. So.
Seema, Kiran, what are your thoughts on eggplants?
Eggplant would be great. It would give the pie a lot of texture. I think we have to dry up the eggplant a little bit because the moistness of the eggplant would seep through into the pie crust while baking. But eggplant would be great. I'm thinking of peppers right now. I'm thinking of a melange of vegetables. I'm thinking of mushrooms and peppers. I'm thinking of cauliflower. We have cauliflower cheese. How about something with Alicia, an almond milk based cauliflower white sauce made with almond milk or oat milk.
So there you are, Pratibha. You can use eggplant, and Roshali in South Africa, go for your tofu and enjoy the meal. And back to Alicia, what are you sprinkling now?
This is some white wine, as I mentioned earlier. I'm deglazing the pan. You can use apple juice, like I said, but I'm deglazing the pan because there's all these beautiful
lovely
caramelized flavors at the bottom of the pan. So I just want to bring all of that and scrape that up. And
complete festive time with wine. Asmita, you love your wine. What do you think of white wine on it?
I think that's a good idea. And it brings moisture to it. Is that right, Alicia?
Yes, absolutely. It brings a little bit of moisture. We are cooking out the wine though, so most of the alcohol will burn off. So, but it does, like Kiranji was saying earlier, it gives it that little bit of acidity which you find in wine. You can again go your own adventure here. If you want to make this a little bit richer, go with red wine. And some different spices. Maybe you can use those warmer winter spices like cinnamon and nutmeg and do a pie with red wine. But I've chosen to go for the lighter option, which is white wine.
I love the abundant use of pepper in this recipe.
Yes, I love pepper, freshly cracked black pepper. I think a dish like this is incomplete without the pepper, So as you can see, most of the alcohol has been cooked off. Now we're at the final stages. I'm going to wrap this up very quickly because I don't know how much time I have left. But I am just sprinkling, just to keep this really healthy and wheat free. I know a lot of people are allergic to wheat. I'm using rye flour And I'm just going to sprinkle this in to thicken up this pie. And I'm using 2 heaping teaspoons, a little bit more. And I'm just going to give this a good mix through. Now what this will do is it will thicken up the pie. And, you know, usually you would go with some bread flour or some plain white flour with a dish like this. But I'm going with rye flour because it's healthy. You can, you know, if you want to leave out the gluten, I know rye flour, rye, barley, and wheat are the ones that have gluten. But you know, my mom's gluten intolerant, but she finds that she can eat rye and she can have rye flour and she doesn't react to it. So, you know, if you want to keep this completely gluten-free, if you're celiac, go with buckwheat flour to thicken this up. That works really, really well.
This is so great.
Sorry, carry on.
We were thinking of the eggplant, and I was thinking about the moisture in the eggplant sleeping through. But now you've added the rye flour, which just thickens everything and brings it all together. So really, it's such a versatile pie. You can use so many vegetables in it.
Yes, yes, you can. Again, like I said, if you want all those extra veggies, go your own adventure. You know, I think part of being in the kitchen and cooking is to be creative with your cooking, and you know, add all your favorite ingredients, and you can add anything you want really to this.
Alicia, you mentioned tofu earlier, and you mentioned that you would have to you marinate it first, or what do you do with it? How do you prepare the tofu? Or how would you
For a dish like this, I would probably dust the tofu with a little bit of flour, whichever flour you're using, just to crispen it up slightly. You can crumble it in, you know, if you want that mince texture. With a little bit of flour and some dried herbs, and I used coriander seed for my seasonings today, coriander, salt, pepper, and herbs. I would dust that tofu a little bit, and I would probably fry it first.
Okay.
Before putting in the onions, garlic, and leeks, because I would want the tofu to develop a little bit of color with all those seasonings before, because I think tofu it's a great vessel for flavor, but it doesn't have much flavor of its own.
Yeah.
So when you do that, it just gives it a little bit more flavor.
And it coats it with the flavour. It seasons it with the flavour, doesn't it? First.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So
Texture.
Thank you. Yeah, it's all creamy now, as you can see. So this is exactly what we want. I'm going to turn the heat off, and we're at the final stages now. I'm just going to be careful with a cast iron. It gets hot over here, so I'm just using a kitchen towel. Moving this a little bit further back. And this is an oven-proof dish, a little bit smaller, but it will fill beautifully. And what I'm going to do is transfer this. Now you could keep this in a cast iron if you wanted. And you could just put the crust on top of this, that pastry on top of this, on top of the cast iron itself. But I'm transferring it to a round dish, a smaller dish, just so we make better use of surface area and space. And make sure you get all of those flavors in. Now, I am using pastry, and I've made this pastry again using rye flour, and I've made it at home. I prepared this last night, but you know, please feel free to buy your own phyllo pastry or any type of pie pastry. And if you know how to make pastry, go ahead and do that. Nothing like fresh homemade pastry. So on a clean surface here, I'm just going to open up the pastry. I'm actually going to show you how I prepare it. So this is the pastry I made last night using the rye flour. It's a little bit delicate. What I'm going to do is dust my countertop with a little bit of the dry flour so that it doesn't stick. And very quickly, if you have this prepared already, all you have to do is roll this out. It's got butter in it already, so what I would do is fold this a few times to give it those layers.
Alicia, I noticed you wrapped your pastry in, was it greaseproof paper?
Yes, it was greaseproof paper just to keep it from sticking to each other. And I left it in the fridge overnight, so I didn't want it to stick together. So yeah, you can use cling film if you want, but I just found that was a little
And
bit.
how many days beforehand can you make this pastry, or does it stay in the fridge for more than?
You can make this a few days in advance. I wouldn't
Okay.
I wouldn't make it more than about 3 days in advance, just because then you run the risk of it going off. But I did this last night, so I think it's best to prepare this maybe the day before, 24 hours before. So I'm just rolling this out, and as you can see, we've created those layers here, and that's what's going to rise beautifully when we make our pastry.
And so healthy with rye flour. Amazing.
Yeah, I use dry flour and obviously vegan butter. You can use any vegan butter of your choice. But a good natural replacement for butter to keep this plant-based is shea butter or shea butter.
Shea butter, African shea butter, lovely.
Yeah, I haven't really used it in cooking, but I know the vegan butter that I use, it has that little bit of shea butter already in it.
Yeah.
So it gives it a lovely flavor. You don't even miss, butter.
And shea butter has a slight fragrance to it as well. It's like a sweet fragrance,
Yeah, it does. It's
that lovely element into this lovely, wonderful pastry that you're showing us.
Thank you. Yes, and I'm just going to finish this off and pop this in the oven. Now, just be careful with the pastry. When you pick it up, you don't want it to tear.
Yeah, working with rye, you have to be very skillful.
I know, a little bit careful. Although it does have gluten, a little bit of gluten in it, so it makes it, that little bit easier to work with.
Colour, Alicia, it's lovely, and it blends in with the dish itself.
How beautifully
with
she's
the
treating
colourful mushrooms.
Yeah, thank you.
Gorgeous.
Thank you. I'm not very skilled over here with this.
Wow, it's looking lovely.
But I just do the best I can. Really, I just pop it on there and hope for the best. But and I just pop this into the oven at 180 degrees fan for 25 minutes. And for the last 2 or 3 minutes, I turn it onto the grill, just so that the top crispens up beautifully after it's cooked.
Lovely. And what a wonderful combination of textures.
Thank you. Yeah, so this goes crispy on top and that creamy filling at the bottom. You get a beautiful synergy of textures. So I'll just show you what that looks like now. I have one.
Beautiful, the delicious meatiness of mushrooms.
Yes, mushrooms can be very meaty.
Yeah, mighty meatiness of the mushrooms. Let's say merry mighty meaty, because we're making people merry very soon. Christmas.
I made one ahead of time, and this is what it looks like. Obviously, you can see this is homemade pastry, and it is rye flour, so it hasn't fluffed up quite like normal flour would, but it still has that beautiful buttery flavor from the shea butter and that vegan butter, and it's browned slightly on the top, as you can see. So this is the final dish. This is what it looks like. So I'll just try and show you the different layers under this camera instead. This different camera, if we can switch.
Is it as flaky, Alicia, as a buttered pastry?
When you actually break into it, it is quite flaky, but it's not, I will admit, it's not as flaky as a regular filo pastry made with white flour or wheat. But this is what it looks like. These are the layers, different layers.
It looks wonderful. I can't wait for you to slice into it so we can see the layers.
Should I slice into it and show you? A good idea. Let's grab a plate.
I'm hungry.
Me too.
I want some, yeah.
I want some too.
There we go. I'm just going to.
Alicia, what would you recommend a good side dish with this? Maybe like a just a green salad or something?
Oh yeah, green salad would be lovely. I would say, because it's Christmas, you can't go wrong with some roast potatoes or some carrots in the oven. What I love doing with carrots or Brussels sprouts.
Brussels sprouts, yeah.
Pop them in the oven. I roast them with some salt, pepper, and olive oil. I take them out and then I put a maple syrup glaze on them, and then I put them back in the oven, and it just caramelizes.
Perfect.
It's a great side. So there we go.
Delicious.
And you're right, as it's Christmas, you have to have roast potatoes.
And
Brussels sprouts, absolutely. Parsnips.
the work.
Yeah, exactly. So this is what it looks like. Oh, let me get that crust. It's been sitting there for a good 20 minutes, so it's gone a little bit hard. But there we go, that's what it looks like. And here's all that creamy filling at the bottom.
That is yum.
And you can serve that on the side like this.
The lovely crumbly, flaky texture of the pastry against all that creamy mushroom. Almost like a ragu, I would say, but with leeks and everything. It's really, really.
It looks very
yummy.
creamy, very, very.
It
Very
does.
comforting.
Yeah.
Christmas.
It does. It is a comfort food, essentially, isn't it?
It's definitely comforting. This is what I would want on Christmas, you know, and maybe every Sunday of the week.
We're coming over, Alicia.
Thank you. That's the final dish. I wish I could send some over to you all to try.
Well, you need to drive up to Oxford again.
I'll bring a pie next time I come.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Alicia. That was such a fantabulous demonstration. Very well planned, extremely detailed, and a beautiful, innovative recipe as always. Alicia, you are on Instagram at Can't Bite, right?
Yes, I'm on Instagram.
I've been following your Instagram handle, and you have such wonderful recipes. And I just want to say thank you so much. Stay on with us because we're still in the kitchen, we're still cooking, we still have our interactive conversation. For those viewers who have just joined us from anywhere all over the globe, once again, a very warm global namaste to all of you. This is our 108th event at Healing Our Earth. And please do join us on the 26th of December for our festive celebratory session with dance and music and lots of fun. And we'll be welcoming in 2022 again with celebration and festivity and warm wishes for everybody. So please stay tuned with us. And we have another event the week after, which is well-being and wellness, which
Start the new year.
we're going to start the year healthy. We're going to have flowing, and we're going to have all our New Year's resolutions in place to be healthier, happier. And the week after that, again, which is Sunday the 16th, we have the Rotary in Action event, which is also going to be extremely exciting. Interesting, yes, and bringing on lots on board. And then after that, on Sunday the 23rd, we will be celebrating the Republic Day of
Oh,
India with the colors of the Indian flag, with quotes, with music, with anything and everything that will synergize with the Republic Day of India. So wonderful, Alicia. Thank you so, so much.
Thank you.
And now we're going to be going back to our festive Thai menu. And we're going to be bringing in all the festivity of Thailand into our recipe again. Festive Thai Christmas is our theme this time. And we're going to be making traditional green Thai curry. So we've done the mango salad earlier on. We've done the tofu lettuce wraps. Now we're coming to the green curry. So again, Thai ingredients. 1 kaffir lime leaf. Not too much. We don't want it too overpowering. Now in this recipe, because we're going to be blitzing everything, we're going to take out the inner spine of the kaffir lime leaf because it tends to get very fibrous in your Thai curry paste. I have used a 1/4 to a 1/2 stalk of the inner bits of fresh lemongrass, as you can see.
And why is it that particular, the middle?
Because the outer bits are very fibrous. Okay, again, so what we're going to do is we're going to peel up this lemongrass, as you can see. That's exactly what I'm doing here. And you're going to go in for the inner bits. You're just going to keep peeling till you come into the tender stem and just use about 1/2 to 3/4, depending on how lemongrassy you want it. Break it off, cut it into small pieces, and you can use it in your Thai curry. This is what we have here. Now, traditionally, a traditional Thai curry would use the roots of the coriander because they're very, very potent in flavor. Now, unfortunately, in the UK, I am not able to find a coriander herb with the roots. So what I've done is I've used the stems. I found my way around it. And I took 10 stems of coriander stems. Here they are.
Now, why are the stems different? Why that part
The
of
root is more potent and concentrated in flavor.
Okay.
And the stems, of course, have quite a lot of flavor. So what you do is you would use 3 roots or 2 roots. So what I've done is gone with 8 to 10 stems just to bring that flavor into it. Of course, we've got about 1/2 to 3/4 stalk of lemongrass, 3 to 4 or 2 to 3, depending on how hot a curry you want. Of Thai bird's eye green chilies, pili pili, that we call it in Kenya. You know, mirchi in Hindi, jalapenos we use, yes. We're using Thai bird's eye green chilies. I love my pili pili, so I've got 3 nice big plump.
Seema, if you can move the jug of milk
Yeah.
and come slightly in the middle, then your camera will be showing what you are showing on your hand.
Okay, so I'll go through the ingredients again. 3 bird's eye red chilies. 1, 2, 3, 4 nice big plump cloves of garlic. A Thai curry is never a Thai curry without galangal. Asian Thai ginger. It looks like this. You can buy it at any of the Thai, Chinese, Asian provision stores here in the UK, also in Chinatown. So I've covered the 3 bird's eye chilies. I've covered the garlic, 3 or 4 plump cloves. 2 small pieces of galangal. I will repeat since the camera was blocking the way. 8 to 10 stalks of coriander stems, stalks. 1 kaffir lime leaf inner spine removed, and 1/2 to 3/4 piece of lemongrass inner bits, and a nice handful of fresh basil. I use the fresh basil that we have here in any Waitrose or Marks and Spencer's. If you could opt for Thai basil, that would be even better. These are the curry paste ingredients. And to replace the fish sauce, for that umami, we have soy sauce here happening. So let's get this all rocking and rolling. What we're going to do now is we're going to use a blender. Thank goodness for modern technology. Okay, or you could pound this up. It would take a while. So this is the shortcut for today's modern cook. So I'm going to just put this all into this blender. And the lovely thing about this recipe is it's oil-free.
Oh, wow.
It's oil-free. We'll go in with a nice teaspoon of soy sauce, which is going to replace that lemongrass. A wee bit of coconut oil, coconut milk, just to bring this all together. Preferably try and go with organic coconut milk if you can. And we're going to just blend this all into your homemade Thai curry paste, not store-bought. We would need more coconut milk to bring this all together. So I'm going to just add in some more. Get this all pasty and creamy. Can you smell that?
I can smell it. It's lovely. Amazing. You see, in terms of the chili, you mentioned as much as or as you like. Can you use different chilies, or are these the specific
It's a
chilies that
matter
you
of
use?
preference. Yeah, but when I'm making Thai cuisine, I like to go down the Thai like route. Traditional green chilies that we get in the convenience store, they really won't make a difference because they're very close to the Thai
Thai.
Thai cuisine is abundant. It is very,
Very strong.
very spicy. So it is taking
Sometimes
the
if you
word
want it
strong.
less, yeah.
Chilies, choice, your own choice. Lemongrass, please do not omit Galangal. Thai curry is never complete without it. Fish sauce is needed. Substitute with soy sauce. Thai curry is never Thai curry without the freshness of basil. It should be whipped up, all smooth and creamy. Not
Amazing.
yet. We still have a few
Oh, the
cold basil leaves in there. Takes a while. Fast.
and that smell.
You could make this Thai curry paste in advance and freeze it up in ice cubes.
Oh, right.
It's better than buying a store-bought Thai curry paste that has all the preservatives. Basil is very anti-inflammatory, as is galangal. Okay, let's get rocking and rolling here.
Wow.
Okay. So
Ready.
you have this nice, lovely rustic Thai curry paste that's ready, as you can see. It's well blended. You could take it one level more, but let's leave it with a little bit of texture. You know,
Smells lovely.
very lovely.
Mm.
Very, very nice. You can feel that cafe lime
Yes,
coming through
yes.
as well. I said this is an
And the basil
oil
as well, and the
free.
really come through.
This much. I wouldn't spice or anything. Again, let's work on a medium-low flame or medium flame. We're not going to add oil into this recipe at all. The secret behind this recipe is the coconut yam is going to serve as a base for the oil. This is the way we do it in Hong Kong. This is the way I was taught how to do it. So what we do is we just pour in. I have 2 cans of coconut milk here. And this is the amount of Thai curry you get. Just going to add a bit of coconut milk. I love that sizzle on the bubbles. Okay, and you're going to go very fast and putting your Thai curry.
Seema, did you save the coconut cream on top? Did you
I
bring
mixed it in actually. I mixed it in. I just stirred it into the coconut milk.
Okay. Yeah.
But yes, you could save the coconut cream and use the coconut cream as the base for the curry with the oil. What I do,
I use mine to just garnish when I serve the curry.
that's beautiful. I could save a bit of coconut milk here and garnish with it. Thank you so much for that.
That's a good idea.
Oh, now we are using a melange of vegetables here. As you can see, we're using carrots, cauliflower, broccoli, and sugar snap peas. You could use eggplant, which is traditional in a Thai curry. You could go with any vegetables of your choice. Anything that tickles your fancy. My children love potatoes in their Thai curry. So pumpkin is beautiful in this recipe. And now what we're going to do is we're just going to garlic in the vegetables. This is we've got sweet corn here, as you can see. Baby corn, cauliflower. Just going to work with all.
Nice mix of colours.
Mix of colours, absolutely. Rustic, and it's quite rustic, you know. And the thing is, I don't overcook my ingredients in this curry. I like to leave them with a bit of
So
a
do you
bite.
do anything with the vegetables beforehand, Seema, or
You just chop them,
chop
wash them,
that's it?
peel, chop, wash, and keep them ready. Okay, this is bubbling really well. We can coat this up really well. It's a very quick recipe, but it's a beautiful recipe, and it has all the flavors of Southeast Asia.
Is the Thai baby eggplant available at your grocery stores?
Yes, we get the green version, the small ones, or the big ones. They are available in the grocery stores. It goes beautiful in this recipe with, of course, a melange of baby corn. Tofu is beautiful in this recipe, you know. And now, working very swiftly, we're going to add in our coconut milk, which has our coconut cream as well, as you can see. Just went in. This thick coconut milk. I'm just going to keep a little bit of the coconut milk for the garnish. Now you see all the colors coming. Now we're going to bring this up to a high bubble. Because if you're going to cover this and it's not going to bubble, it's going to split.
Oh, okay.
High bubble. See, it's lovely flecks of the basil coming in.
Yes, I just think it's very colourful. Amazing. It smells delicious.
We will add red peppers into this recipe. Now, when I add my red peppers into a traditional Thai curry, what I do is just before serving it, I'll heat in my Thai curry. I'll bung in my peppers. I'll just cover it for a minute or two, and then I'll bring it. So the peppers still have a slight crunch, and they retain the goodness. As I said earlier, that I don't like to overcook my vegetables, my Thai vegetables. So let's bring them to a nice bubble.
Is it on high heat right now, Seema?
It's on high heat. We're bringing
Have you ever experienced a separation of the?
I have.
And okay.
I have.
And your resolution?
And the lesson I learned was I didn't bring it to a bubble and I covered it and it split. So what I like to do is I like to bring it up to a bubble. The other thing is some people like to put water into their Thai curry and thin it down. I like a slightly creamier version that's less watery. So I just go with Thai coconut milk. But if you wanted it to be a little more soupy, once it's boiled, then you could add a quarter cup to half a cup, depending on how soupy a Thai curry you want, to the boiling coconut milk, and then cover and simmer.
Sure. But the vegetables are going to release a lot of liquid as well.
Absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I'm taking this up really high, so it's fast.
So see about the difference between starting on a low heat and as opposed to a high heat is to stop it from splitting.
So I started on a low heat, taking the coconut cream or a little bit of coconut milk as the base. So when you throw in your Thai curry paste, it doesn't stick to the bottom and it gets amalgamated really well into the Thai curry paste. It's quite a quick recipe.
And then you cook your vegetables, just the Indian way, the Indian and me, the way we add our vegetables to our base of onion, caramelized onions and tomatoes. And then you cook your vegetables. So I put mine, coat them with the Thai curry paste, make sure they're all coated. Add in your coconut milk, which is bubbling, as
It's
you can
bubbling.
see.
Look at that.
It's bubbling up, as you can see, beautifully. Let it bubble a little more. What you could do is you could also allow it to bubble just 2 or 3 minutes. Cover it and let it sit on the side, and the vegetables will continue to cook without the heat, and they won't be overcooked. So you get that goodness. You put semi-cooked vegetables, they're al dente, they have a bite in them. So this is happening. It's rocking and rolling here. It's got cauliflower. The vegetables are quite chunky, so I am going to put them. Just take them a cover at this stage and semi-cover it a little bit. Take your temperature down to medium. Give it about 5 minutes, and it you should be ready to go. I find the veggies here in the UK cook very fast as compared to in Asia for some reason. And in Africa they take longer, maybe because they're more raw.
So if you have the heartier vegetables, the root vegetables, would you put those in first and layer?
Going with the rooted Thai curry would be beautiful. Going with, you can go with turnips if you want to do it. You can go with parsnips, you can go with carrots. Most turnips are a bit too earthy. I haven't tried swede. But I've tried, is it swede? Round baked vegetables. It's from the turnip family. Thinking of the Chinese name. It's on the back of my mind right now. Jicama.
Jicama, yeah.
Jicama beautifully, so you could use potatoes, a lot of vegetables, just stir in between. It's bubbling well. The Thai curry has not separated, as you can see. It's soupy because the vegetables have left their liquid, as you said they would. Just bring the heat down a bit. Just give it a little more patience and your Thai curry will be ready. Plate it up. Now we're going to serve this up with a very easy rice. And it's cafe lime and cranberry fried rice. It's quite exciting. Okay, so it's going to have all the elements of Christmas in it again, as we love to do. Bringing all the festive elements into this Thai curry, and it will give you all the ingredients for a festive Thai table. Okay, what I'm going to do at this stage is I'm going to switch it off. I'm going to cover it. And it's going to still cook. And if you want to make this in advance and then reheat it and serve it, you don't want to overcook your vegetables. You don't want them to be limp. You want them to look fresh and vibrant. So if you're going to serve this within the next 10 minutes, that's fine. They'll have a bite to them. Or you could gently heat it through and have yourself a nice bowl of steaming hot green Thai curry. Now tell me, Karanji, a lot of people, and I know, get intimidated with Asian cuisine and Thai cuisine. I know that your sisters and you and your big family, you do a lot of Malay, Thai, Chinese. It graces your table very often. It's not that difficult usually.
Not at all. I mean, just like Indian cooking, just throw everything in the pot. What is there to be intimidated about? And let's celebrate.
Celebrate this cuisine. I'm going to let it sit here for a few minutes. While this is sitting and still cooking, how about I wait for it? Let me just clean up the surface a little bit. A bit tidy here.
Seema, while you're cleaning up, you've actually given me a good idea. I just wanted to touch on food safety a little bit today. If you would allow me a couple of minutes. I don't know. I think it's really important, especially during uncertain times, to even for the home chefs to consider home, kitchen safety, serving food safe. So it's all about hygiene and cleanliness and all that. But most importantly, I wanted to talk about produce. I mean, you brought this whole show is vegetarian, vegan, so there's a lot of produce here. How do we, go from bringing all the groceries home, cleaning them and storing them? How do we do it? And especially herbs as well. So my version is look at the dates, look at what you're buying, check the dates, the expiration dates I'm talking about. And then with produce, which is perishable, so are the herbs, we have to take even more care. Bring it home, separate everything, wash them. With herbs, naturally, you want to give it a nice quick shower and then maybe just wrap it in a paper towel and put it away in the refrigerator. Is that something that you would do, with the herbs?
So for example, I have an experience, predominant herb, I'd say the obedient herb in my family. It's coriander, fresh coriander.
Exactly, yes.
And it does tend to carry a lot of mud.
Yes.
So what I do, I buy the coriander and I soak it. And I use the stems a lot as well because the stems have a lot of flavor in them. A lot of people tend to peel off the leaves, but I keep the stems, and what I do is I soak it and I give it, after soaking it, I give it a good shower or 2 or 3. And then a fantastic tip that my mother taught me, which I want to share with you, is I stick it into a salad spinner.
Yes, perfect.
And I throw it all the water, I give it 2 or 3 spins, 1 spin of the water, 2 spins, 3 spins, sometimes it needs 4 or 5.
Yeah.
And then I lay it out on a paper towel, and I press it down with more paper towels so I absorb all the excess liquid. And I take a glass jar, which I line again with either grease paper or preferably a paper towel because it's more absorbent. Down in my coriander, I put another paper towel on top, and I snap it down, seal it, and put it into the refrigerator.
Do you put it in this crisper drawer?
And Kiran,
Yes.
What a wonderful session that you guys have been producing here with Alicia and Hasmita. If you bring Hasmita on a screen, Seema, the time is nearly now up. It's 4:30. The next guest is ready and our next host is here, Hani Kalaria. If you could just wind up in the next 5 minutes and we call on our Dr. Hani Kalaria to take over with Hina Modi.
Okay, I am
Kiran, Alicia, Hasmita, Seema, what a wonderful session you presented, and I love the festive season you've created. I love the costume, Seema, you and Hasmita are in, including our Alicia. She is also looking Christmas there. Alicia, there was one comment from one of your friends saying that next time she also wants to see a base of the pasty as well. So it could be a complete pie. They can walk away with it and eat as a takeaway as well. So Alicia, that's just a comment for you.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I'm doing in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to wrap this up with the fried rice, 1/4 cup of sesame oil, working on a high flame, really fast, 6 cloves of garlic, 1 lime leaf, 1 red chili, all chopped up as you can see, bung in, really fast, working. This is a quick recipe, so it's done in 5 minutes. We're going really fast. We're going to just wash it up. We're just going to fry this up really quick. Get all those aromatics sorted down. What we have here is 1 lime leaf, 1 green chili. You can go with 4 or 6 cloves of garlic. Really garlicky. Keep the garlic rustically chopped. You want the texture. We're using sesame oil here. 2 cups of boiled rice in. Really fast. It's fried rice. It's a mom's quick fix and rescue recipe for any child with hungry. Break it down. Really fast. We're using Thai jasmine rice here. And you can work this up on a high heat, no problem. Put it up, break it down. And as you're breaking down, to loosen it up,
adding square of 2 generous tablespoons of this down further. Coat up your rice. We're going to go in with our cranberries and pomegranates in just a bit, or we might just chop it up with them. All these beautiful colors, broken up rice. That's a perfect way to use leftover rice. Can you take up the cranberry from the bowl? Yes, please. Really done, fast, simple, quick. And we'll throw in our pomegranate here. Throw in some cranberries. Just for that sharpness, texture, freshness, and crunch. The Christmas fried rice is fast, it's fresh, it's easy, it's simple. We've got spring onion over here, as you can see. We're going to just pack our rice up really tight into a dish.
Just wanted to offer you our assurances that I received the photos from Sharon, just sent her a text. I will be there. We're very, very capable of doing whatever you would need, including taking the hour if you need us to. So guide me. We are here. We love you. We support you. We are loving Sharon and holding her in our arms, and we'll be there.
Okay. There we are. And present our rice. Just take some cranberries, just sprinkle them around. And there you have the cranberry, cafe lime fried rice, and your festive Thai curry, few cranberries, few strands of coriander and some flowers. Again, floating market of Thailand, and it's a chai, cafe lime, garlic infused, sesame oil, fried rice, and the festive Thai curry. Boom, we're done.
Awesome.
Delicious. That looks amazing.
Thank you.
Seemaji, well done. Thank you for that. That looks so colorful and festive, and the Asian flavors of all the Thai food is just, it just looks beautiful.
And for a little bit of Christmas.
Oh, that's precious. Happy Christmas.
Or a star anise.
Yes.
The presentation is beautiful every time. Every time. Just perfection.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank you, Alicia, and I'd like to thank you so much, Kiranji and Hasmita. You have been amazing. All of you have been so amazing for this session. Thank you all so much. It's been interactive, it's been festive, and we look forward to having you all on board again at Healing Our Earth. We're one big happy family that celebrates love, unity, diversity. And our founder and director, great visionary, Mr. Neil Kumar, had this great vision, I say this again and again, during lockdown, to bring the world together as a whole family. And our reach is spreading and wide in so many countries. Everybody, if it wasn't for all of you out there, we would not be here from Healing Our Earth. We want to thank you very deeply for our session in our festive vegan vegetarian kitchen, and we have so much more
Thank you
coming
to
on
you,
board.
Seema, as well,
Thank you.
for all your amazing ideas.
And Kiranji, your amazing expertise.
That was wonderful, Seema, Hasmita. Thank you so much. Such a wonderful way to. But it's the festive season. Oh my God, you're making me feel like going and really partying out there for Christmas time. And what a lovely, delicious looking is Thai dish, right?
Yes, we have a Thai curry.
Yes.
And
wow.
Kaffir lime, garlicky kaffir lime infused with sesame oil, cranberry, and pomegranate fried rice.
Oh my God.
Christmas. A very warm global namaste to you, honey G.
A global namaste to you too. I thought I'll jump in there because they look just too delicious. I have to mention that. And I have to try that. I wish I was there with you. I'd be going, yum, 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 yum. Looks yummy.
Before Hasmita and I sign off for a little bit, I just want to say a little bit to everybody about the incredible, our host, Hani Ji, Hani Kalaria Ji, Dr. Hani Kalaria. She has run a very, very famous Bollywood dance school here in the UK. She's very spiritual. She's explored so many schools of thought, from Satguru to the art of living like myself, Baba Ramdev, and you are a meditation expert as well.
Absolutely. I mean, we feel that, it's lovely to be balanced in life, isn't it? Try a little bit of this, try a little bit of this. I've always loved mind, body, soul development. So mind is always personal development. Body is always getting involved in artistic things. And then, of course, the soul part is the meditation and personal growth, inner growth, as we say. So thank you for that lovely introduction, dear Seema. Hasmita, keep up the great work with your lovely recipes. Can't wait to see what you're going to show us and next time. And meanwhile, have a fantastic festive season. And global namaste, my dear Seema ji. And I have to say thank you, Kiran, as well, and Alicia, for being such fantastic panelists there. I could hear all your wonderful, all the mentions and all the little things that you were mentioning. And I thought, that's a good valid point there. So thank you. We're going to be hearing more from you very soon, I'm sure, in a short while. Kiran, I'm looking forward to hearing a little bit more about your work and, of course, some of the recipes that you're going to be sharing. And Alicia, we look forward to having you on our panel discussion later on, so we can have a little bit more of those wonderful tips and advice that you always give to our wonderful viewers.
I look forward to it. And Merry Christmas to you all. Global Namaste. Thank you for having us.
Global Namaste. Thank you. So we move on to our wonderful next guest. And first of all, a very big global namaste to everyone out there for the wonderful festive season cooking today. So I'm sure you've been having a fantastic time meeting and listening to all these recipes being shared. But we also have another guest right now that you really do not want to miss out on, because she is absolutely amazing. And she's going to be sharing some really yummy, yummy things for us. And I'll share a little bit about her. This is Hina Modi, who's going to be joining us for discussing a little bit about busting myths about vegan desserts. Hina is an ambassador of veganism, and she definitely is a really wonderful global ambassador for this. She helps people make the shift towards a plant-based diet, vegan lifestyle, or both. And having been a vegan for over 13 years and a vegetarian for decades before that, Hina has lived the experiences and messages that she shares, which is really good, an amazing role model herself. Now, Hina will bring compassion and practical insight into the topic of going plant-based and staying plant-based, as well as going beyond food, showing how easy embracing a vegan lifestyle can be. I'm looking forward to finding out how she's going to share these desserts with us and how we can create these vegan desserts. And as a former qualified school teacher and natural health practitioner, Hina will help you bust myths, address common obstacles, and find a meaningful, simple, and personalized approach that works for you. Hina's website is plantshift.com, and you can always come and visit us on healingourearth.com to get a little bit more information. And she covers vegan options everywhere: nutritional well-being recipes, tips, holiday experiences as a vegan, and all sorts of various things. So we would like to, of course, say a very big global namaste to dear Hina. It's so wonderful to have you back again. How are you?
Good, thank you. Namaste, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you.
It's always a pleasure to have you with that big $1 million smile of yours. And I have to say congratulations. I know we're going to talk a little bit more about this in a short while, but you've come out with beautiful little bird called Just Desserts. I loved it. I really thought it was fantastic. I'm going to put it and treasure it and put it in my little bookcase. And I remember you sending me a nice little message there as well. Thank you for the complimentary book. And he says, "Dear honey, thank you so much. The love, encouragement, guidance, and introductions have been great. Hina, thank you for being so appreciative, and you definitely deserve that." So we will talk a little bit more about this Just As It Deserves in a short while. But before then, tell me a little bit how was it when you just went vegan? Because you've been vegan since 2008, which is a long time. People didn't even talk about veganism at that time, and you were one of the first pioneers. What was it like for you?
Absolutely. Very, very, very different to how it is now. So basically, I didn't really know anyone who was vegan back then. And no one in my family was. Some people in my family, between the two sides, are vegetarian, some eat meat, some eat eggs. There's a large mix of people and diets and lifestyles. So also back then you didn't have all the things that you can get now in mainstream supermarkets, so it was actually either, if you wanted substitutes for cheese or cream or yogurt or honey or anything like that, you had to go to a specialist shop like a health food store. And call me lazy, call me a minimalist, call me content, whatever it is, I just couldn't be bothered to have different, or I should say, I didn't go to lots of different places to get my ingredients. So I used to do my my food in one mainstream supermarket, and anything else I just went without. And I was quite happy with that, actually. And then things changed a few years later, as you know, like Veganuary happened, which is coming up in January. So it's a campaign for encouraging people to go vegan, plant-based in January.
What is that called? What is that? What is that exactly?
It's vegan and January mixed together, and it's called Veganuary.
Ah, right. So we're not very sure about that. Maybe our viewers may want to know a little bit more about that. Yes. What is it, and what do people do for that?
Cool. So it's basically a global campaign. They're a charity. They encourage people to go vegan in January and then stay on if they're happy to.
So New Year's resolution.
Yes,
right.
yes, exactly. And then you subscribe to it, and they send you recipes, and there's articles, and there's tips about getting vegan gifts and all sorts of things. So I actually think that started a few years ago, and I think that really kick-started the movement in mainstream supermarkets for them to start selling all the things that previously you could only get in health food stores.
Right. Yes, it's true, because nowadays when you go to supermarkets, there are so many, so much variety. Exactly. I mean, even Indian samosas. You can get samosas, and you get pakoras and bhajias and all sorts of things in there. Anything you're looking for, a supermarket will have. And also, we're in such a multicultural, country, where there are so many, like we've got so many Europeans and so many people from the Asian continents, etc. So everybody has their own, recipes and their own food that they like, their own cuisines. So it's really good. And then they've added in the veganism now.
Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. So now if you go to any of the mainstream supermarkets, they've got vegan cheese, vegan yogurt, vegan creme fraiche. It's amazing. So
look at you. You're so happy with that, aren't you? I can see this big sign. So happy with that. So and Hina, as we move on with this whole thing, because I know from 2008 till now, being a vegan, and I know that we're going to be talking a little bit about desserts today. Especially, I love your vegan desserts. Oh my God, they're so yummy. Yes, but in these vegan desserts, how I mean, did you have to struggle finding vegan desserts? Because you never think about, like a vegan chocolate fudge cake or a vegan whatever. How did you manage to deal with this side? Because desserts in our Indian culture, especially, and then it could be all cultures, there's always the three types. So you have your, you have your starters, and you have your main meal, but there's always desserts at the end. How did you manage this?
So interestingly enough, when I was growing up, I don't remember us going out to eat much to restaurants. And when we did go, they were normally Indian restaurants. And back then, I didn't really like Indian desserts. I don't know why. I just wasn't really a dessert fan. I like chocolate and biscuits, but that was about it. So in terms of desserts like cakes or cookies or anything, I didn't feel like I was missing out when I went vegan because I wasn't really a fan of those things or hadn't been introduced to them much, or I don't know, something was missing. And when we went to Indian restaurants, I was also very fussy in terms of the desserts I liked. So there was one auntie who made this montar, which was absolutely delicious, and anyone else's, I didn't like it. And there was another auntie who made gulab jambu that was just so yummy. This is all non-vegan. And anyone else's, it just didn't compare. And there was one shop that made really nice benda, and my dad used to get them to post it to me while I was at university because he knew I liked them so much. But yeah,
obsessed by the sounds of this, you know.
You know what? Bless him. That's one of the things. It wasn't many things that I really, really loved. So he used to do that every now and again. But other than that, I wasn't really a fan of desserts, so I didn't really miss it when I went vegan. But somehow, about 8-10 years ago, I decided that I wanted to start experimenting and making cookies and biscuits and things. And that's when my love for my love for desserts actually expanded, and therefore I needed to find out how to make vegan ones because I was now vegan. So that's how it kind of happened, and I grew into
so it was a slow, steady, journey into the world of desserts.
Yeah.
And now look at this. Now you've got a book from your jambus and your pendas, right? And I realized that you've got both Western and Asian desserts in here, which we'll do, like I said, talk about very shortly. But it's interesting how you've been able to combine so many different desserts and how you can veganize them all. I would never believe, that you could have vegan desserts and this delicious, this amazing. And how does, because a long time ago, there are many vegans out there who are probably watching right now from around the world. As you know, we have global audiences, so in many, many countries watching. And of course, you're a stout leader when it comes to, and a pioneer that people should become vegans, and you try to inspire people to become vegan. And I'm sure there are people out there who are not vegan, but thinking about becoming vegan, or are already vegan, but having maybe some challenges because there's not that much options for them, perhaps. So I was just thinking, if you were eating out, for example, to restaurants and places like that, how does somebody, we are quite a social kind of creatures.
Yes.
Well, I'm not sure about this COVID thing, but apart from that, we're normally quite social people. We love going to restaurants. We love going out, birthdays, social events, anniversaries. We always are popping out, to celebrate somewhere. Now, if you have one little vegan in the group, how do we manage this, and what has it been like from before to now?
So interestingly enough, I think back in 2008, when I went vegan, having starters or mains, none of that was a problem. Either there was stuff that was vegan that was on the menu already, but it probably wasn't marked vegan back then. Very rarely did you find a place that had vegan dishes marked or they had a vegan menu. But dessert was basically fruit. There was just no creativity with vegan desserts back then. So that was something that when I got into desserts, I started craving, like, I want to go out for a 3-course meal. Like, where can I go? But now it's changed. And again, I think this is because of Veganuary. So this is another thing. So for example, for the month of January, a lot of restaurants have a Veganuary menu where they actually put special limited time dishes on the menu to encourage people to go vegan in January and come and eat out. But regardless of Veganuary, a lot of mainstream high street restaurants now, you can go and have a 3-course meal and it won't be fruit. The dessert will not be fruit because the starters and the main, they were already cool anyway. But now the difference would be between 2008 and now is that the vegan options are marked on their either main menu, or they'll have a separate vegan menu to make it just really clear and easy to follow. And desserts, they have things like Bella Italia had a baked cookie dough. Other places have Jaffa cake.
You actually have baked cookie doughs, because when you have garlic bread in the beginning, or you have these garlic dough balls, etc. So are you saying you literally had a vegan version of that?
Yeah, and except it's a dessert. It's baked cookie dough, and it's I can't describe it to you. It's just so delicious.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, it's so nice.
Those little cookies, like the soft cookies we're talking about, right?
No, it's like in a clay dish. and they've baked the cookie dough, and it's got ice cream with it, and it's just so delicious.
I'm just checking if you know all about it.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm asking you questions. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, but
Yeah.
and so you're saying that these kinds of things are even like these are quite well-known restaurants.
Yes.
So you can always get an option to pop into one of these restaurants and know that you've got these vegan options
with no trouble. Definitely. And most of them, they have more than one option for vegan desserts. Mains and starters, they have lots of them, but often they don't just have one option for vegan desserts. You're not stuck there thinking, oh, well, this is the only thing I can have. Even if it's nice to have a choice. So, a lot of them have 2 or 3 things. So it's really good, really good.
Oh, I'm really pleased with that. That's really great. I'm just really interested to find out in 10 years' time from now, what would you have created? we would have had all these 50% of the world population all vegans, thanks to dear Rahina, working out there. and also, I also wanted to find that, you desserts, you yourself started making, you mentioned that you started learning to make these vegan desserts. When was it? And what was your first, the first recipes that you kind of started off with?
Yeah, interesting. So it was either 8 or 10 years ago. I'm not too good with times, to be honest. But I started with these cookies. So I made these cookies. It was my birthday, and my hubby Suraj said to me, "We'll do anything you want. What do you want to do?" And I said, "I want to bake cookies." And he was like, well, I think he was thinking, what? And I said, "I want to do it together because I've never done it before. I've got a recipe. Can we make them together?" So we did. And they were really nice. I think they were...
And a bit of romance in your cooking. I didn't realize that. I mean, you've got these fantastic recipes, and now you're adding the romance part to it. This is something people should hold and pause. Something that everybody should listen to right now, actually, because, going into the kitchen, it's such a great way. You can spend time with your spouse, your partner, or somebody who's dear to you. And and you can really enjoy some time together as well. So it's not just about going out there becoming a vegan, and you can experiment, try out new dishes, and spend time with somebody that you care about. Very nice. That's a great idea. In fact, carry on, please. Yeah. So both
yes. So I started with cookies, and then I went on to, have you ever heard of Linzer cookies? So it's like there's a cookie, and then there's jam, and then there's another cookie on top which has a hole in it, like jammy Dodgers, but they're nicer and softer and not so chewy and hard on your teeth. So I made them. I made them, and I started then experimenting with Indian mithai, and cheesecakes, and just
so what do you put in? I mean, so are you saying that with the milk? Because sometimes like jambus and things like that we talk about, you put normal milk in. So and from normal milk, we now have organic milk, which is upgraded from but now there's lots of different things like almond milk and all different types of milks, coconut milk. So what do you actually use to make, and do they taste the same? I mean,
so I have to confess, I have not made gulab jamuns, so I can't answer that specifically. But in terms of milk, that's the next thing. I've actually got a recipe marked, which is a gulab jambu cake. So rather than the traditional style, it's actually a cake, but it's gulab jambu flavored and style. And I want to make that for this festive season, but I haven't done it yet. So yeah.
Oh, wow, that sounds really nice, with a couple of holly leaves put on top with a few cherries. Would give it it would look a bit like the black pudding that they have during Christmas time, right? Yes. But we would have the gulab jambu pudding with the couple of little holly leaves and a couple of cherries on top. That sounds yummy. Taste sounds, and trying with custard maybe rather than they normally have it with a little syrup. Well, anyway, that's a new recipes we're deciding right now. So please carry on. So you both decided to do the cookies together when you first started.
Yeah, and then from then on, I started making other things myself, like cheesecakes, brownies, Indian mithai. Oh yeah, you were asking me about milk. So often,
how do you? What do you use instead?
Yeah, so often I would use either soya milk or oat milk because it doesn't have a flavor. So coconut milk often has a flavor to it, and if you want that flavor, it's fine. But if you don't want the flavor, if you want it to be a tasteless milk, then Oatly, not Oatly. Well, I said Oatly because that's what I have in my fridge. So it just out of my mouth comes Oatly rather than oat.
Emotional time here for Oatly, being an ambassador for it. No, but so oat milk is really
oat milk or soy milk. Almond milk is also often tasteless, but it's very thin. So if you need a thin milk, that's fine. But if you want a thicker milk, then soy milk or oat milk is better.
Okay,
Yeah.
so people who, any of our audience members who are thinking of perhaps trying out some of their recipes and which needs milk, because sometimes, of course, we do cakes and things where they put a little bit of milk and condensed milk and all sorts of things. So perhaps change and use oat milk, which would be a better version, right?
Yeah.
Oat milk or almond milk, did you say?
Oat or soya.
Soya, okay, fine. Okay, and so once we move on with your thing, so this is how you started doing your vegan desserts, starting to utilize other ingredients instead of traditional ingredients. And then also, when you came back with this, coming through all those lovely desserts that you have made, and then you came with this beautiful book, which I love. So just want to show this to the audience members. You know, I mean, this is so beautiful. I don't know if you can see that. Really beautiful pictures and images, really well explained how to do the actual well, how to create those dishes. But what I also loved is, I have to say, this is something very interesting. I don't know if everybody can see it, but there's this little hand you put there. I had no idea why you used the hand, but you were saying thank you to all your friends, family members. I can see Suhani, Suraj, Mary, Ann, Kavit, Sarju, and all these different names that you've added here on the. What made you do that?
So basically, I wanted to acknowledge the people who have helped me in my journey with Plant Shift and being vegan, and then becoming a vegan coach and making the recipe book and anything and everything to do with my journey with veganism. So I was thinking about how to, in a nice, creative way, acknowledge them in my book. So I thought of a helping hand. So that's why the hand.
Oh,
yeah.
Because I kept wondering. I said, what? To use a hand? Of course, you may use a flower or you may use other things, but here you actually ended up using. That's amazing. What a wonderful creative person you are. So you're not just creative with your dishes and your wonderful recipes.
Very kind.
It's absolutely. And then, as I noticed, and as I went through the whole thing, and I noticed that the recipes that you had, you had cookies. You had like peanut butter cookies and oat cookies and all sorts of different types of cookies that you had. But then you also had the Indian things like shikand and very yummy Indian dishes that you had. What made you want to mix the two together? And do you feel that Western friends would enjoy making the Indian dishes? Because I know a lot of the Asian community will live in Britain here at this moment. And we are British Asians, so we have a bit of both cultures that we normally incorporate in our everyday life. But do you feel that other people from other cultures would enjoy trying out these Indian dishes?
Yeah, I think so, because like one of the things that a lot of people talk about is how English people, as in Caucasian people, like to go out for a curry. So the whether they're British Caucasian or whether they're European or whatever, lots of people like to go and explore different cuisines. And when they do explore different cuisines, they like the dessert aspect as well as the savory. So if they would like to try them in a restaurant, which most of them do, then I thought definitely they'd want to learn how to make it and actually see how easy it is, because over half of the recipes in the book take less than an hour from start to finish. So you're not talking about cooking for 3 hours or anything. And the ones that
sounds good. That sounds good. People, isn't it? It's like people are like always busy. It's like, oh gosh, because I know that a lot of our moms, when they're making things, they start from the day before. Soaking things and doing this, and it takes such a long time, and you think, oh, it's quite a lot. Carry on. Yes.
Yeah, no, exactly. And the dishes that do take longer is because they need time to set in the fridge or the freezer. So you're not actively involved. You just need to get it done and then put it somewhere to set. So that may seem like, oh, it takes 9 hours or 6 hours, but it doesn't. It's just because you need to leave it in the fridge overnight or something like that. So yeah, I thought in the same way that we like having different cuisines, that other people also like having different cuisines. So I tried to put everything in there. So there's cheesecake in there, there's tiramisu in there. There's also
I noticed that there was a pista burfi.
Yes.
Not like a pista burfi. And I was thinking, oh, yummy.
That is delicious.
Yes, I mean, pistas actually is very good for you as well. Like if you think about nuts, they keep putting nuts. So burfi is a bit naughty, but you have the good things with
naughty,
it.
But nice.
Yeah, naughty and nice, yeah. and then you have also this halwa, halwa that you've made here, like the Indian version. Even dudhina halwa, I couldn't understand. How can you make a dessert which is dudhina halwa? And dudhi means, what do you say in English?
Oh, yeah. bitter gourd, I think it's called.
Yes, Dudhi,
Yeah,
yes?
I think so. I've got my book here. I have to check because I don't think of it as dudhi. I mean bitter gourd. I think of it as dudhi. So yeah, let's check.
So which this, I mean, it does look really, really nice, and I can see that how you put some nice almonds and everything in it as well, which sounds really yummy. But how you know, because dudhi is meant to be very good for you in terms of health wise.
Yes.
And here I can see that you put cardamom and all the things that we love, like olive oil, etc. Everything that you feel would be a bit more good, more nutritious, rather than using well, then sugar as well, of course. But is there anything in terms of any other alternatives you could have instead of sugar?
Oh yes, and also it's not bitter gourd, by the way. It's called bottle gourd. so there you go. Just for clarity.
Right. Well, just in case all the audience members are watching here and you go off and make this dessert with bitter gourd and it doesn't taste as it tastes, because Hina has just told you the wrong vegetable to go and
because I think of it as dudhi. I don't think of the English name.
Yeah, so it's bottle gourd, right? It's called bottle gourd. Yeah, okay.
And in terms of sugar, a lot of people swap out sugar for things like, actually I've got a few things here. So some people use date syrup. Forget the brand, it's just any old date syrup.
Yeah. Yes.
And this is an alternative for honey. So it's a vegan honey. So
some people you have a vegan honey as
well? Yeah, it's really good.
Vegan honey, because I thought honey is made by bees, right?
It is, absolutely.
Why would you say it's vegan and not vegan?
Yeah, quite. So basically, this is made from coconut nectar. So it's not anything to do with bees, but it's a way to substitute honey, just like you have vegan cheese or vegan cream. So yeah,
that's really interesting. But I have honey in my tea every day, rather than sugar. So I like honey, and I think it's good for you as well. But I've never tried, a vegan honey, which I must go and find that one.
Really
Try
cool.
it out.
Yeah, it's really nice. And you can also use things like maple syrup instead of sugar. You can also use coconut sugar and stevia.
Stevia, but that's a bit bitter, right?
Yeah. I think you have to be either on a mission to cut out sugar, or it's a bit of an acquired taste.
Yes, it's an acquired, because I think you do get an aftertaste when you try that. Yes, we've tried everything, don't you worry. I stuck to the honey because otherwise that's the best one so far. Yeah, but and also I noticed as you're talking about these sugars, the alternative things, but you also have things like gingerbread cheesecake. So you've combined two different recipes, really, because we talk about gingerbread and then we talk about cheesecakes.
Yes.
So is this like new types of recipes you yourself have made up?
That's interesting. Because I guess, I've often come across like strawberry cheesecake or blueberry cheesecake, or plain cheesecake, or like New York style baked cheesecake, which I've made and is delicious. But this, like the base, instead of it being plain, I've made it with a mix of two different biscuits, and some of them are ginger nuts or some type of ginger flavored biscuit. So it makes it like a gingery flavored cheesecake.
Right. So you actually buy a proper ginger biscuits, and it's crumble it or so, and use that as part of the cheesecake.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, that sounds quite nice. Yeah, so you don't have to sit there making the ginger biscuits as well. So you can combine it together.
Yeah, definitely.
Very nice. It's a very clever way to do this. And there are some other little, like this one. I thought, because there are a lot of chia delight. Look how colorful and yummy and gorgeous it looks, right? And chia is so good for you, so healthy. So here is a vegan dessert, which is also healthy. Most of the times you don't really combine nutritious things with dessert, right? But you've actually put chia. What happened here? What inspired you to come up with this yummy?
There was a bit of a fad, maybe you could call it, a few years ago, where lots of people were talking about chia puddings and chia desserts. And they weren't necessarily good for you because they had so many other things in it. So I then started experimenting with them, and it was quite good. It was quite funny. Every time Suraj came home for a few weeks, I would greet him with a different chia dessert.
You mean every time your guinea pig came home? Exactly, right?
But he was a happy guinea
Mr.
pig.
Happy, who's the guinea pig for you, came home. Oh, poor guy, we need to give him a special award, for trying out all
No,
these.
listen, you don't need to feel sorry for him. He was very happy. He was like, oh, I could do with this every day. You're going to have to keep doing it. So he was very happy to try them.
Well, they say the way to a man's heart is through cooking, right? So I think you're doing a good job by the sounds of it. Yes.
But yeah, definitely, it's nice, and it's got vegan coconut yogurt in it, which also is really good. And then you can mix it up. Instead of the strawberries, you could make it with blueberries, or you could make it with mixed fruits. You can make it with apricot or peaches or whatever. So then you're getting fruit in there at the same time. It's just really good. Yeah,
Well, that's really nice because you've used a coconut yogurt in this, haven't you? So you've used the kind of different tastes in it. Maple syrup you've used, and strawberries, of course, is great. And you have pecan and maple.
It's a cereal.
What's a pecan? Yeah, maple.
So it's pecan nuts and maple syrup type of cereal. They're like clusters, and they have pecan nuts in them. And it's just that to decorate it with, and it's quite nice. Then you get a bit of a crunch as well.
Oh my God. Well, this looks really good for Christmas, isn't it? Because, of course, this is the one with our festive cooking that we do. And during Christmas, we will all be making lots of desserts. So it's such a great topic that we're discussing right now. And people getting a chance. And they have a little chance to, of course, go and grab this. I think this is from Amazon as well. Is it just
no,
desserts?
not yet. No, it's so if they go to my website, plantshift.com, there's like a pink announcement bar at the top. And if they click on that, it will take them to the details to buy it directly from me.
Oh, okay. Yes, of course. So that people get a chance to at least try out some new desserts just before Christmas, right? Or maybe for the new year. It's okay.
Yes,
the
absolutely.
festive season continues, right? And also, what's your favorite dessert here? Because we just talked about all these wonderful, yummy desserts that we have here.
Okay, so if I had to, my favorite is the penda. And the reason is, like, I haven't called it Mavana penda, but actually it reminds me, when I tried it for the first time, it reminded me of those penda that my dad used to get posted to me at university. They're just so delicious. And yeah.
It's your so I think you've got a lovely association to it as well, because it's your memory that's been associated, right? So
Agreed.
they also say when you're trying food, it's not just about the taste of it, it's the look of it, the memories that are connected to the food. All that has a really huge impact in the way you can enjoy and experience your food, right? Yes, and I also noticed something else here, whereas these flaky truffles.
Yes.
So you've got these flaky truffles that you've made at home, is that right?
Yes.
And you've made it with vegan vanilla ice cream and all sorts of yummy, delicious ingredients. But this is something that could go really nicely for a Christmas table, right? When everybody's coming together and it looks really nice. Which ones would you recommend would be good recipes from this book that people could try out for Christmas time, or one or two of your favorite ones that people could try out for Christmas?
So hard. I think the one that springs to mind that I think would maybe surprise people the most is the one for meringues, because a lot of people know that meringues are heavy in terms of the use of egg, and you can exactly that. There you go.
Yes.
So vegan meringues.
You would say this one is good for Christmas time. And why would you say? Because in Christmas time you have this whole table with lots of yummy foods, and we probably have samosas and things as well at the same time.
Yes, true.
But you're saying that this would look really nice with somewhat strawberries put on top of it?
Strawberries, blueberries, any type of fruit that you think would look nice with it. But also the reason I'm thinking of that one is because we like our mixture of cuisines, and also because a lot of people think vegan people, they probably don't have desserts. If they have desserts, they're probably really rubbish, and they probably have to just, and eat them and not enjoy them. And this would be one of those desserts that shouts, anything can be veganized. And
I see.
Yeah.
So you try to prove a point here.
I guess so, but in a positive way,
proving a point that anything and everything and the most difficult things can be to a vegan dish, right? And this is as you call it, it's meringue, right?
Yeah,
is that what
meringue?
Is it meringue? Okay,
no, it's really funny spelling actually, because if you try and pronounce it the way it reads, it's meringue, but it's meringue. I don't know. and the key ingredient in that, to show you, is this, not the chickpeas, but the liquid that the chickpeas are in. The brine is called aquafaba, and that is what we need to replace the egg in there.
Oh my God, that was a real secret tip. Hey, you need to give us a few more tips like that, because I could try that. That's a very clever way, because you're actually finding alternatives to eggs, alternatives to milk, alternatives to things, and still helping people enjoy a particular dish, right? And is there any other tips you could give, like how you could use something else as an alternative? We talked about the sugar, we talked about the milk, we talked about this egg as well, so you could use the chickpea things. Is there anything else that you could say could be alternatives for us?
Really good one. Good question, because a lot of people talk about what to use in terms of substitute eggs. So you can actually use flax seeds or chia seeds or avocado or unsweetened applesauce or pumpkin or banana, any of those things, and this brine, any of that stuff can replace egg.
You use a banana, because I mean, if you have bananas, like
mash it up and then mix it into whatever it is, and it basically helps bind everything and keep it moist.
I understand. So the egg is mainly used to bind things together, and if you find other alternatives that can bind the foods, that would be really nice. What, Hina, you have really thought about all of this, haven't you? Now you're a vegan coach.
Yes.
So and you must have all these various different people, all different types of individuals coming to you to want to become a vegan. Can you tell us some examples and cases, like is it hard? I know that we've spoken about this previously, but just in case we keep growing, our Healing Our Earth family keeps growing, audience members keep growing, and I'm sure there's new people who are joining today as well watching this. So is there something that you could share about that for us?
So you asked if it's hard. So I don't think it's hard at all. I think the reason it's perceived as hard is because people think of it as a sacrifice of, I won't be able to have this, 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 and this. But actually, if they think about all the things that they can have, the list is humongous compared to, I won't be able to have dairy milk or dairy cream or eggs or meat or dairy, something else that I can't now think of. But then also on top of that, now you've got substitutes for all of those things. So actually, what are you doing without? You see, so if you think about it that way, it's not hard at all. I think the other reason it can be hard for people is because they're not sure why they're doing it, or they're not firm on their motivation. So people go vegan for different reasons. Some people do it for their health. Some people do it because they've got intolerances or allergies. Some people do it for the planet because it's better for the planet in terms of so many things, water usage and the animals, agriculture. The animals, obviously people do it for ethical reasons for the animals. So depending on how strong you are on your motivation. So for example, if you're doing it because you've got an allergy, but you don't, that's imposed on you. You wish you could have X, Y, and Z, but I can't because my body reacts in a bad way to it. Then you're going to be fighting it internally. You're not aligned. So when your spirituality, so when your thoughts and your words and your actions are aligned, that one brings peace in such a way that you just
Gandhiji always taught that, right? Gandhiji, Mahatma Gandhi always taught when your thoughts and your words and your actions, they're all aligned, that's when you know you're being the most authentic yourself,
Absolutely.
as an authentic,
Absolutely. And it makes life easier because you're not having this constant battle between what you're thinking and doing or saying. And on top of that, it just makes things smoother. So if you're strong in your motivations about why you want to go vegan or plant-based, then it will be just super easy, especially now with this day and age where there's so many substitutes available everywhere and you don't have to go to multiple stores to get things.
So anybody who's thinking about becoming a vegan and think that it may be difficult, well, the first step is to perhaps think that why would you want to become a vegan, and have a strong enough reason. And as soon as you start thinking more about that, and like, let's say if it was for health reason, then you start thinking about the fact, you look better in your clothes, you may lose some weight, you may not get the allergies, you may, you make your list of all the brilliant positive things, and you think, well, I think it's well worth it. And then suddenly you feel more motivated, right?
Absolutely.
So people out there who are like thinking and have been on the kind of wall, sitting on this side and putting one foot there and one foot there, thinking, do I do it, not do it? Well, this is a great way. First step is to just write down, why would you like to become a vegan, and what is it, and what are your benefits that you gain. That's very good. Is there any other ones, any other thing that people should think about before they?
Yeah, no, I think that's the biggest thing. And you asked me about like some cases. So people have come to me because either so some examples, one lady came to me because she was gluten free, she thought, because her body reacted to gluten, but she wanted to be vegan for the ethical reasons. So she was like, how can I do it, be vegan and gluten free? So we talked about it and I coached her, and actually we realized she's not allergic to all types of gluten, it's only certain types. So that opened up her diet hugely, and then she could be vegan like proper and not feel unhappy about it in her mind, because that was really bothering her. And then she could stay off the certain forms of gluten that were not agreeing with her body, and she was really happy. And then there's another client who came to me because his parents weren't well, and he knew that if they went vegan or plant-based, their health would improve. So he wanted to go vegan so that he could get better and then prove to them that it's a good step to take, because obviously he loves his parents and he wants them to be well. So he kind of did it in a not for him, but
a reverse way, to be the inspiration for them to create the change. Very nice. Yeah, so that's very kind of him to do that. Yes, yes, yes. So you have some really interesting case studies of people coming along. And like I said, you're a coach, you're a vegan coach. So on your website as well, and people go and visit, that they're going to be lots of tips and advice, lots of recipes. You talked about, of course, this just desserts as well, to be able to order if they needed to order, etc. And, you know, you did a program some time back, which was, you know, we put you forward actually for the Out and About ZTV event, I mean, TV program. How was that? Because I think you did a dessert there as well, did you?
I did. That was so good. I made Shrikand.
Shrikand, right. So yeah, because Shrikand is done from yogurt, right?
Yes.
So what did you do? I mean, what did you use for that?
Yeah, so interestingly enough, the first time I made Shrikand, I made it the traditional way, where you get the yogurt, so vegan yogurt. It was vegan soy yogurt, and I put it on the muslin cloth and drained the water and all the rest the way you do it traditionally, and it took hours and hours and hours. But I loved it because I did it the way that I knew my mum would have done it, and the result was lovely. But back then there was no Greek style vegan yogurt. So now there's Greek style vegan yogurt, which means you can make it in 10 minutes. It's amazing. So
really? What is the reason? Because why would you say Greek yogurt? Why? Yes. Why is that?
Basically, it's thicker and it's got less water. So you don't have to do all this preparation with the muslin cloth. You don't need to drain the water. It's ready to go. So literally you have the yogurt and you mix it with the sugar and the saffron and the cardamom and anything else which I now can't think of on the spot, and then decorate it with the almonds and pistachios, and it's done in 10 minutes. It's amazing. Yeah.
Wow, and that is really, now I wonder, because my mom uses Greek yogurt, and I used to think, why does she bring that in? She makes, you know, Shrikand really yummy. Her Shrikand, I mean, she's won competitions for cooking, but you know what I mean to say is that her Shrikand is so delicious, and I think to myself, she used to spend hours and days putting the Shrikand together, especially when visitors are coming, you know, so to thicken it up.
Yes.
And lately, you know, because she hasn't got time, somebody's come in like a visitor with very short notice, she quickly makes a dessert, and she quickly gets this Greek yogurt and makes that. So now I understand why there's no water in the Greek yogurt, and you're saying it's thicker, and that's what you need for Shrikand.
So there's much less water, and basically, so when you have someone coming over at short notice, you can quickly make it, keep it in the fridge. The longer it marinates for, the flavors then develop. So I actually prefer not having it straight away after the 10 minutes, even though it's ready. It just tastes nicer the next day or after a few hours, because the flavors, you know, become stronger. But still, you can serve it within 10 minutes, and it is absolutely delicious.
Look at so much passion that we see coming through the way you're discussing and chatting. It is so amazing. I mean, we need more people. I could really hang out with you.
Anytime.
There's always lovely passion coming out with the food, etc. How do you see in the future? Because, you know, how do you see veganism is going to go, and what's your thoughts on where it's going to go in the future?
Well, who knows? But based on what's happened in the last few years, the number of people who are going vegan or trying vegan is increasing. And you don't have to be. There's this myth around. Oh, if you go vegan, you have to do it overnight. You have to be a full-time vegan, and if you're not a proper vegan. Well,
yeah, make you feel guilty.
Yeah,
you're not a vegan. You had some milk.
Exactly. That's not me. There's no judgment. We're all on a journey. None of us have gone from non-vegan to perfect vegan overnight. And I don't even know what a perfect vegan is, because if you take it in its purity, you wouldn't fly, you wouldn't drive, because all of that causes harm. So there's no such thing. So let's lose that judgment label thing. And then on top of that, where was I going with this? Oh yes.
Yeah, so I mean, you're just on a journey. You're
exactly.
It's like a journey. You step by step moving towards it, and you may take a little bit extra things out of your lifestyle. Maybe added other new things in there over a period of time. So with 3 to 6 months, 1 year, 3 years, you have
who knows? You might even start with going vegan 1 meal a week, or 1 day a week, or whatever. It doesn't matter. And it may be one week you have 1 meal as a vegan meal, and next week you don't have any, and then the week after that you might have 2, or you might, who knows. But slowly, and it's fine. There's no rush. Because if you feel forced to do something, whether it's veganism or whether it's anything, whether it's changing your appearance or whether it's the job or whether it's faith or whatever, then it's not coming from you, so it won't last.
Yes, it won't last. And also, you don't do it with your heart and soul, and there'll never be full energy being in that direction.
Commitment, exactly. Exactly.
But as soon as you know that this is something I really want to do, then you will find, I understand that, with your heart and soul, because you enjoy doing it. I totally understand. I think that's even with everyday life, isn't it? When you love doing something, then it'll never feel like work. It'll feel like a hobby, like fun, and you just do it naturally.
Yes,
absolutely. So we're coming to the kind of end of our session here, and is there any tips that you would like to leave with our audiences? Anything that you feel, it's a festive season.
Yes.
We're celebrating very shortly, in a few days, our Christmas, and we were trying to perhaps share with our audience members of how they could make their festive season more interesting.
Yes.
So how would you combine the veganism and the festive season? Is there any tips that you would like to share and leave behind?
Wow. What can I think? I'm thinking. So for some reason, the words fun and light come to mind. So I would feel and make the experience fun, light, and full. And that can be a gift. So I got this gift ready actually to show you. It's from Hotel Chocolat. Someone gave this to me recently, and they have produced a vegan box of chocolates for Christmas, which is really cool. So even in terms of vegan gifts, speaking of festive season, they're available all over the place. And I've got a blog post on my website as well about vegan gifts and finding them everywhere. The other thing is mince pies, festive season. So a lot of mince pies. This one's from Waitrose, and my husband loves them, but lots and lots of different supermarkets have got vegan festive vegan mince pies that are either vegan by accident or they're actually labeled vegan. So
wow,
so there's loads of things.
So there's gifts you can give to your friends and family. So on the day when you're all coming together, you could give them little boxes of chocolates, which are all vegan, which helps. Yeah, and if you've got one friend who's a vegan, then there's gifts you're saying that are out there. Or if you're having a party, perhaps purchase some of these vegan foods, so that your friends can also enjoy, rather than having to just try out a couple of dishes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's a very, very nice, very thoughtful way to be. And from your own recipes that you just mentioned, there are many all here. And there's some in your website as well.
Yes,
isn't there?
absolutely. Absolutely.
So if anybody wants to try out some new recipes and try out all these wonderful Hina's recipes, oh my God, you'll find them really, really yummy and delicious. I just find it so interesting, the fact that you have so much passion, and your passion you've been able to put into these books, and now you'll be able to pass on this passion to so many people who can become passionate about cooking vegan dishes. So I think that's a really fantastic thing you have done, Hina, really, from the whole of this Healing Our Earth team here. And also just to let you know that if you were around, of course, we have some future events happening very shortly. On the 2nd of January, we have this festive season again. We're going to have another festive event, which is all to do with the new year. So yeah, there you go, Festivity 2021. So you're going to be able to enjoy on the 26th of December, Christmas time, have fun, and at the same time, lots of singing, music, and entertainment. We then also have on the 2nd of January, a Festivity 2022, which continues, and that's to celebrate our new year. So from Christmas, we move on to the new year. Again, lots of singing. If you're an audience member and if you feel that you would like to take part and you would like to sing a song or dedicate a song to your friends, family, send us a little WhatsApp message, send us an email through our website, and we will see if we can fit you in and get you on there, to sing for the world out there and to celebrate in style. On the 9th of January, the Wellbeing and Wellness event is taking place for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind. So, of course, your vegan dishes would be perfect for something like that, as well as many other tips and advice that you will be able to get from that side. We also have Rotary in Action, making this world a better place. Come in and find out the kind of work that is being done around the world. It's so amazing. You will be so inspired. You can't miss this event. You are going to love it. And Rotary in Action will show you the kind of work that's being done around the world and how you could be part of it to create some powerful change. Then there's also the Happy Republic Day that's taking place on the 23rd of January, 2022, next year, of course. One nation, one vision, one identity. Wow, that's strong. So I was going to say, do make sure that you come and join us for that. That's a little bit of celebration there. And as a volunteer, if you wish to get involved, we, as all our audience members know, we are all volunteers here. Every single team member, marketing, technical team, social media team, we're all doing this on a voluntary basis. So if you wanted to get involved, you want to become a presenter or host, you want to become a creative, want to do some creative inputting, design some flyers, help us with social media, anything, even if you want to give us some feedback, some suggestions on how we could improve our programs, then please do contact us on 0044. We are on WhatsApp, so you can send us a WhatsApp message, 771-217-7703. So do make sure you come and join us. So Hina, maybe we need to get you on board as well as a presenter now, and a fully enthusiastic presenter that we have.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, but thank you, Hina. You have been absolutely wonderful. I know that we are very shortly going to be going on to our next guest very shortly, and that's, of course, Tina Patel, who will be joining us very shortly. So if you would like to stay and you like samosas, spicy foods,
yummy,
like spicy chats and everything like that, Tina, don't miss this one, because I have been really waiting. This was my favorite little thing I'm going to try. I love spicy foods.
Me too.
So I love samosas and I love these chatpat things, and I used to love the street foods when I go to India. So I'm really looking forward to finding out, what Tina's going to be discussing and what she's going to be sharing with us today. So Hina, thank you very much. And I want to say, for sharing one last time, just desserts, everybody out there, make sure you go and visit, what's the website?
Plantshift.com.
Yes, and if you haven't got that, just visit us on healingourearth.com and you will get all the details about it for Hina. So Hina, good luck with this.
Thank you
wish
very
you
much.
the best of luck from the whole of the Healing Our Earth team. We're very proud of you. Keep up the great work, and we shall hopefully see you in the new year.
Definitely. Thank you.
See you soon.
Take
Thank
care.
you. A global
Namaste.
namaste to you. Thank you. So we now move on to our next guest, who is a really, really, really interesting lady, because she's going to be sharing with us how to make samosa chaat. So first of all the way from UK, which is down the road, global namaste to you, Tina.
Global namaste to you all. Thank you.
Global, what a lovely smile there. Let me do a little introduction before we start. This is Tina Patel, of course, and she's going to be, of course, sharing some wonderful festive season recipes. Now, Tina Patel is going to be sharing a festive samosa chaat with pomegranate and mint leaves garnish. Oh, that sounds so yummy. Now, Tina Patel moved to England after getting married, and she was born and raised in Kenya, where her love for cooking stemmed from her mother, who was very, very talented cook, like my mom. From a very young age, she learned to cook, and her skills and knowledge of cooking have been growing ever since. Tina takes inspiration from online recipes, her mother's cooking, and many dishes that she makes are creative and intuitive. And I think that's a really good way to be a bit experimental with your foods. And she enjoys cooking a variety of dishes and cuisines, which include Indian, Mexican, Chinese, and Italian. And all four of those are my favorite. These are my four favorite ones, cuisines. Now, Tina will demonstrate how to make samosa chaat today. So, when you ask something about what is samosa chaat, well, samosa chaat is, of course, India's favorite street food. So you can have it as a starter. So I will let Tina talk a little bit more about all of this. So Tina, welcome again to our Healing Our Earth. And today you're going to be sharing this samosa chaat with us. Tell us, why did you choose samosa chaat? Why do you think samosa chaat is good for the festive season?
It's the colors, because we've got red color, we can green and white. Very festival colors, as well as in winter, it's quite nice to have something chatpat kana with some warmth in it. So that's one of the reasons. And also, samosa chaat is something that you can actually use it as a main dish or a starter. So you can do two different varieties with it. And that's one of the reasons why I thought that would be quite nice. As a festival season, people are having parties, get-togethers, looking for something to make for a starter dish or a main dish. And this is quite a unique dish, which you can prepare the day before and not rush too much as well.
Right. Also, you can make it a day before as well. And samosa chaat, you're using like pomegranates and colors like red, so which is a real festive season color as well. And Tina, your background, you're from Kenya, and you're a cook who's an experimental cook. You use intuition to try out different types of dishes, etc.
I it's just one of the passions I always have. I always look out for different recipes, try it, and if I like it, I would experiment it. I've done cookery classes for people who wants to learn Indian cooking.
Also, you teach cookery classes?
I do, yeah. I used to do group teaching. But that works out quite hard for everyone to understand. So now I would have a group of 2 or 3 just to make them understand and learn more about cookery rather than having
true, yes. Quality, making sure that each one understands what they're doing, etc., rather than quantity, and putting them all in and making sure that they can go back with your delicious recipes, right, and try them out at home. So you all these ones, so the cookery that you chose, these chatpata things. So is this something that you enjoy? Is that something that you love, like more spicy foods?
I just, I do. And the kids love it. So, in this modern world, people don't always like Indian food. If I'm going to make chapatis and a curry, they would like, oh God, that's not. So if you make something like this, they do enjoy it, and they will actually sit down and eat properly.
A bit more exciting, more interesting, right? More taste as well in the food as well, isn't it? Because you've got chutneys and you've got all the rest. So today, what will you be doing for us, Tina? What are you going to be? How are you going? Are you going to share? Are you going to present it for us? Are you going to make it and show us how?
What I've done is I've pre-prepared some of the stuff, But because when I used to make samosas back in Kenya, and in Kenya we never used to get ready-made pastries and stuff, always had to make your own. So I thought that would be quite nice for everyone to learn how to make homemade pastry and how to fill the samosas up and then just quickly present it as well.
Oh, that's lovely.
So I'm going to do, so I'm going to do, one will be a starter dish. That will be one without, just samosas with yogurt and the chutneys and the sev and the onions and tomatoes, and just present it that way. The second one, I was going to make it as a main dish, which would be involving a curry, chickpea curry. You put it on a plate, serving plate, and then you put the samosa, chopped up tomato samosas on the top, and then add all the chutneys and present it that way.
Oh yes! Oh my God, my mouth is watering.
You'll have to come round now.
I'm so looking forward to this one. You know, I was looking forward to meeting you because I was thinking, Tina, you have to show me how you make this, because I would love to, because samosas are my favorite. I do love samosas, I have to say. Yeah. I'm a vegetarian. I'm a pure vegetarian. So these are dishes that I really enjoy.
Vegetarian. Everything is like nothing. I mean, you know, it's healthy as well. The only thing you're doing is deep frying them, but that's not too bad. It's not end of the world. You can still enjoy the meal.
Yes,
But
nowadays you have these, you know, ninja fries and ninja, you know, like the equipment where you can rather than frying it, you can air fry, isn't it?
You can.
Yes, so you can air fry. So it's even so. Just this is something just for the audience members. If you find that it's an oil that you don't want to have fried foods, then you can literally use an air fryer, put the samosas in it, and literally, you know, cook the samosas that way. Okay, they will be a little drier than the, of course.
That's right.
You can still enjoy the taste of it.
Yeah, the filling is the most important in a samosa. That's the most important part of the taste, and the filling. If it's tasty, that's it. That's all you need. And the chutneys again. That is again. You can make it spicy. You can make it less medium. You can make it less spicy. You can spice it up as much as you want and enjoy.
To taste whatever people like. And of course, when you spoke about the stuffing, where you put in all that itself is also vegetables. So some people put in carrots and peas and potatoes. So,
that's it.
So it's pretty good for you. And I think that some people also put coriander and all that kind of thing in there to give it that taste. So all of those ingredients seem to be pretty good for you. Maybe not the potatoes, but everything else like peas and carrots, sweet corn.
And I put a bit of onions as well. And then I put loads of ginger as well. So that's another nice, good, healthy product as well, vegetable spices as well. Lemon juice. I didn't put white sugar, but I put brown sugar in it. So that's better than white sugar. So that's all my ingredients.
Please go ahead. Yeah, please show us. Yeah, go ahead and tell us and present
that's my vegetable samosa mixture. So that's the one I will be using to fill the samosas in.
Yeah. Would you like to maybe just explain to everybody how you cook that? Even though you,
I chopped some potatoes and carrots together. Put a tiny bit of oil in a saucepan. Add some mustard seeds inside, and once it pops, you just put the potatoes, peas, and carrots. Cook it for about 5 minutes, and then you add ginger, green chili paste, brown sugar, salt, garam masala, and loads of fresh coriander. And then once it's cooked, you add lemon juice, chopped up onions, and you close the gas and just let the onion cook in that warm potatoes. And that's because when you fry the samosa, it's really crunchy to have that uncooked onion. So that's the way I've always done it.
Very new way to do this, Tina, because we normally cook from the onions are already fried, and then you put peas, but you put your onions, so this is another way
right at the end.
So you put it right at the end, and then to give it the crunch.
So it's always that if you cook it first, you can't can't feel the taste of it. You know it's there, but when you put it uncooked onions on the top, when you're having a samosa, you can actually see the onions and sort of taste
Got it. There's a more taste to it as well, right? So this is something
Right.
that if people are making notes, then they know
Yeah.
that okay, you can also do the other way around. Okay, lovely.
Yeah. So I was going to make the dough for the pastry. So I've taken a tablespoon of plain flour, and I was going to add a tiny bit of salt, just a teeny weeny bit of salt in it, and lemon juice. So that's again just a tiny bit of lemon juice.
The lemon juice is for, why would the lemon juice be put in there? Is it for?
The pastry becomes quite, now we've always used lemon juice to make the pastry rather than oil, so healthier. You can use oil rather than as a lemon, but I just use lemon juice because it's much more healthier than oil.
Right. Does it taste? Does the taste change? Because
no,
you know,
not at all. Not at all. I mean, when I roll the pastry, you will see the same. It's the texture is the same. There is no difference. You will not even know what the difference is at all.
Oh, that is so that's amazing then, you know, so people who are very, very, who don't like oil and using oil that much, again, this is a fantastic alternative for you, where when you're making the dough, as Tina mentioned, instead of using oil, you would use lemon juice to create the pastry, to create the dough.
That's it. Yes. And then just make a really soft dough using lukewarm water, which I've got here. And it's just making a soft dough.
Yeah, does it have to be pretty hard, or does it have to be quite gooey? How do you know that it's the right texture?
Yeah, just right to roll it. So because I make sort of two chapatis together, so you need it to right way to just make sure that it rolls around.
Right.
I'll just show you the texture of it.
Right. So you make sure that when the water is being put in, you put enough water so you can roll it without it being so soft.
That's it. Yeah.
It can't be
so
so
it's
hard.
quite soft. It's quite soft, but at the same time, I think you can see it. I don't know. Can you see it?
Yes, I can see it. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And then you just, I'm just going to make one just to show everyone how to roll the pastry.
And you don't have to leave it for a short while, the dough, or can you make it straight away?
You leave it for about 10 minutes, but because I wanted to show everyone, I just do it now. It won't be a problem, but normally if you're doing it, yes.
But just a tip for everybody that when you're making this at home, you can just leave once you've done the dough, leave it for about 10 minutes and then start cooking.
Yeah, that's
right.
it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that is all of this looks very, very colorful.
It does.
It looks really colorful
once it's done.
Yes, I can imagine, you know, if you're having your Christmas party and you've got all these on your table, it's going to look so really interesting, colorful, and very, very visually appealing.
And then you do two small sort of take two small bowls of the dough, just paste it just do it that way, and then you have to use a little bit oil, I'm afraid, here, because you need to.
Oh yes, yes,
yeah, but just really tiny bit. It's not too much, just so that when we cook it, it comes out quite nicely.
Right. So, are you going to roll it together?
I will. Yeah. So you put oil on both of them, and then a bit of flour on the top, and then you just put the other one on the top, and then just roll it round.
Right. What is the reason you're doing it like this? Why are you doing it as a double?
You'll see that the reason to do that is because when you're trying to do this, fill the samosas in, it's nice and soft. So if you do it singly, sometimes it becomes a little bit harder and you can't actually fill the samosas in. So
right. And it's also a little thicker, so they don't break very quickly either,
no,
right?
they
It's a
don't
double
break.
layer.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yes, a double layer. So, okay. So that's another thing for people. Nice tip there for everybody who's making samosas at home.
Yeah, that's it.
Double it to give it a better, to give it a bit more strength.
And then I'll just take it and put it in a pan. And it's literally, it takes 2 seconds to cook. It doesn't take long to cook at all. And it's remembering to keep an eye on it, otherwise it burns quite quickly.
Right. Yes. Yes. Oh, that's really nicely. We can see it very nicely made. Good angle to show your food, which is great. We can see exactly what's happening. Yes. Oh, so you've just very lightly made it.
Yeah. And then you just undo and it comes off.
Right. So you've actually unpeeled the double.
Yeah. So so the reason you put oil on it is so that you can actually, it's to take it out quite quickly, easily. So that's how it becomes.
Very nice. Yes, very nice. Beautiful. So now it's become a little harder.
And now you can, we just cut it into a middle and make it into 4 lots. So you make 2 chapatis like that, and you can make 4 samosas out of it. So that's the half of it. And then I've got some plain flour here, and I'll make a gluey.
So we make a kind of a paste
you just make plain flour and water. Yeah, that's it.
To create the container, the samosa container where you're going to fill it up. You want to turn it into a little container. So to glue this, to make a glue, you kind of use flour and water, right?
That's it. Yeah.
Yes.
And then you shape it up in such a way that it becomes a samosa shape like that. You can see it.
Yes. Yes.
And then you put the glue thing in the middle.
The glue thing. Yeah. The dough glue. Yes.
The dough glue.
The dough glue. Yes.
Yeah, and then I've got the mixture here for the vegetable, the samosa mixture. So I'll just put pea in the middle, first right at the bottom.
Yeah, you may have to put that on your left side again, Tina, because we couldn't see it properly.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. So if you put it on that other side, that's good. Yeah, so we can see. That's brilliant.
And then you fill it up right up until the top.
Yes.
And then put the dough glue again on the top here. And then on the other side. And it's samosa ready.
Could you show it on the left a little bit? Could you show it on the left? Yes, that's it. So so there you go. So you've literally made it into a beautiful triangle. Yummy. And ready to fry, actually, isn't it? It's all ready.
Yeah, and you just have to fry it, and that's it. And I'm going to make just a couple of more so I can present it as well. So it's quite easy once you get the hang of it. It's quick and easy, and this you can do it day before. So to be honest, you can get the mixtures ready, the samosas ready for the next day. You have to put it in the fridge, but you can fry it on the day. So it's nice and warm.
I'm just going to get some water. I'll leave you to it, dear Tina.
Okay. Oh, are you okay? I'm just right.
So Tina, this is Neil Kumar and welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Thank you.
Tina, there is a question from Tanzania.
Yeah.
From Lata, and she says that she finds it difficult to make the pasty. Can she use the ready-made pasty? Is it okay?
You can use it, ready-made pastry. You can. up here we can get some, but I don't know about Tanzania. But in UK you can buy samosa pastry, ready-made, and you can. There is two different sorts as well. You can have it in a square, different shapes as well.
Yes.
Depending on what they get there. Yes, you can. You can
And
definitely.
presumably your special glue is
Yeah.
made from the flour
Plain
and
flour
water.
and water. That's it. Plain flour and water.
Well, there you are, Lata. In Tanzania, you can use a ready-made pastry from the supermarket and use the glue that Honey and Tina were describing. Over to you, Honey.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, dear Neil. Oh, we're along the way, we're going to get quite a few questions. If we do get some questions, Tina, we may keep asking you.
Just message me and I'll come back to you on that. I've just put the samosas for frying.
Uh-huh. Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah.
And also the oil has to be a certain the heating. How hot should the oil be? And how do you know there's the right temperature?
To get the pastry really crispy, not too hot. The temperature of the oil should be just not too hot, not too cold. If you put it in cold, then there'll be too much oil restored in the samosa. So you don't want that. And then if it's too hot, then the pastry will not be very crispy. So to have it crispy, if you like it crispy, it has to be in a medium sort of temperature to have it that.
Is there anything you can put on the actual pastry? Because, sometimes we find that these become very soft, So if you leave them for a while, they become very soft rather than crispy. But if you buy the samosas from the shops, they'll always be very crispy. Is there anything that you could suggest to keep it crispy, the pastry?
Frying. The frying is the most important. This is if you do fry the samosas at a very low temperature, very, very low temperature, and the oil is not very hot, medium hot, that's what happens. It goes soft, and the water and the oil will get into the samosas where it makes it soggy and soft.
Right.
It's better to have the oil in just the right temperature where you can actually enjoy the crispiness of the samosas. If you want it, if you're in a rush, and what I sometimes do is I do make the samosas early, just tiny bit of fry. I fry them in medium heat again, take it out in about 5 minutes. Just don't completely cook them. Let it cool down and put it in the freezer. You take them out a night before you're going to cook the next day and put it in the oven, and that makes it really lovely and crispy as well.
Oh, that's a really great tip there, Tina. Very nice tip. Yeah, thank you for that. That's a great idea, because then you don't even have to fry, because sometimes when you fry, the smell of the oil is in the atmosphere. So if you've got guests coming around your house, you can just put it into the oven, take it out. It's just ready and it's sitting in the oven just before your, what do you say? Serving your family members. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, just making sure. So with all this that we talk about with the samosas side, is this something we can do with anything else as well? So is it normally just samosas? Because you have sometimes bateta vara, and you have all these different.
Bateta vara is one thing that I think freezer is not the best. You can't put them in the freezer. I can put kachori in the freezer, because that's fine. But kachori is again the same pastry. In fact, kachori pastry is more oil. You have to use quite a lot of oil to make the dough, to make it into that crunch. I
think Neil is trying to say something. Neil, you mentioned something.
Yes, honey, Tina. One of the things with the samosas are the pastry opens up sometimes. So what is the trick to make sure? Do we put too much glue or too less, or what is the trick so that it doesn't open up when you're frying?
The trick is just when you fold it, you have to put enough dough glue there so it doesn't open up. And when you're feeling the samosas, making sure right at the bottom you put something and not fill it too much, overfill it, because that's the reason. If it's overfilled, that's when it will open up. So it has to be the right amount of, if you say, if my samosa is like this sizes, you can only put like a tablespoon of it. And if you go over it, then that's where the problem will cause. It will open up.
Okay.
That's a very good point. Very good question there, because I think sometimes these are the things that tend to happen when we're cooking at home. These are all the mistakes that people make, because they think, oh, my samosa opened up, or it's not cooked. Yeah, it's not cooked properly, or it's too soft. These are all the wonderful tips that Tina is giving to you. What fantastic tips these are. And also, samosas are one of those very, very popular dishes. And it's a very popular food that everybody loves. I don't know anybody who says they don't like samosas.
Nor do I.
So
my samosas are fried now, and they look nice and crispy, as you can. I don't know.
What color are they supposed to be? A slightly
goldenish.
Always golden. Yes.
And they're so crispy that there's not, because they're just right amount of, I think you can see them now. Can you?
Yeah, we're coming. Yeah. Oh, yes. Wow, that's so yummy. Yes, they look really nice. Absolutely. And you normally present them with, you have the folded version. We can see the folded version. So you would just put them the other way around, just to show them as when we're presenting it as so right.
You can push the plate in so we can see it in the camera. Push it in.
Push it towards us. Towards us.
The plate in.
Do you know where the white plate is? The other white plate? Yeah, that's it. If you put it a bit more forward, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Oh, that looks nice. It looks yummy.
Now we can see clearly.
So the first dish I was going to present was just as a starter samosa dish, and that would have been, I was going to use.
Tina, you may, that's it. You can use your rolling pin or rolling board to show us, because we can see better there. That's better. Yes, we can see everything now.
So this is what I would use for starters, and that would be just breaking the samosas just a little bit.
So Tina, I notice you've got triangle samosas, square plate, and a round plate ready. So we got all the shapes here.
You've got all the shapes. It's Christmas. Everything has to be.
Let's go for it.
Absolutely. Look at that.
So honey, I stake the first claim. I'm sending the Uber driver to Tina and compress this plate.
All right, I'm waiting. I'll open the door.
Then can you send me an Uber driver so I can come to you as well, Neil? And I'm going to enjoy eating the samosas.
No, but you'll enjoy it more up here, because it will be nice and hot and and you can enjoy it sitting down and having it, rather than when it gets to you, it will be cold. So it's better to come here.
The beggars can't be choosers, so we will even accept that.
I'm going to put some yogurt chutney on that.
Right. And what do you do if somebody doesn't like yogurt? Like, I'm one of those people who's not.
The yogurt chutney, I put crushed. First of all, I would take a pan and put some cumin seeds inside, roast it until quite a bit like brownish, until it's about brownish. Then crush it in a blender. Put that in there. I have put black pepper, green chilies chopped up, and sugar, a little bit of sugar and salt.
Right. So you put that in the actual yogurt, you're saying?
Sorry?
You put
This
that
is
in the-
yogurt, but you can use, if you don't like yogurt, you can use the other chutneys, maybe coriander chutneys,
Right.
and the turmeric chutney. I've got turmeric as well, which is one of the ones which you can use instead of
Right.
yogurt.
Right, right. That's lovely. So, it doesn't have to be so dry. It can have the sauce with it as well. Yes.
Honey, I had one friend who actually used the caramel on it, and then it became like a khatta mita samosa chat, and it was beautiful.
Yeah.
Wow. See, oh my God, Neil. So you're also very adventurous, Neil, with your cooking. And you love cooking as well yourself, Neil, right?
Well, I'm just very simple, but yes, it's nice because when we are connected at Healing Our Earth, as you know, honey, we are connected with so many chefs in different parts of the earth. And some of the ideas that comes around are beautiful. Earlier, Seema and Hasmita came some ideas with Alicia. So it's wonderful that we can experiment. And since you said you don't like yogurt,
yes,
caramelized samosa was sounding good, like a chatpata khatamita.
Yes, sounds really khatamita, yummy. And the funny thing is, I love yogurt, but only with like Indian foods, but not with crispy and spicy foods.
Not with caramel, no.
Yeah, but the caramel thing sounds different. That sounds different. That sounds interesting.
That would destroy our nice flavor of the samosas, I think.
Well, no, you said, didn't you? You like experimenting, dear Tina. Well, you've got somebody who's a bigger experimenter than you now, Neil.
She has got that tamarind there. She has got the imli tamarind there.
I have here, yeah.
So what do you do now? So Tina,
I put the yogurt in.
Yogurt.
And I'll put the green chutney on
Now,
the
how
top.
do you make the green chutney so that people, at least if they wanted to make it at home, they know how to make this?
The green chutney is with mint, coriander, cumin, ginger, garlic, green chilies, lemon juice, and gore. That is the instead of brown sugar, you can use white sugar or gore. And then you you blend it, making sure that there is lemon juice as well inside, but then the coriander and the mint is in equal portion. So then the taste will be quite mint. You can taste the coriander as well as the mint.
Right. So you said mint, you said coriander. Did you say chili?
Green chilies.
Green chilies, and you said lemon juice, cumin,
ginger, salt.
Right.
Yeah, a bit of turmeric powder as well.
A turmeric powder, did you say?
Yeah, just a very tiny bit, just to give the color. Sugar and lemon juice.
Right. So instead of sugar, you said gourd can be used as well.
Yeah, you can use gourd.
Right?
I use gourd, but loads of people prefer having brown sugar or white sugar.
Right. And you just blend it all together in a little blender.
Yeah.
And of course, everything is to taste, or do you put everything half or 1 teaspoon?
No, it's to taste, because some people they like it more garlicky, so you put more garlic. If you like gingery, you can put more ginger in it rather than garlic. Again, the green chilies, depending on how spicy you want it whatever way you like it, you just
got it. So these are the ingredients to make the actual chili. Yes. Fantastic. So you would put that on top of the yogurt. The yogurt is plain yogurt, is it?
Yeah, plain yogurt. Yeah. And then I've got imli on the top, if whoever likes imli.
Yes. And how do we make the imli? How do we make that sauce?
Again, that's a quite long procedure, because I buy the dates and tamarind. And then you boil it in hot water until it's really thick. Take all the seeds out and then blend it after it's been boiled. And then you take all the seeds out. You wait for it to cool down. Then inside that you put cumin powder, red chili powder, and coriander powder as well. A bit of coriander powder, salt, and a bit of lemon juice, and loads of fresh coriander.
Right. So you mix all that. Oh, that sounds very tasty. That does, doesn't it? Yummy.
It-
That's your chakpata stuff happening there.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
Honey and Tina, while Tina is doing the final garnishing,
Yes.
Seema and Hasmita has come out with a nice dessert for us shortly in about 10 minutes.
Oh.
They are going to finish samota chaat with tiramisu for us. So in 5-10 minutes, they'll be ready, honey. So we've got
Sure.
complete meal and a festive meal.
Oh, that sounds amazing. So we've got 10 minutes here, dear Tina. Let's see if we can get this done.
I have done it already now.
Oh, wow. And we've got the, so you put the lovely onions on top as well. And on top of that, that's you put tomatoes there?
Yeah, I put tomatoes on there. And
Yes.
then I will put pomegranate on the top.
Right. Yes. Look at that. That's ooh,
super
that's
healthy.
so yummy and so healthy. I love pomegranates actually.
Even
And
earlier, Seema and Hasmita were using pomegranate.
Yes.
Yeah, pomegranate. Yeah, and then I've got this is same. The noodle thing.
like cell, yeah. But this
Yeah.
is cell, which we can either just buy from the shop, so you can make
You
if you
can,
want.
or you can make it. I normally make it, but you can buy it from the shop.
Yes, yes. Oh, yes. That sounds really yummy. Oh gosh, it's beginning to look so good.
And here comes the coriander.
And
Yes.
then, yeah, you have to put coriander on the top, otherwise it wouldn't look good.
Yeah. So just
Green chilies for the green people. Green chilies for people who like green chilies.
Yes.
that is great.
Tina, that looks lovely. Can you pull it near the camera, please, for a while? And bring it in.
A little bit higher up. A little bit higher up. Yes. A bit towards us. Yeah, and
yes,
up.
yes. Stay. Wow, that's beautiful.
Ah, it's really
Honey, I
nice.
bet your mouth is watering.
It is so watery, dribbling. I'm dribbling. Oh, Tina, that looks delicious. You said something about the chickpeas as well. You mentioned.
Yeah, so I've got chickpea one now. So
Yes.
that's you need a bigger plate for that. So I've got the chickpea sauce ready because obviously if I make it now it would be too like it would take me a long time. So
Yes.
that's the chickpeas with onions, fresh tomatoes, ginger, garlic, and chaat masala.
Right. It's wonderful that we put a lot of chili and ginger and things that are very good for you actually. Yes.
So on there I'll put the samosas into. I'll just chop some samosas and put it into like 4.
Ah, right. So you just, it's a nice little presentation there. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I'll put all the stuff that I put on the other starters, samosa chaat.
Yes.
So that will be yogurt again.
Mm-hmm.
Tina, I can almost feel that Kamlesh's mouth is drooling with gastronomical
It
juice.
won't be long before he's had it. You wait.
Yes. Kamlesh is a very lucky man to have you as his wife. He must find it very difficult to go on diets, right? If you make
He doesn't believe in diet. He doesn't believe in diet.
I like the gentleman. I think that's good. Yeah, just do extra exercise and that's good.
Yeah. So I put yogurt on
yourself.
the top. I put yogurt and then I put green chutney on the top as well.
Yes.
Again, I'll put
A very good taste. The taste that you get is all from the chilies and from all the wonderful sauce.
Yeah. It's
I love the presentation, honey. I mean, this almost gastronomically so appealing, isn't it? The way
It is, Neil. Look at this. When you look at it, you can tell that you just want to go and eat that.
I think I get that from Seema.
Yeah,
Yes.
Seema earlier, she did so much, so nice with that designer lettuce in a flower shape.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that one. I did. So I'll have to check that out again.
She might show it to us. It might be ready for them. They might be able to show it to us.
Yes. Seema always comes out with the wonderful dishes, right? And all continental as well, all different types from around the world, which is great.
What are you sprinkling now? What was that?
I put the yogurt chutney, the green chutney, the imli chutney, and the green the red
garlic chutney on the top as well.
Wow.
Now I'm going to put the save on the top as well.
So,
We know the save.
oh,
Can we
yes.
put soda on it?
Oh yes, I love everything Bombay mix type of things.
Yeah, that's it, Bombay mix thing. Yeah,
Anything like sev and churro and everything. I love.
So
And
for all our non-Indian guests, you can put any snack that is nice and savory that you can sprinkle on samosa chaps.
Yes, absolutely. And whilst Tina, you're doing that, I just wanted to ask, how did you make that chili, the ginger sauce? You did the tomato and ginger?
Garlic one.
Okay.
Garlic and dried red chilies. You roast it with cumin in it as well. You roast it and then you make it into just put it in the blender. I put a little bit, tiny bit of half a tomato in it, lemon juice, black pepper, and brown sugar.
Right. So similar ingredients as all the other sauces. The only difference being, like you said, yes. So you're putting garlic this time round, and so you use and the red chilies. You're saying just you roast the red
red chilies. Yeah, dried red chilies.
Right. Oh, that sounds really hot stuff, right?
It is quite spicy.
And Tina, once again, can you pull the plate into the camera, please? If you pull it in and up. Push it in further in and up. Yes.
Oh gosh, that's really, really yummy. Oh gosh.
So, honey, let us remind everybody that all these programs are recorded on our YouTube, Periscope, website, and Facebook, and they can go and visit once again and see how they can make it themselves.
Yes, absolutely. You mustn't miss this out, because we have, of course, repeats on YouTube. You can go and check those out, and you will be able to see this anytime you like. So before you have your Christmas party and you're thinking, oh, I missed this bit or I missed that bit, you can watch this the whole program again and rewind forward, see Tina teach you this fantastic dish, and then try it out for your Christmas. I'm sure your family and friends will love you for it. They'll definitely dribbling as well, when they watch you when they see this on the table. As soon as you're serving them, it's like, yummy. So we
honey, to complete the meal for this festive season,
yes,
our two wonderful Christmas ladies, Seema and Asmita, are now ready to tempt us with maybe, I think it is tiramisu.
Ooh, go for it, Seema. Hello. I'm going to let you take over, Seema. Go and show us what we're going to do. Go for it.
It's so lovely to be back. Tina's samosa chaat, I mean, she's an incredible cook. The samosa chaat is amazing. With and without the chickpeas, absolutely amazing. I could have dived out of this screen and gone and eaten it. And I'm actually quite lucky because I live quite near her, so I'm going to have her make that for me very, very soon.
Very nice. Lovely presentation.
Lovely presentation. Delicious. By the way, I've had her samosas and they're really delicious.
Oh.
They're very, very yummy. So, honey, we're back and we're culminating our series of festive hour series before we jump on to the next exciting series of cooking of our festive Christmas fare with Asmita's spicy tiramisu. So tell us more about the tiramisu.
So I thought I'd add a bit of festive kind of spiciness to our Asian theme with tiramisu. And we're all very busy, and I think we've gone through the vegan kind of recipes today. So I thought I'd finish off with a bit of the naughty. It's vegetarian, not so much vegan. But adding to the Christmas and the festivities, we're all busy, and those who work may not get time to kind of put a dessert together with the time that limitation, working, whatever. So this is a quick dessert, which you can actually put together in half an hour, 40 minutes. So if you have guests and you want to snap up a dessert, then it's a great opportunity. But what I've done is I've added a little spice to it. So I've added chocolate to it with chilies.
Which is so perfect, because chili and chocolate, like a mooli sauce, the Mexican mooli sauce, blends in so beautifully, and it gives the chocolate that kick.
Absolutely.
So
So ladies, let's get cracking. We've got 10 minutes. If you could show us your tiramisu and tempt us.
we're
ready to roll. So what I've started off is I've already mixed. So I've made the tiramisu with mascarpone cheese. I've added some cream to it. What I'm going to do is add some chocolate to it. And in this chocolate, I've put a bit of spices in. So in the spices, I've included, there's nutmeg and cinnamon. And you can put chilies in. What I've done is I've made the coffee, but within the coffee, what I've done is I've chopped up red chilies and I put them in there. And then I drained the chilies out. So when you bite, it's not so sharp, but the flavor is in the coffee.
So it's chili-infused coffee.
Chili-infused coffee with cinnamon and nutmeg in the coffee. So you've got that spice in there. What I'm going to do is quickly add this to and whisk it up. So just give me a couple of seconds while I just mix this up. And that gives a bit of flavour to the mascarpone itself. I've already got some going. So what I've got here, and then what I've done in the meantime is you make your sponge cake, whether it's whatever type of sponge cake you want, chocolate cake, vanilla cake. So I made a small cake. You can actually make a big cake and a Victoria sponge, or the Swiss roll flat, and then cut it into pieces.
Right.
Or you can actually make cupcakes and make thin cupcakes so that you could just have a base of it. Or you can actually make a large one and put it in a big tray. What I've done is I've actually cut them up and I've got small pieces. And what I've done to the sauce is my chili coffee sauce over the top.
Oh, lovely. So
what it soaks into it, and you've got the chili flavour, coffee flavour, and the chocolate flavour in it. And the nutmeg and the cinnamon. So then you can also add, normally tiramisu has alcohol in. So you can add your own, but today I'm not going to. It's going to be alcohol-free.
So they're not going to be naughty and nice.
No, we've had that to start off with. So now we're going to go for just a nice one. So now what I'm going to do is I've got a dish. You can either make them in small individual dishes, or you can make it in a big one. I've selected this one. It's Christmassy, it's the colour, it's the theme. So I'm going to start. Now what I've done is I've made the mix. I'm going to just pour the mix into here.
That looks lovely.
So what I've done, what you can see is you can see the chocolate and the spice mixed into it. Can you see?
Let's put it in the center. Is that better?
Can you see it?
Yes, we can see it.
Right. So then take our bowl, and I've made the consistency slightly soft, only because when it sets, it does get thicker. So when you actually use a mix of mascarpone cheese and cream, then what I find is making it a little soft makes it easier.
So Hasmita, which cheese were you using?
So I've used mascarpone cheese.
And that is readily available everywhere, is it?
It's readily available. Yes, you can use alternatives. You can use creme fraiche. You can use alternatives, vegan cheese, alternatives to a cream cheese, whatever you want to.
Even soya cream.
Yes, soya cream, plant-based creams, whatever creams you want to. So you can actually be, again, adventurous with your creams that you want to use. So I've put that there. And what I'm going to do is I'm also going to, so I've made also a mix of chili chocolate, melted chocolate.
You melted that chocolate with chili in it.
Chili in it again. And what I'm going to do is just a very thin layer here, because you don't want to do too much. And that just makes that cake slightly chocolatey and spicy a little bit.
Gives it a bit of a kick and the flavours flow through, right?
Yes, they do. And then when I put this on top, so then I will then cover.
Oh, that looks very lovely.
The tiramisu with the rest of the
And it's rich.
It is. It's rich, but it's also actually it's rich. But because I've made it light and kind of a bit on the soft side, it's not so heavy.
It's still very Christmassy.
It's very Christmassy and it's very naughty because it's more chocolate on the top and a little
So
bit
it is naughty and nice.
cinnamon on top. And what you can do is you can actually also, I cut these are just sponge fingers. You can get them in shops. These are truffle sponges. So again, if you're busy and you don't have time, you can actually just buy these.
They work well.
And they work well, texture, and also they're very light. So again, not too heavy. And what you can do is just babe and just really sit it in there.
Oh, lovely.
So they're like that.
That's amazing.
So then we then finish it off with some mint.
The holly.
The holly is there. There you go. And a bit of colour there.
Oh.
And if you want to be naughty, you can actually put the chilies on top there. There you go.
Amazing.
Now, how quick was that?
Amazing.
That was beautiful. If you could bring it near the camera, if you push it in, no, push it in, other way around, other way, other direction. Bring it towards in the center of the board. Bring it toward the center of the board. The center, kindly, the center. Bring it, yes, that's it. And if you slightly push it up. Okay.
Is that right? Is that?
Yeah, try to put it at the other camera.
Lean it towards your right side, and we're on another camera at the moment. Yeah, that's
perfect. Perfect. That's the right camera you're funding. Look at that.
Oh,
honey, what do you think?
This is a proper Christmas. Oh my God, I can't wait. I'm going to celebrate Christmas in style this year.
And I think she did it in exactly 8 minutes.
Wow. Well done, Hina. Yasmita, well done. And of course, Seema, both of you, what a proper duet you have there. It's a really delicious looking tiramisu. So when you do these kinds of desserts, by the way, which ones are your favorites, do you think, that you would suggest?
So tiramisu is a favorite of mine, I must admit.
Yes.
I also like I like Black Forest gateaus, but you know they're easy, quick to make, and yeah, I think that's quite. And I think everybody likes desserts like that, and then.
They're always. I mean, it's very Christmassy as well, isn't it? It's very festive-y, and
they're not healthy. That's what I like.
Yes, and I love the way you designed it as well, you know, because with the decor that you've used with it. So I think that also to end the whole process, it's also the presentation part will give it that really tasty look. Both of you have done an amazing job. I have to say, you two look like you're having so much fun with your outfits on, and you know, with the hats on, and I feel left out.
It's been a fun day.
It's been a very fun day, and it's been a fun few days
actually
for you and I.
Preparing. Seema's come down to London from Oxford, so it's been a great.
It's been a great time.
Oh yes, we just on the screen, by the way, we're just having the wonderful chart, you know, samosa chart that was just made just now. Oh yes, this is yummy, Tina. Congratulations for such a delicious food. And now we're going to very shortly see your lovely dessert as well. But I have to say, you two have been having so much fun, Seema and Hasmita. Next time, maybe we're going to have to do a trio cooking.
Absolutely. But honey, just to be sure, you can actually make this into a healthy option as well. So you can substitute all these ingredients with a healthy option.
And a vegan option.
Vegan option also.
Vegan. Oh, okay. Yes. Like Hina was mentioning. So what would you do? So you're saying that the cream on the top, you would use what kind of cream would you use?
I use soy cream because it tastes quite nice. If you like coconut cream, you can go with coconut cream. If I was using coconut cream, I would infuse the cake. I would go with the sugar, the syrup, tin of pineapple.
Pineapple, yes.
That would go beautifully.
Is that pineapple? Is that a syrup? Is that a pineapple syrup you're saying?
Yes, you have the pineapple rings, right? The canned ones. The syrup is beautiful when you infuse. Also for trifles, when you infuse the cake with the syrup. If you don't want to use a canned version of syrup, then I would say for a healthier version, make your own jaggery syrup or use date syrup.
Right. That's a really good one. Jaggery syrup. So that's with yes. Oh, look at you. Can you see yourself? You two are having so much fun. I love it. Look at you. So thank you for sharing these lovely recipes for the festive season.
Honey, before we let them go,
yes.
Seema, can you show onto the camera the dish you prepared earlier so we can have a look at that?
Yes, and Hasmita, what was that you were showing at the end? What were you?
I don't use sugar. I use the raw cane sugar with ginger.
Okay, so it's a sugar with ginger. Okay.
So I also put that in. Again, that's an alternative.
Right. Oh, that lettuce. Oh gosh, look at those lettuce things as well. Oh my God, that looks gorgeous. What a fantastic presentation.
Bring it near the camera. If you bring it in the right camera, please. The other way,
the
other way. Yes.
Yes.
Bring it near the camera slightly.
More.
That's it. Wow.
Yes.
Look at that. Look at that, honey. This is what you missed out. Can you see the pomegranate seeds there as well? And what you missed out, honey.
Yes.
Seema actually squeezed half the orange on it so that it softs in. And Seema, can you explain what was the reason why you did that?
So basically, this is a Thai lettuce wrap. It's with the tofu. It's a tofu lettuce wrap, and we thought we're bringing a little bit of Christmas with it, with pomegranates. Now, Christmas isn't Christmas without the flavors of Christmas, and one of the very, very potent flavors that synergizes with this dish, although it's lemony and limey, is oranges. So I just went ahead and squeezed over an orange.
And Seema, when you did that, our expert in Luxembourg, Kiran, was impressed with it. And she actually mentioned what was the beautiful part of the fusion you did. Kiran, what was the point that you noted?
Oh, just bringing all the worlds together, to be able to do this and bring, Christmas is normally, it's Western, right? So you've got the red and the green, but then you've infused it with the Thai flavors, the citrusy flavors, which are uncommon during Christmas. But it all, comes together and it's beautiful, it's colorful. I loved her floating market concept. It was literally bringing the whole basket, like when they approach you, on the boats, like, do you want this? Do you want that? And it's gorgeous. That's exactly the vision that I have.
Because of the sturdiness of the leaf, and the less space on it, it doesn't buckle up. So Seema, what a wonderful canopy. It is almost like a canopy dish. What a wonderful sequence that you created. And Hasmita, I love the tiramisu just in 9 minutes flat. Come on, you are one of the fastest chef over here. Can you please show it again to the camera? I'm going to remove all the screen. Just hold on one moment. If we remove and just only you take over the screen, one moment. And that's it, the screen is yours, and other way around, other way.
And this way,
direction.
this side,
Yes.
this camera, yeah, that's it. Oh, this is just so lovely. Well done. Congratulations, Speedy Gonzalez. Well, have a really, really wonderful festive season. I'm sure we're going to be speaking to you a little bit more later on, right, for our panel discussions, Seema. And and keep up the good work as you've always done. I'm sure all our audience members out there are so excited to rush into the kitchens to try out these new recipes. But of course, now we're going to be moving on to our next guest, who I think is absolutely gorgeous, as she is also a very, very talented cook and chef. And I'd like to say a big global namaste to Kiran Robinson. Hello.
Honey, namaste, everyone. So grateful for you guys inviting me for your show. It's amazing. I'm so happy to be here. I think I've just been beaming away all the whatever few hours I've been here,
Well, we can see this big smile of yours, but let me give a little introduction to our audience members about who our dear Kiran Robinson is. Now, Kiran is all the way from Luxembourg. Yes, as we say, we always have our international guests that join us here. So she's all the way from Luxembourg. But she was born in India with a career span of 30 years in the hospitality field, over 3 continents, and she started her journey in Hong Kong. A chef, a stylish catering business, developed her food brand called Taza for specialty shops, tailoring to the needs of the then significant expat community. Her food futurist hat found her consulting to a primary food establishment for nouvelle cuisine, concept designing, wedding planning, and all sorts of work that she's been doing, including food, being a food stylist. She's also a restaurant consultant, and these were all part of her work that she would do. Kiran was offered the role of managing the executive dining room in one of the top hospitals in the Bay Area, and quickly moved up to to manage the catering department, which is, of course, really, really amazing. She's been doing great work within this field. And she's been serving over 10,000 employees over a 17-year period. Now, as head of hospitality and food services operations, she was instrumental in the planning of the opening of the new state-of-the-art 600-bed hospital in Palo Alto. So Kiran is focused on community building as she works with chefs and women as small business owners. Her mission is to impart her experience in hospitality through writing, speaking, and advising. Currently based in Luxembourg for the past year plus, she wrote her first book called Seva, which means, of course, serving, and Seva, which is fantastic, The Art of Hospital, which was launched last month. So let us find out a little bit more about this really amazing, multi-talented lady here. Hello again, Kiranji. So we're going to get a chance to find out all about you. Well, first of all, you've been through such a wonderful journey in the field of hospitality. Where did this whole thing start? What has, can you tell us a little bit about this journey of yours?
Sure. And if you don't mind me periodically referring to my notes, because it's important. I think my message should be relayed. And since it's my first time here, I may get a little confused.
Oh, no problems at all. Please go ahead. We're like a family here. So feel comfortable and just share your knowledge with the world, because I'm sure that all the people who are watching right now will feel very inspired to hear all your wonderful story and about your background as well, about the things that you've been doing.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's been certainly an interesting journey. And actually, it all started in Hong Kong and then kind of switched gears when I moved to California. So I came from a large family. I say came because my parents are not here anymore. And we were all passionate about food. Just thinking back and understanding that if I have sufficient knowledge about food, it came from my mom, my grandmother, my aunts, everybody. If I am so familiar and knowledgeable in this arena, I can certainly do something with it. And that is exactly what I did. I was encouraged to follow on the road of providing my knowledge of food via catering. I mean, friends and family had seen my work, and they said, you can certainly do this. And I was like, okay, let me just venture out. But it immediately took off, and the fun began as I adorned many, many hats in different areas of my accomplishments. The actual culprit, believe it or not, that got me going was an article in the South China Morning Post back in Hong Kong. They used to have a Sunday morning article, just about community and, people and who's doing what. And it was about a banker, and an American lady she was a banker, and she was reflecting upon her work and her passions. And she was at that pivotal point in her life where she was like, I'm so passionate about food and I'm just like overwhelmed with work. Why don't I start doing something? So she started catering private events in people's homes. So she did that, and she was familiar with one type of cuisine, which was California cuisine. That's it. So I was like, how interesting. Let me just give her a call. I love people. I love their stories. I love connections. So I just picked up the phone and called her random. And
so your background was hospitality, but you just wanted to speak to somebody. Is that right? And just find out more about the person?
Exactly. I mean, I love people. I love the connections. So I said, okay, let me see what her story is about. I mean, it's pretty brave of her to have a career and then venture out into the food world, you know.
Yeah.
So I gave her a call, and she was so welcoming, and she told me her story, and she asked me a little bit about me, and I was working in chambers at that time, barristers' chambers, and I was doing a lot of their boat events and receptions and things like that. And she said,
you mentioned barrister chambers. What were you doing in the barrister chambers?
I was front of the house manager, receptionist, whatever.
Right. So
whilst I was deciding on
Yes.
what my next step is going to be, how I'm going to start my food journey.
Right.
And it was perfect because it was another sign that you're good with food. You're trying to be here, but you're good with food. And they kind of like, you know, stamped it, you know, they validated it. Yes, do our events. So that was another sign that this is where I need to be. So anyway, I'm speaking to this lady, Kathy, this American lady, and right away we met for coffee at the Mandarin. And she said, you know so much about Asian cuisine, you know, Italian cuisine, global, and I just know this one kind. Why don't we do something together? I said, sure. So she hooked me up, and I catered an event for one of her executives in the bank, and that's it. It was just word of mouth. And
wow, this is so in a way that phone call that you made to meet this wonderful lady, I mean, that proved to be really, really fruitful for you and very good, successful move.
Absolutely. You know, when you're tuned in, you know, when you're focused, you're tuned in, and you're listening to people, and you're giving of yourself, and you're being authentic, you know, and you attract the right kind of people, you know, and you listen and you hear and you just experiment.
That's really great. So I mean, you must have been vibrating in that wonderful, you know, that frequency, as we say. So suddenly it become like a little magnet, and anything that you were focusing on was starting to manifest, right?
Absolutely. And then it just took off. And then there would be another contact that would say, okay, well, why don't you help us with this project in a restaurant, or why don't you consult to a menu that we're proposing, or this or that. And that's where all the hats came in one by one. And then there was
so I was going to ask you about that you know, you talked about these different hats, and I was wondering what it meant by that. So what do you mean by these hats? Do you mean that you know, there are many different areas that you deal with within your hospitality career?
Exactly. That's exactly what I did. So
if you talked about 5 main areas that you were looking after within this area, which would be the ones that you would be sharing? What do you mean by, if you were saying 5 main areas that you would look after?
So catering, definitely, that was huge, and that was a lucrative business, you know, and being able, you know, having the knowledge to do different types of cuisine, you know, and the ability to influence your clients, you know, that we can do this, you know, asking the right questions, you know, getting their point of view, who are they inviting, what is it about, you know, winning their trust, and then creating the perfect event for them that they might not even have thought of, you know. So that was the mainstream idea. And then I noticed, you know, that there was a void of certain foods and availability, and no one was really doing this, you know, and that's where the niche market came into play. And that's when I realized, okay, I'm consulting to restaurants, I'm introducing new food concepts, but they are unable to put these foods together. So why don't I start manufacturing that? So I did my own bread, you know, taza naans.
So this is your whole your own product range that you're distributing.
Exactly.
Yes.
I called it taza, and taza means fresh.
Yes, that's what a lovely name. I love that name.
It was
fantastic.
Brilliant. You know, at that time, you know, we packaged it and we did everything right. And the timing was good because they opened a new Japanese market, a huge establishment in Pacific Place, and they were looking for something new. So I walked in at the right time, you know, and then I ended up not just, you know, putting my Taza brand out there, but consulting for their Spanish food promotion. They were new.
Right.
They wanted to do something different. And
Yes.
ceviche had not been a consideration at that time. So I took off on the whole ceviche tangent. I used to have nightmares.
What is ceviche? What is ceviche?
Ceviche is seafood that's not cooked, it's raw, but it's marinated in lime juice or lemon juice. And it's the acidity that essentially cooks the seafood, making it safe to eat.
Right. Okay. So there's a particular way
like
of
oysters, you can eat raw, have a little twist of lime or lemon or vinaigrette or whatever. So you can do the same with fish, with scallops, with shrimp. That's a ceviche.
Right. Okay.
So that was a new idea,
Great. Yeah. So from what I can understand is whenever you were consulting, you were ensuring that you were guiding people so they can become a bit more adventurous with the way, think outside the box a little bit, and maybe explore some areas that they would have never explored, and of course in a positive way.
Yes, and Hong Kong is the best place because people are, they're vibrant and they want to come out and play and experiment new things and listen to the new sounds of cuisine and whatnot and what's going out there, So
yes,
it's a perfect playground for new flavors, and
I can see that you've got this whole product ranges, but there must have been, as you were going through this journey, many, many challenges. And, everybody has to go, the people who are always, everyone who's gone through success has always had to go through ups and downs in life and various challenges. But what would you say the most difficult challenge for you, especially being a woman working with this hospitality field? What would you say?
Yes, definitely. So, I mean, in Hong Kong, there wasn't a problem. It was, I was an entrepreneur. It was my own business. I worked as a private female chef, so that there was no cause to worry. But I remember the first event that I was called to do at the convention center, and all of this is in my book, Seva, the Art of Hospitality.
Right. Yes, is that the book that we talked about, right? Oh, yes. You must tell us a little bit about that book. Yes, later on.
All these exciting stories are in the book, And I was called to consult and deliver a different concept there. And I wanted to bring in Lebanese, Arabian food here. So I said, this is a perfect venue. It's huge and we can build a tent and we can have belly dancers and music and instruments and decor. But of course, the food is very important. Now, here I am. Okay, I've been to hotels and all that, worked with predominantly male chefs. But this was a different animal. This is a huge place, okay? They have an army of people in there. All men.
Oh gosh.
All men. And they're all Chinese. And remember, in Hong Kong at that time, there were no female chefs. Absolutely.
Oh, I have no idea that. No, that's something new I've learned. So you mean
this was the early 90s? Was the early 90s,
yeah, which is not too far back, but you mean to say, God,
far enough.
Sounds like the 1900s. Yeah, but yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
far enough. And there was nothing. And I'm going into this kitchen and I'm like, are they going to accept me? Are they going to dive into my recipes? I mean, here's foreign food and a foreign woman, she's not Chinese, she's Indian, and her recipes are foreign. And are they going to listen to me? Are they, what's it going to be like?
Yes.
It was amazing. They were incredible. Obviously, they had a great leader and awesome mentorship here because they did quietly and respectfully accept me, appreciate me.
Yes. Well, I mean, when you work, your work speaks for itself. When your knowledge, your skills themselves, it'll speak for itself. It's not something that you have to jump up and down saying, listen to me. But they will see, I'm sure, and appreciate when somebody's knowledgeable in their field.
You are right on the mark, because this is what I wrote this morning. it came to, what did I write? I wrote, I was aware that it is always the fear of the unknown that causes one to be on their guard. And these teams did not know me. But when your approach, like you said, when your approach is non-threatening, showing you want to share your knowledge with great respect, inclusivity, that you are a team and that you cannot do this without them, without their help, without their hands. The guard comes down automatically when you're authentic and inclusive. It is then that you are welcomed and embraced. There is great value in solidarity. And it's
Absolutely.
funny,
What wise words. What amazingly wise
right?
words.
It's funny that I said this because I was just interviewed by a local paper here in Luxembourg.
Oh, lovely. Yes.
And the word, this was last week, and the word that they use, they talk about me, I've translated it. The one word that stuck out again here was solidarity. Isn't that amazing?
That's fantastic.
It's
Very nice.
unity.
How do you read that title? Would you be able to read that title for us in the language?
Yeah, I should have brought the translation.
No, translate. Just read it. I'd love to hear the language, how you would say it.
It's in French. La solidarité peut être une grande source de bonheur.
Oh my God, you sound so amazing. I love the sound of that. It sounds so sexy. I always say that French, it kind of sounds so beautiful. Yeah. There must have been some amazing highlights, just like you're sharing just now. I'm sure along the way you must have done loads and loads of media interviews, and especially with the book that you're launching very short, or you've just done. What kind of and you've also been in the hospitality industry for 17 years or more, actually.
Right.
So, yeah. So
I mean, going into that, yeah. So going into that, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'd like
yes.
So going into that, so Hong Kong was all well and good, we established something, and it was time to move to California. And this was right after the handover in 1997. So 98, we decided, okay, we'll move. And it's time for the girls to go to school, university. And I wanted to be close to them. We're a close, tight family, love them fiercely. It's like, okay, I'm going to school with you guys now. So we started a whole new life in California. And I'm like, okay, I'll help with my church. I'll do some catering, for new friends and things, and we'll see how it goes. And the girls were off in school, and the call came, and I got a position at one of the top hospitals there. And I thought, okay, this is going to be challenging. It's going to be interesting, especially in my role.
I like the way you said that. It's challenging but interesting.
It will be interesting. For me, I mean, if you do read my book, I mean, I carry on. I just pick myself up and I go, I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Every time, there's a bump in the road, I'll go, I can do
can-do approach, which is a very, very powerful approach to, a good attitude to have, because you will be able to fly that way, because rather than stay in the little box, you'll be able to, let me try this, let me try that. Why not?
Absolutely.
Yes.
My only barrier, there was actually no glass ceiling barrier at all in the organization, in the institution, in the hospital. I mean, my concerns were, I don't have a formal education. I don't have the post-nominal letters after my name, a degree or a decoration. And here I am in this big institution, and is that going to be a hindrance? So that was my challenge. It wasn't the challenge coming from the world to me, but my own head, my own mind playing games with me. Of course, I had a lot of informal training in the workplace, but no, there was really no barrier.
Right. So we've got about 10 minutes here. So I just wondered, it would be really nice to find out a little bit about your highlights. Was there 2 or 3 highlights that you really, really remember that stand out in your mind? That these are, through my career, these are 2 or 3 highlights that I'll always I don't know, remember, very memorable for you, or that had an impact in your life in some shape or form?
Yes, definitely. So in the hospital, as soon as I get there, I'm like, oh, hospital food. I mean, this is me, right? I'm in a foodie, right? So everybody knows hospital food's reputation just, of course, precedes them. So I was like, I think my vision and my mission is to change hospital food.
Yes,
and that's
is
all
that what you did? Oh gosh, so that was probably one of your...
Like, I can do this. I can do this.
Yeah.
And I did. And my approach was, practicing transparency, team building, coming alongside, working together, building trust, even with the leaders. And I think I did it. And there was enough trust where they were like, okay, go for it. So I did. I built relationships with local farmers and producers, especially within the 100-mile radius, and practice farm to fork service. There were so many different programs that I participated in: the wellness program, the sustainable diet to help improve productivity levels, different concepts about authentic experiences in the cafeteria dining. We went from a variety of food trends, from protein shakes to street food and walk stations, just different dynamics. And it was like a dream come true. There was this magic to be able to touch and do that. But of course, you need hundreds of people behind you to do something like that. And then finally being able to help with the opening of a new hospital, a huge 600-bed new hospital, and getting the word out there and being with such amazing people that you learn so much from.
Absolutely. People, you mentioned about lots of, you love people. So of course, that's the best place that you can start having experiences, learn about people, learn about like everything from mind, body, soul, all three areas. By working, how to work, how to bring out the best in people. There must be so much that goes on in the journey.
Very rewarding, because as managers, we were asked to go and visit patients. So we had to do our rounds, so to speak. So we went around just making sure, are they being properly fed? Are we hearing them? Do they have special needs? Of course, we would have to check with the physicians about their diets and things like that, but trying to be as accommodating as possible. But that, that face-to-face chance to meet with them and talk to them and just let them know that we're here for you.
That's really amazing. Yes. And we are today, we are kind of celebrating the festive seasons, like festive recipes and festive things. Anything that you feel, is there anything that you could suggest at the moment, which would be a really great, most of us are vegetarians here. So if you have anybody, is there any vegetarian festive Christmas dishes that you could suggest or any international dishes that you could share with our audiences that people could try out?
The ladies today have been amazing. They just blew me away. Their participation, their recipes, and it's been amazing. I mean, there's so much you can do. I don't know, for Christmas, vegetarian, the first things I consider, other than flavors, are the colors. For me, the colors are very important. It's inviting. It's good to have colors. So for Christmas, I would want something white and red and green, And
white, red, and green. I like that. Yes, all white, red, and green dishes. Yes.
Yeah, something like that. So, like Seema did that coconut curry. There's a little bit of coconut. There's your white. It doesn't have to be heavy and creamy and cheesy. But you know what? It is raclette season. That is vegetarian, not vegan though.
Yes.
Just get a little, tabletop tray, heating element, put a lovely slice of raclette under it. You can get flavored raclettes with, truffles or herbs or things, or you could just get something very plain and then spread it over new potatoes. And your accompaniment or accoutrement for that could be cornichon or pickled onions. And there you go.
Oh, wow, what a wonderful, different type of a dish there. Very interesting dish there. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, that sounds amazing. Thank you for that. I think we've got Seema and a wonderful Hasmita here as well. Those two little party animals, let's get them in here. They're going to be too busy enjoying themselves, so we're going to get them here. Hey, Seema. Hi, Hasmita. Hello, how are we doing? I'm sure you were listening to this wonderful, shares and information that dear Kiran has been sharing. Is there any questions from your side that you would like to ask? I mean, there was one final question I did want to ask about the Seva, the Art of Hospitality book. A little bit about, but Seema, Hasmita, any questions from your side?
No questions, but I know that Kiran's family it's a huge extended family. And I think all the sisters are amazing cooks.
Right.
And they turn out all these wonderful recipes. And Kiranji has a wealth of experience in the hospitality industry. Her journey is very inspiring. And I do have a copy of Seva, the Heart of Hospitality.
Right. So tell me, you do a little review for us.
I haven't read it yet, but I just connected with Kiranji very recently, actually, only to find out that I have probably bumped into her sister in Hong Kong, and I know some members of her family as well. So the world is very
right.
So,
So
honey,
Seema is introduced through you. Yes, our dear Kiran.
I am waiting to gobble up that book.
So honey, thanks
Hi,
to
Neil.
Seema. Thanks to Seema, because since she was producing this kitchen show, she's part of the kitchen show production. She's the one who mentioned that let's bring in Kiran, and it will be very good because, as Kiran's title say, tale of many hats. She's involved in the hospitality in various facets, right from health and safety, health and hygiene, actual food production, hospitality, guiding, consulting, running events. So, she has done quite well, and she'll be quite regular with Healing Our Earth. And Kiran, while we've got you over here, and thank you, Asmita and Seema, for this. Kiran, since it is your book, we also want to say, so just before we sign off for the next couple of minutes, because we are going to travel to Ecuador, where we've got a wonderful couple waiting for us.
Yes, all the way to Ecuador from Luxembourg.
So Kiran, can you tell us about the book and where can people connect to you for the book?
Sure, absolutely. The book is actually available on Amazon. It's called Seva, the Art of Hospitality. And a little bit of my background here, my story. And Seva means the art of selfless service. So when you serve, even at home, you have friends over, whatever, it's not about you, it's about them. So you don't think about yourself when you serve. That is what the meaning of Seva is. And hospitality, you all know. Great news. Just yesterday, we finalized an agreement with Bookazine in Hong Kong. It's one of the major bookshops in Hong Kong. She's got thumbs up, Seema. So that the Hong Kong family and friends can also get the book. Not that they cannot on Amazon, and they already have done so. But you know what? What I did with my book, I said, okay, here's my people thing, right? So when I approached my friends and family in St. Martin, and I think I'm going to do that with Seema as well, I said, instead of all of you trying to order a book, why don't you do one order collectively with all of your friends, the whole community, just like I did in Luxembourg, do one order placement and send it out to everybody. And then you can all do a reading together. I can zoom in and do a reading, and we can work out the book signing later on. And they did it. So hooray to the St. Martin community. They sold 41 books at one seating, they ordered 41 books at one seating. That is community. It can be done when you put your mind to it.
And Kiran, that is just the beginning.
That's just the beginning. Thank
For
you.
those people who are watching us from a different part of the globe, and tomorrow when they watch the recording on YouTube, Facebook, Periscope, and the website, here is Kiran's profile on the program over here, where you can actually go and visit her, and her website is actually marked on there. So this is Kiran Robinson, and her website is over here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you bringing me on, and let's keep this conversation going. I would love to connect with your listeners and readers. Absolutely. Give us a call, KiranRobinson.com.
And Kiran, we wish you all a very best of the best from Seema, from Hasmita, from Hani, and all the healing team. Now stay on, because now we are going to fly over to the other part of the earth, where we are going to meet this lovely couple from Ecuador, Shri and Kyra. Now, we've got so much to talk about them. So rather than introducing their profile, Honey, I'm just going to go through their...
I've got their profile here, no problems. I've got a little bit of background up, but I'll introduce them nicely.
Honey, I will actually just quickly whisk through their website. Kiran, if you hang around about, and I'm going to bring them on a screen just for one moment. Sure. And they are over here. Let's see if we can visit the website. Yes. And here we go. First, let's show people this, and then we will chit chat with them, because it's going to be very exciting. So it's the Tosa Blue Mountain Sanctuary, mountain in Zinquar, Ecuador.
Neil, I have to jump in. You're at the wrong website. If you're doing this, please go to tosabluemountain.com. Forgive me, but this is .com. Sorry, sweetheart. If that's where we're going, let's do it right.
Okay,
there we are.
Let's go there later. We'll go there later. Yeah. First of all, hello Shri, hello Kyra, and I leave you with Honey and a welcome.
Hi, Honey.
Hello, Global Namaste to the gorgeous couple here, and it's so wonderful to welcome, to all the way from Ecuador to here. Thank you so much. I just need to do a really lovely little introduction, because people need to know this gorgeous couple, right? And such a lovely smile, as you can already see. We have with us, first of all, a wonderful couple. Let me start off with perhaps introducing to you a master, Lady Kira Ra, who is a well-known and highly respected intuitive. She has assisted thousands to discover their own mastery through the accuracy and pure stream of energy she emits. And she often is referred to the teacher of teachers. Her journey is definitely inspiring, and we're going to find out a lot more about her today. She's also a lifelong mystique. And Kira Ra was raised in an environment not ready to have an accomplished seer in the midst, as we would say. And as a child, she assumed everyone saw auras and received messages from those who had crossed over, that were seeking to connect with loved ones. But, she has this amazing ability that we're going to find out a little bit more about. She still has early memories of giggling in her crib, watching her stuffed animals float, and then seeing them quickly fall whenever anyone would enter the room. Wow, this is really, really amazing. But that's not it. She also has with her this amazing partner, who's, of course, the wonderful Shriji. Shri chose to listen inwardly and follow the irrational nudges of his heart and intuition. And Shri also applied his business skills part-time to maintain a paycheck, as we would say, while studying with the indigenous shamans and, of course, entering graduate school. In 2 intense years, Shri obtained his master's degree in psychology, whilst also pursuing extensive holistic health training. He opened a successful counseling practice in Seattle, which is in Washington, and soon he recognized that emotional problems were exaggerated by a desire to conform to conventional norms. So many clients' distress were actually related to their expanding authenticity, so people trying to become the true versions of themselves. So today, we're going to find out a lot more about this really, really amazing, unique, and very special couple. A global namaste to both of you, dear Shri and Kira.
Oh, namaste to you, honey, and to all that are tuning in. We thank you for that beautiful introduction. So happy to be here.
You know, honey, I want to just pop in and say, not only is your radiant beauty just always illuminating everything that is around us all, I wanted to give a quick shout out to our beloved in Luxembourg. Shri and I actually have very dear friends in Luxembourg, a very small country where we're actually very blessed to know quite a few people. So what a small world we are all healing. And what a blessing indeed.
Absolutely. First of all, I would say that's true. But Kira, I mean, the Luxembourg is not very, what would you say? You're actually connected to almost every country you can think of, right? With all the wonderful international global work that you're doing. And you're in such a beautiful place, Ecuador. Wow. What, you know, I think only blessed souls would have a chance to live in a place like that. What is it like, both of you? You know, Shri as well, both of you. You both do great work in Ecuador, don't you? Tell us a little bit about what you do.
Here in what we call ground zero. Well, we call this ground zero because we literally live at the equator. And right before we got on today, I grabbed one of the candles from my altar. And I just wanted to really bring that into this conversation because love is all we all need. And that as we are in this moment of our festive holiday season, and as we are coming close to the time of our beloved Ganesha-ji, I just wanted to bring this energy into our conversation before we go any further today, because this beautiful Ganesha-ji is very, very special because Shri and I, the last time we were blessed to be in Mother India, was in December 2019 when India was on fire in New Delhi. We were driving through barricades and we were moving through motorcades and tanks in the streets, and from our hotel we could see the arch on fire. And this Ganesha-ji was given to us by the staff of the Oberoi Hotel in New Delhi because we were literally holding satsangs with them every night. And they would all come into our room, and I have pictures I had with me because I am a Rudraksha master, you know, because Rudraksha and I are one. I had recently had from Nepal, we were on our way back from Bhutan, and we were spending time in Delhi, and I had all of this Rudraksha all over the bed. And when the maids came in, first of all, they were stunned that, what is this? How do I know about this? What is this? And so this beautiful little baby was gifted to us when we left, along with a few others. And I just thought, how can we not smile? How could we not, right?
You know, my God, you have such a wonderful adventures. Why, you know, that's something really amazing about people who are in the flow, as we say. Because you connect with the universe in a really, really major way, in a very different way, in a very deep level. And you find that all these things tend to happen, all these circumstances and situations tend to be designed to take you from one place to another place. It's actually some kind of design is taking place at that moment, you know, and you just go with this flow and experience what you've experienced. As you mentioned.
You know, speaking of that, I want to jump in and shout out to Sharon, because look at what you're sharing in the face of today, right? So Sharon, we love you so much, and we are so grateful that we have the blessing of being here with Honey so that you can be at home getting some rest I think you deserve.
Yes.
And so, right? And so as you were sharing that, Honey, my heart, the reason that I was doing this, and as Shri was experiencing as well, we are at the moment of conscious awakening at a level of awareness that has not happened before. This is why things like food are calling to us. This is why all of the Seva, of course, here at Tosa Blue Mountain, we don't talk about the new world, we're literally living it. We're literally every day saying, you know, enough talk, let's walk. Let's do it together, because together we are better, right?
Everything, yes, Kiran as well, mentioning the fact that working together is the best way, isn't it? And also Shriji, you as well. You've worked very closely with, you know, all the way through, supporting Kira as well, and also within yourself, all the kind of work you've done, the health background, the psychology background, counseling background that you've been involved in. Tell us a little bit about you. Would you be able to perhaps share a little bit about your work?
Sure, happy to. Thank you for asking. It's so important that each and every one of us lives the life we are meant to live.
Yes.
And my story, your story, other people's stories are invitations to live our own story. And this is the message I would like to share with everyone today, is that you have been given the gift of life. Now live your life to the fullest. Enjoy your life to the maximum. Joy is your birthright, and it happens most easily when we live the life we took birth to live. And that sometimes takes a few years to discover. For many of us are fortunate, we get on that track right away, and others of us are winding around gathering experiences. I was one of those. I gathered so many experiences, studied with many masters, and I don't need to share all of that right now. What I want to share is that living in Ecuador, at the equator of the earth, at the high mountain level, we are literally in the Himalayas of South America.
Kedarnath. Ask me about Kedarnath.
So we're right up, just about 3,000 meters in the Andes,
Yes,
and
yes.
while we're at the equator with tropical lush vegetation, we are also experiencing the high altitude gifts of fruits and trees and all that comes from it. Now, the thing I want to impart is that living in connection like this helps us discern what is healthy for our body, what is healthy for our spirit, because Gaia, the natural world, is radiating balance. It constantly saying, come home to balance, come home to harmony, and we need to listen.
Right? It's that.
Absolutely. That's really, really interesting. Both of you have such deep knowledge about all this side. You have very deep knowledge about consciousness, about humanity in itself, the development of the soul, as we say, as we develop as individuals, as the human beings. And you go from literally the deep levels of faith, as we say, the some kind of hope and faith that we have and trust in the universe that we have, right through the kind of foods you eat to make sure that whatever you put into your body is always very nice and healthy, etc. Plus, of course, you have fresh air because you're connecting to nature in a very different way, aren't you? We're also celebrating, today's our festive, it's about the festive kitchen season. And we're talking about food, and we're talking about, Christmas is coming. Is there anything both of you could share that we could include as part of our Christmas festivity, and kind of food perhaps we could think about, or what could we bring into our festivity to make
we have a few samples here from our beautiful side of the world to yours. I have a few beautiful little things I brought that are very native to this country, and as we go there, I want to regress one moment to something my beloved was just sharing with you, and that you were just affirming. Here at Tosa Blue Mountain, we're very, very blessed that we have these old eucalyptus forests, old pine forests. Our mission is reforestations. We work with collaborators from all over the world who donate resources to be able to sustain our reclamation of the Andes Mountains. And part of our consciousness journey has been that Sri and I were very blessed to live with the Highland Mayan in Guatemala for 7 years, then down in Uruguay, and now we've been here for 5 years in Ecuador as our permanent anchor, and living in the heart of the earth at the moment of perfect balance. Let us not forget, if we are to remember, and this is the first thing we're adding to your Christmas dinner, is that I would invite each one of us to remember that the first gift we want to bring today is not the love of the emotional body. No. Remember the Bhagavad Gita. This is the love that cannot be disturbed no matter what. This is the you that you are through all circumstances. And so in this moment, as we would bring our arms together into this festive season of illumination, a season of the remembrance of the light that we all are as one, may we together in the harmony and our divine loving presence ignite the sea of neutrality, so that we may remain here in this ocean of creation as the law of instantaneous manifestation, thereby honoring that all deserve to be because they were born. And that through that gift and the maintenance of neutrality, may balance be restored, so that each may have the harmony that their heart is here to experience. And so sweetness is where we wanted to begin. And I want you to just breathe that in the harmony of what was just shared. I first want you to just breathe this sweetness.
Okay.
Do you know what this is?
I don't know what it is, but I'm going to breathe it in from here.
Breathe. I'm wafting. We're wafting. So many angels. Yeah, it is. I know that you're feeling that because in the divine mirror of your luminosity, we are the one, right? And you're wearing that healing, beautiful energy all over you today, right? Look at you. You knew this was coming. We did not plan this. Honey and I did not have any prior conversation. Okay, so here we are. So this is pure stevia leaf. This is stevia leaf. The real thing, and it is native here in Ecuador. And this stevia leaf, just one of these for me would be too much for a cup of tea. I would throw it out. It would be too sweet for me. That's how beautiful these leaves are. And I want my husband to talk about, we're going to give you a quick recipe that if you can get these in your life, go wherever you think you can order them, get them. You want pure stevia leaf. We're going to teach you our secret.
Yes.
And you can substitute this for sugar and give yourself the gift of a vital, healthy, nourishing, sweet holiday season. So Shree's going to tell you how to make it.
This is one of nature's gifts.
Aren't they beautiful? Yummy, yummy.
Yep, very nice.
We can't hear you, honey.
So natural looking, so natural, because you can see that it's all, you're connecting to the earth. At the same time, you're also making sure, because sugar isn't very good for you. So by having something which is very natural, you're actually putting something good in your body rather than something bad. And at the same time, enjoying the sweetness that you want, because in desserts and teas and whatever you want to have it slightly, well, I enjoy my sugary tea. So please go ahead, Shree. What would you like to share about this? How do you...
Sure. What's important to share is that you can find dried stevia leaves normally in the tea section of the supermarket.
If they carry it.
If it's available, that's usually with the teas. Now, the thing that we do here is we take the dried leaf, we put it in a pot, a little small saucepan, add steaming hot water, and let it sit for hours.
And I put a little cover on it, but let it sit all day long. Just infuse.
So you're making a very strong tea.
Right?
Then when you're ready, and it'll wait for you overnight if you have other things to do. When you're ready, we give it a little stir and we strain out the leaves and then boil the remaining solution to reduce it. And what happens is you get to control the concentration of the sweetness as you boil away the liquid.
And the thickness of it. So we have some that we keep very, very thick for intense sweetening, and we mix it with vanilla extracts or other different extracts, and then you have this nice sweetened 100% natural experience. Or you can just reduce it a little bit, and it works fabulously in beverages. Put it in a dropper bottle.
A little dropper bottle. I like to put 5 drops in my tea, or if I'm having a cappuccino or something indulgent like that, I will enjoy it. But here's the thing. Once you start to use pure stevia, your body will go, this sweetness has no bad effects. You don't get a headache. We don't get hyper. We don't have indigestion. None of that. It's just a lovely dance on the tongue that makes things have that beautiful sweet composition. And it's natural and healthy and no glycemic problems. It's a beautiful
Across
gift.
the board, anyone can use it. And 0 chemicals.
And one more thing I want to share with everyone.
Right? One ingredient.
Yeah. This must be so good for children as well, because nowadays we find that a lot of them are hyperactive when they eat chocolates or sugars. For some reason, we're getting more and more of these children becoming hyperactive, and a lot of them is because of sugar. So they say, so this could be something that you could perhaps even start feeding little children with, because there's no side effects.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Here in Ecuador, it's very, very common, and we have ice cream sweetened with it here.
Yes.
So you can literally buy ice cream in the supermarket made with pure stevia. And so that, and not the stevia that's mixed with corn products. You have
That's
to
what I
really
was about to
right?
share,
And
yeah.
go ahead. That's why we're showing you the leaf and saying, make your own. Just make your own. It's so easy.
So many of the things, so many things we buy that are pre-prepared have chemical additives for the convenience of the manufacturing facility.
Exactly.
And stevia, when you buy the little packets, even though stevia is very good for you, they add a bunch of garbage chemicals, corn and other solvents that actually take away from the nutritional value and have a carcinogenic effect on the body. So read your label carefully or
Always.
make it yourself.
Now, you use the magic word chocolate. So here in Ecuador, I won't say I'm bragging, but our chocolate's pretty amazing.
It's wonderful.
I brought one of my favorite things. It's our guilt-free experience. Now, what this is this is cacao husk. So this is from, let me see if I can give you a better.
Oh, yes, I can see that. Yeah, yes.
There we go. Okay. So what this is from the cacao beans, which exist inside the big pods. And when people come here, we show everything. These are the husk after you start fermenting, roasting the beans. Well, these are filled with theobromines and tons of vitamins and minerals and make the best chocolate tea you have ever had in your life. And so we take these husks and we put them in our little tea maker, throw in a couple of stevia leaves, and there isn't a child on the planet that isn't going to think you've just given them the sweetest, yummiest chocolate beverage they have ever had. And all you're doing is pumping them full of vitality. So another little Ecuadorian secret we wanted to pass on.
You are actually
here. You have to come.
Unpack my suitcases, superstars. That's what I can say. Now, come back to, because of course Christmas time, coming back to these things, what you're mentioning is very powerful. Actually, people in the whole world, if they just knew, and I know we've got audiences from around the world who are connecting to us right now, watching this. This is such a powerful, full of wisdom, knowledge that you could take back with you that could help to boost your health, transform your health actually in the best way possible. Plus, look how natural this is. We drink tea every day, coffee, tea, whatever you feel like having in terms of beverages. This could be something you could use every single day. And the one thing that, of course, a wonderful couple has shared with us, both, of course, Shri and Kira, is the fact that, it's so good for you. Lots of vitamins, lots of real natural goodness. Is that right?
Yes.
So you can literally have this every single day. Make your
Absolutely.
All day. All day, every day.
All of your cakes, your cookies, everything.
There is, here at Tosa Blue Mountain, when people come to Tosa Blue Mountain, we are so blessed. We have the most amazing 5-star vegan chef. I mean, he is incredible. I mean, he rivals chefs that I have had cook for us in India. And I mean, he's that good. He's that good that I would hold him up to that in an Ecuadorian way. And he is so filled with love. I just want to keep coming back, guys. Secret ingredient, right? As long as, your kitchen is your heart, your kitchen is your home, your kitchen is love. And whether you're conscious of it or not, and it doesn't have to be the holidays, because isn't every day a holiday? Isn't every day a celebration, right? You don't save the good plates for the holiday. Use them every day. Pull out those fabulous teacups and make it a celebration. The gift is the love that's in it. And we all know it, right? Every mother has always shown us what's the first ingredient in the kitchen. It's love.
Absolutely. What do you know? You have spoken about the most powerful ingredient ever. We have spoken about so many different recipes, and we do this all throughout, of course, in all our different shows. But one thing which is very, very powerful, the most powerful of it all, is the love that you speak about. Because whatever food you make, whatever you give, whatever you serve, if you do it with love, you're also putting in the vibrations of love into this food. Even in the cooking, the consciousness that goes in through your love, that probably is the one that makes things sweeter. If you eat in a temple or you go and eat in a gurdwara or church somewhere, you always find the food tastes better, right?
Oh,
Always
ashram food all the time.
Always. That's right. And part of that is the intentionality.
Right? The sacred blessing.
One of the things the ashrams teach us
prasad.
is the intention of prayer, the intention of the blessing. And even without that intention, as long as you, the one preparing the food, take a moment to breathe and honor the gift that you're making. This is nourishment for your loved ones.
Well, and this brings us to soul nourishment. And Shri and I were very, very blessed many years ago to produce a cooking show on soul nourishment, where what we were experiencing, along with showing recipes and how to prepare food, it's about the consciousness of eating. And it's about looking at food, first of all, with the love, respect, appreciation, and joy that beautiful blessing, and we are pure veg, so that beautiful blessing has been growing in vitality, has been receiving sun, has been receiving energy, and is saying, I love you so much, let me be one with you, right? And so when we make our food selections, when we put something in our mouth, is it for our ego or is it for our soul? Are we eating it? Or is it just something we're putting in? How does our body feel? Are we upset afterwards? Do we suddenly have bubbles in our stomach? Is our body telling us, hey? Or are we illuminating through every bite that we take, thereby sustaining our highest frequency?
Yes.
And this is one of the first blessings people notice when they first become vegetarian. And we have many people that come here who experience vegetarianism for the first time and are blown away at how sustaining, vital, and wonderful you feel. But one of the first things people notice is their emotional body starts healing because they are no longer ingesting the energy of fear and death. And that's the gift of being vegetarian, is that the minute you see the difference, you may not want to walk through it, but you will be aware of it. And thereby your consciousness will start aligning to assist you to up level through it.
Oh my God, that's such wise words, and really great tip that if people are listening right now and watching this interview, you really take this on board, because this is really powerful information that's coming through. This is going into the core of everything. We're talking about all the elements of you as a being, not just your stomach, or not just feeding, or not just the senses where we see something that looks very pretty. We are looking, or very delicious. We're actually looking into all the different layers of who you are as a being, and how food nourishes every single layer of you as a person. Is that right?
Well, that's more than right. We honor the vessel by offering nourishment, light, and love to the vessel. Now, as a child, I often made unwise choices.
Right? Children do.
And there's these impulsive decisions, and sugar, and pretties, and delicious things.
And my friends are eating it.
And et cetera.
Right.
And there comes a time where we acknowledge that I am able.
There it is.
I'm able to respond to the needs of this vessel while also having joy in the nourishment, joy in the eating. It's not meant to be hard. It's just we suggest that the more consciousness we bring to any activity, the greater the radiation of love and authenticity we will enjoy. And so nourishment, and this is why we call it soul nourishment, when we eat for the soul, we're honoring that the soul has this beautiful vessel and is seeking to radiate more love through the vessel.
We call it it's the full embodiment of the yoga of self-ascension, whereby the ego has relaxed and knows that it can actually have more fun being in the body and having fun with the body, while the mastery presence illuminates. Thereby the law of instantaneous manifestation comes through all that you are, and you are free to assist others to do the same. This is what we were referring to earlier when we were discussing when we come into the sea of neutrality within ourself, when we have stopped judging ourselves, then we can lift. and hold this beautiful, tranquil state, as in the Bhagavad Gita, we become that living essence of that which we are, undisturbed by anything the illusion throws at us. And that's what happens when people come to Tosa Blue Mountain. We have the only Shiva temples that I know of in the entire South American experience. We have people come here and they finally experience Asia. They experience Mother India. They experience
that you're
unified
spreading.
presence.
The vibration
Exactly.
is spread through the work that you do as well. It's the love and the culture, the people that work with you, and it's everybody's attitude towards the way you're serving people. So all that has a particular vibration, and so I should congratulate for the wonderful work you're doing, and you continuously have done for so many years, both of you, and Akira as well. I know you've been very, very out there, a pioneer. You're a wonderful radio presenter yourself as well, and you have millions of followers out there, which I just thought I would share and add to for our audiences to be aware of, that you're a celebrity in your own right in the work that you do, which is amazing. You know, I just wanted to say,
and I cannot jump in, honey. I want to just say about our clinic because our free clinic, we help people relieve pain, right? So our mission is to bring these clinics around the world, and our indigenous clinic here, I just want to share that when we come together this holiday season, may we each remember that when we gaze in the eyes of any, we are gazing in the eyes of ourselves, and that we are at a choice where we can relieve pain for the all. So I just had to jump in and mention our clinic because I think some of our clinic volunteers are watching right now. So as you were offering Shri and I some hello, give it to our clinic staff and the amazing people we live with. Because Shri and I are just blessed to say yes to the divine. That's all we do, is we just say yes and put it out there. But these people that are working here at Tosa Blue Mountain, they're the heroes. These guys are out there doing it every day. So I just wanted to give
congratulate. I would congratulate both people who, great leaders as well to inspire others. And of course, the team members who work together in unity and really, really go out there to serve the community and to eliminate pain and things like that. You transform people's lives completely, because if you can help to eliminate someone's pain, which is actually causing a lot of challenges for them to enjoy their normal life experience, what a wonderful gift you're giving to people. So I think it's a real something, I should say, a very big congratulations to you for that. And I would
not save our lives.
Yes. It's important to recognize that this is a new time.
Right.
So often we read sacred texts, we receive inspiration, and then we seek to replicate that which has gone before, which has value. However, the time we're in is asking of us to have our guidance in real time, not to refer to what was before, because consciousness is at a threshold right now. Each day that we are on this planet is a new day.
It's a miracle.
It's a miracle that, from one point of view, people are dancing with polarities, but you used a magic word a little while ago, and it's called trust. When we can pause and take a breath, let's do that together.
Yeah.
Every time we pause and take a conscious breath, we create the space for trust, divine trust in our spiritual nature to inform us.
And let's breathe.
Yes, and I think what you also mentioned was very powerful. What you said was really important, actually, for us to for it to register. You talked about the fact that we're using this body as a vessel. And the spirit within us, the soul, as we would say, or spirit, some people say, the soul within us is the one which is the master. What we're doing at this moment in time is just using the body to do whatever the body wants to do. Whereas if you did what the soul wants to do, you will shine bright, you will spread vibrations, positive vibrations. And if you give it all the goodness it needs, it'll be able to use the body in the best way possible to live this life in the best way possible and love. And I have to say one thing, Kira, I have to say this because I will always regret not telling you this. I love you. And I love you're so, and yes, and look at this, and you're like a child.
I am, because why not? I've died twice. When you have died and you have crossed over, you realize, why are we all not having fun?
Every day is a party.
Right? So forgive me, 2 near-death experiences. I'm taking every minute as fabulously joyful as we can.
Again, very nice, because you appreciate life to its maximum, and the innocence is what most spiritual masters will talk about. Just be you, just be you, just have fun. Don't try to be prim and proper and try to do this and try to do that because you're expected to do so. Just be you, and love the energy. I love the energy. So we're coming back to this festive season at the moment. You talked about stevia leaves. You talked about, of course, making sure that we can feed ourselves with something really good when we use the beverages. Now, in Christmas time, everybody will have their lovely teas and coffees and things with their Christmas lunch. So that's something they can all try out. Is there anything else you could perhaps suggest that we could remember? And you talked about chocolates as well, by the way. You also mentioned about the chocolates. Any final tip that you could give us in terms of how to nourish our body in the best way possible, using consciousness, using spiritual laws, using food?
Using all the above. And so in the integration of all the elements, when we would bring a hand to our heart, one of the greatest gifts that we can offer this season is to meet especially our loved ones as we come back in contact with them, or however we come back in contact with them. Perhaps in this moment, to really embody the energy of simply love them all, to let go of an ego that would seek to be right, and to invite the energy of just being happy. So to bring the energy of the relaxation of righteousness with an invitation of joyousness, to me would be at the top of my buffet. To greet each other with sincerity, to greet each other with love, and to greet each other with presence, in the recognition that whether my celebration, whether my resources are offering me a grain of rice or the greatest buffet on the planet, I am whole and I am filled, because the bounty of the universe will pour through me regardless. And so to meet all in that energy would be the gift that I would want to offer in that buffet. And of course, I will turn it over to my beloved husband.
What wisdom. That's great. The one thing just before Sheree mentions that, I have to mention one thing which is really important. It's no point just serving people with the most beautiful foods and delicious, recipes and this and that, when there's no love and there's no care and there's no togetherness. So this actually is very true. What you're mentioning is put that on top of the list, because you could have less food and less things on but if you've got the love, the care and the sincerity that you share with your loved ones, that is more important. So thank you for that. That was really great, wise words, dear Kira. Very nice. And Sheree,
I want to extend on that a little bit, and then I'll add something. It's important to recognize that sometimes in our effort to please, through preparations and the dinner and how the table looks, sometimes in our effort to please, we get downstream from this place. We're off in a mental picture of how it ought to look, as opposed to the heart world of how it ought to feel. And therein is the gift, the holiday gift we can offer to all of us, and this is exactly what my beloved was sharing, is that when we restore our presence, and my secret is no secret, it's I use my breath, and I encourage you to conscious breath throughout every conversation, a conscious breath before presenting the plate. What this does is opens up presence, and presence is love. And with that, a simple, humble meal becomes a feast for the soul. And we then relax the judgment of, did it come out quite right? Does it look quite right? Oops, there was a little too much spice. It doesn't matter.
It's beautiful.
Oh, wise. Wise ones. I want to come and hang out with your tribe. I like it.
And then I want to add one more little thing, because especially our brothers and sisters in the United Kingdom and other places around the world, there's a lot of fear right now in the world. And I don't want to speak to that except to say that fear, when you bring breath forward is an invitation to call your wisdom forward. So sometimes fear helps us up our attention, but rather than just have a domino effect with that, to breathe and say, okay, what is my sacred wisdom offering me in response to this emotion?
Yes.
And this level of self-inquiry that arises from presence is one of the gifts of polarity, because the time of polarity is a dance. The time of neutrality and non-judgment is a state of being.
And a choice.
And a choice. So we can say, oh, the world is dancing with all this stuff. I choose to respond from here. And so I'm wanting, this is a theme that I really want to impart as a reminder, an invitation, and a gift, because we are all family.
Always.
In every way.
Right.
In every way. The light of the divine.
Everyone's connected together. Everyone is connected in some shape or form, and all of all of the universe.
Exactly. And honey, I want to share that on the 23rd at our YouTube channel, Official Shri and Kira. Shri and I, oh no, it's over at Oneness Talk Radio, I think. We were just, when you said that, we were just in the cloud forest here in Ecuador. And we were with the walking trees of the Amazon. And if ever there was a voice, I am still affected by this.
Yes.
By the oneness. Standing in water so pure you couldn't see it. And I'm just sharing that.
Crystalline.
What you just said, perhaps that could be another beautiful, let's put that on the buffet for our dessert, or our postre as we call it here. And just say, may we all remember that when the roots of our Mother Gaia are knit so tight like this, that the water is pure, the air is fragrant, and eternal life restores. We spent 4 days in a cloud forest. We filmed it all, and it's coming out on our vlog the end of this month. And if you don't know about the walking trees, these trees are conscious, and they walk on their own so that the trees around them have enough room.
This is interesting. Tell us a little bit about that. Tell us. What is
Okay, so Shri and I were at, you can go look up this place. It's called Mashpi, Mashpi, mashpilodge.com. We were with an exquisite indigenous biologist. We were in pristine cloud. You don't see the sun. It's a cloud forest. There's never any sun. A sunny day is the reflection against the clouds to make it bright. So you are in what's very little left of our beloved Mother Gaia in thick jungle that is being biologically protected at the top, in the middle of our earth at the top. And Shri and I were very blessed to spend 4 days and nights there with this biologist. And we ran into vipers in the wild, no problem. Because of because of my indigenous roots, because of we were walking through snakes and tarantulas and no issues. None.
One of the things I want to remind everyone, and this is a lesson from the rainforest, is when we are in a state of peace.
Right? When you're not afraid.
We're not a predator.
We're not afraid, and we don't smell like predators because we're vegan.
And so the animals present themselves.
And they're not afraid of you.
And when we're breathing with calmness, you can see a tarantula, a viper snake, some mammal that's running around, and
they just stop and
go look at you and go, oh, you're curious. And I say, yeah, you're kind of curious too.
And we have the film. Our poor biologist is like, they're dangerous, don't go near them. And I'm just sitting there going, I love you. And it came right up to us, right up in the wild. It was just incredible. So just sharing that that's where we were. That's where we were.
It's a fabulous protected area.
Yep, that's where we were, and that's where we filmed.
Thousands of acres in northern Ecuador in a beautiful cloud forest.
As Neil is showing you right here. And Neil, if you see the, I don't know where else we're at, it was incredible. It was beyond, everything you're seeing here. And it was just extraordinary. It was incredibly extraordinary.
Thank you, Neil.
Thank you, Neil. And the walking trees, I just want to share that I had never heard of these. I mean, have you ever heard of these walking trees? I had not. Right?
What are walking trees? They walk? What do happen?
They're conscious.
No, it's
slow
motion.
They're conscious. Now it takes them a few months to walk a full meter, and they throw out their roots because, and this is what you feel here in Ecuador. I mean, we feel this right here at Tosa Blue Mountain as well. You feel the consciousness of Gaia. You hear her. She pulses through your blood. She has reversed aged me. I mean, I've taken off.
Gorgeous. I mean, if you don't mind sharing the age, but I mean, you are look like 30.
I'm 61.
Yeah.
I'm 61. I'm a perfect size 6, and I'm an athlete. And I wasn't. I outrun the 30-year-olds here. And I mean, I run up our mountain in 10 minutes, and it takes most people 30. And so that was not who I was before I moved here. I have lost 80 pounds since I moved here. I went through 2 knee surgeries. I was going to be in a wheelchair. And Lord Shiva, after Kedarnath, and we live here at our own Kedarnath. Remember I said, ask me? And what's been happening is that the more that we are respecting and have said, we will align with the yoga of self-ascension, thereby our divine presence guides us. Our ego just takes care of this form. We soul nourish, right? We sustain. So these walking trees, when we were in the forest, I was called immediately to these unique trees. And when I touched them, it was like rays of light, like I could feel the frequencies. And
the vibrations throbbing, yeah.
Oh my God, it's so pure. And the dragonflies and all of the other energies that came. And what was explained to us was that these trees move because it's so jungle. I mean, we were in deep jungle. I mean, we were in the clothes, the boots, the whole deal, sign off the disclaimers. And so we were in deep jungle. These trees will move for 2 reasons. Number 1, they grow through light. Unlike trees who put roots into Gaia, their mechanism of growth is light itself. So they must break free of the canopy. And if in breaking free of the canopy, they encroach or would impact another tree, they throw out a leg. You will see their legs. And they begin the conscious act of moving so that their presence would not ever harm another.
So let me give you a little description.
Take that in. Just take that in for a second.
The roots are like your fingers.
Yes. Watch the show.
So the roots don't go deep in the soil.
They walk.
They put out multiple roots, and then if they need to go this direction, they release this one, and they lean into that one.
And they move.
And they start to move very slowly because they're growing a new little root in the direction they want to go.
And so they've had their cameras, I don't have that footage, but it was extraordinary. And this is, I guess, they only live here. They're unique. And there are some other unique species. And I will share that in my heart, and I really do want to share with everyone that to walk on a foundation, the bedrock of pure Gaia that has not ever been encroached is to feel.
Yes.
Right? I mean, right? In that moment, though, what I felt, what Gaia was showing me was how much we need to protect her. And so it comes back to where I started. What we eat, living here in South America, Shri and I are very, very blessed because not only do we live here in the Andes Mountains, but we also have our property across the street, and the river there is the Amazon tributary. So we're very blessed to literally have the water of the Amazon with the Andes Mountains. And Mother Gaia speaks here loudly, and in Ecuador she speaks loudly. And going back to where we started today, that's why we call it Ground Zero, because we know that when we can hold this consciousness here as a bridge over to beloved Mother India, that the Kundalini of the earth will be stable again. And that in that stability, we find the ability to ignite and sustain the sea of consciousness, and thereby assure that our children's children's children will know the beauty that we have been blessed to know.
Oh, that's
so
so
that
beautiful.
is our greatest thing.
Wow. Thank you. Oh my God, this is such amazing things which I would have never thought about. I've never heard about this. And it's everything that I love because I love trees and I love nature and I really do not like deforestation. I'm also involved with the Rotary Club to plant 10 million trees plus. So I would love to, I'm going to come to Ecuador and do even more trees there.
Please, please.
Yes. We are, unfortunately coming to the end of our program. I could just talk to you for hours, both of you, get so much wonderful knowledge out of you. Maybe we'll have to get you back on again next time again, and to discuss another topic where we could perhaps share your knowledge with the world, your wisdom with the world, and help to transform lives positively out there.
Thank you. We are so grateful.
It's our honor.
It is. And we invite everyone to really go explore TOSA, T-O-S-A, BlueMountain.com. Learn about what's going on down here.
I think Neil is just going to ask you a question.
Well, hey, everyone, we're the only ones with a mic right now, so we'll just say hi. and so please, visit us at TOSA Blue Mountain. Hi.
Okay, here's Neil.
Hi, Neil.
Shri and Kyra, before we let you go, first of all, the walking trees was a beautiful example that you gave, because I never know about it. What I love is when I was visiting your website, you live, first of all, you live in the mountain with the greenery. Then you mentioned the water. So you got fresh oxygen, which we need to live, water, which we need to live with, and complete greenery. Can you tell me right now, in this pandemic time, how you two have managed to keep calm, cool, and what energy are you spreading, particularly at this time?
Thank you for asking.
Well, I'm honored and delighted to share that our spiritual nature is the guidepost upon which we build our lives. And it is so easy to be disconnected from the essence of who we are when we are distracted through technology, through all the motivations of civilized world. And that it's not that we need to give anything up, it's that we must add in the breath, the connection to essence, so that that energy will infiltrate our daily activities.
Mm-hmm. And what I will share is that in harmony with that, when COVID first began, Shri and I immediately became available to our community 5 days a week. And what has honestly been the blessing is, number one, the gift and the blessing of being the custodians of TOSA Blue Mountain on behalf of the world. And number two, for us, it has been the seva of steadfast commitment, focused awareness, and complete trust that the divine is guiding us to be exactly where we need to be. And the literal thousands and thousands and thousands of people that we are blessed to be arm in arm with has been the blessing of this moment. Shri and I just happen to live the work. It's not what we do, it's who we are. And so it was just our moment to say, hey, let's just do it better together.
So to both of you, I see that you've got very good affinity to India. And behind on the wall, I can see Lakshmiji and Ganeshji, I think. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. And Surya.
We have a
beautiful
Murthy.
And my big Durga. You can kind of see her.
is slightly out, but I can see that. So I want to ask you this question. How did you two meet?
Online, spiritualsingles.com in 2002, because January 3rd, this coming year, Shri and I celebrate our 20th year of public service. Wow. And so that's how it's been, and we have never stopped from the minute it's all in our first book, however many books later, however many shows later, but the blessing of this moment, healing our earth, really.
Healing our earth is healing everything.
Yeah.
Which country was it that you laid eyes upon each other on?
It was in the United States, actually. He was in California and I was in Colorado at the time that we met.
So now the next question is, I want both of you to just close your eyes right now and tell me what color comes in your mind.
Sapphire blue.
Emerald green.
Beautiful. Yes, the healing colors, both of them. And what does it mean to you? Keep your eyes closed. What does it mean to you now connected to healing our earth?
That there is only one heart. That there is one heart that pulses out, and through that wave, all will receive.
Every ray of diversity leads us back to the one.
Beautiful. And looking at I was just visiting your website, the new one that you gave me, Kyra. Is this the right one? If you can open your eyes and tell me, is this the right one?
Yes, it is. That is TOSABlueMountain.com.
I'm looking at the beautiful amenities you've got there. And the first view is the mountain because it's so soothing. Look at this view. Pure oxygen, complete greenery, beautiful scenery. Okay, and as we move down, I love that you've got a hostel called Ganesha, which was beautiful. And straight away, because Ganesha is the start of auspicious, everything auspicious in Hinduism. Now, these amenities that you've got, because, you know, looking at where you are and in a beautiful place, can you just quickly run through and you've got the vegetarian and vegan cuisine there as well?
Yes, we are. First and foremost, we're very excited. 2 days ago, the Ecuadorian Council on Tourism offered us our official 5-star rating, and we will be the cover story of the Ecuador Tourism website and all magazines in January. We have a holistic spa with also Vedic treatments here, very beautiful treatments, beautiful spa. We also do nails. And our water therapy center, I actually call our Taj Mahal, because our pool is the cross section of the human heart, and my husband built it for me when, after 2 knee surgeries, my rehab was not going well, and so I really do call it our Taj. But it's it also has our sauna and jacuzzi, and we have several cabanas up there for people who like poolside nibbles. And then what you're staring here in the background is our Temescal. And Sri, why don't you share? That's the picture you're staring at.
This is an expanded version of the traditional sweat lodge of the indigenous, but it's a sacred circle inside where people come together to leave behind the ego and reconnect with their heart and soul.
And because of our old growth eucalyptus forest, it's always pungent, and we breathe eucalyptus air all the time. So, you know, there's so much here, but I really, you know, it is a beautiful blessing to have been called here and to hold this. We also have our own archaeological site. We're currently in the middle of a million-year-old discovery. We have our own petroglyphs. We're actually in the middle of putting together what I'm calling the Indiana Jones package, where people can come and actually help us unveil all these new discoveries that we're finding.
The rocks have a lot of carvings in them, and they're covered with vines. So
and guess what? They're filled with quartz. We're discovering every time we're pulling away vines, there's quartz. So it turns out we're living on a quartz mountain with wild orchids. I'm sorry?
Kaira Shri, what we should do, as was planned earlier, next time, let us do a digital tour, because I think you've got a nice, soothing, scenic environment over there, where maybe when things open up, because one of the things we do, and as an event planners, we do take tours and retreats abroad, etc. So it'll be beautiful. Kaira, I heard you mention that you had knee operations.
Two.
Now you had 2 knee operations. You are 61, so effectively 40 plus VAT, because you only look about 40, and both of you look, you know, quite young. Now, with 2 operations, and you still climb mountain, obviously you've done something more than operation. Is it your diet, your habit, or your meditation?
It's all of it. It's, you know, the first part of that, Neil, and thank you so much for asking. As I was sharing earlier, and if I had a before picture, I'd show it to you, but when Sri and I moved here, I was 80 pounds heavier. I could not walk. I was in a wheelchair. We were wondering how we were going to live on the side of a mountain when I can't walk. And then when I went in for the first knee surgery, I actually had 4 things, including drilling out my knees. I mean, I had horrific knee surgery. It went bad, didn't heal right, and that was hence the second surgery. And it was at that moment that, after Sri and I had been out for 20 years doing this work and just saying yes to the divine, wherever it would take us, whatever it would happen, I finally made a decision that if I was going to move on with my life, that if I was here to fulfill and be that in honor to Shiva, who really got me through everything, my agreement with Lord Shiva, it was like, okay, then I'm not taking care of this body. And that's when I became grain free. I have not touched grain in 3 years. And I started reverse aging rapidly. I'm wearing clothes that I haven't worn since high school. And I'm extremely fit. I mean, I think I'm in peak physical condition. And in addition to that, my mind is clearer, my inspiration greater, the law of abundance outrageous, and all of the visioning to sustain and help the world has gotten more robust. So that comes from my complete surrender to be an instrument of that which the divine has for us to do. So it's all three. And I will share something you mentioned earlier. I do feel very, very, very blessed. And I wake up every day saying thank you that we live in eucalyptus infused air. I am breathing eucalyptus air 24 hours a day. I mean, my skin, that's me. I have on eye makeup, but it's pure water, pure air, veganism. We grow almost all of our food. When people come here, I hand them a basket and you can go pick dinner if you want, or let our chef do it for you. But so we're eating, we sustain, and we stay outside of anything that does not uplift our consciousness and emotional body. So shows like this are the blessing for the planet. And this is why shows like this need to be supported, because together we are better.
So Kyra, you've got a task to do now. In the next
Okay.
well-being, lots and lots of women, they always suffer from knee joint pains. So I think if we can give them a portion that they don't necessarily have to go for operation, if they can try this method that you have now got hang of, maybe it will be very useful to share. And just to mention about your youth, our honey, who I know for so many decades now, she looks same as I know her 40 years back to right now. She's still same.
She has a secret.
You wonderful ladies out there, we love you there. Honey, over to you. We'll need to bring them back for a longer session. Shri and Kyra, thank you very much for coming to Healing Our Earth. Stay on. Honey, we'll just have a little chat. I think let's do a 5-minute meditation. Maybe if Shri and Kyra can lead it, and Honey loves meditation, and then we can say goodbye, and then we need to have you back for a longer session. Over to you, and thank you.
Thank you, dear Neil. Thank you so much. What wonderful questions he had as well. We got to know a lot more about both of you, right? Great. Yeah, from festive season to finding out more about dear Shri and Kyra. And really thank you from the bottom of our hearts for sharing such really inspiring information. And of course, maybe we could finish off with a lovely meditation done by both of you. A couple of minutes, if you could, as we finish off, but just something to get us back grounded and share whatever you would like to share with us. We normally have some really lovely panelists who join us for our meditation. So Lakshmi ji or anybody else who would like to join us, please come and join us. And I'm going to be your first guinea pig. So do try it. Go for it. Yes, thank you.
Honey, thank you so much. And what we'll do is we'll just begin with the mantra of self-ascension. And I'm just going to hold the presence and be present as my beloved husband takes us on this journey. And I do want to just thank you all for this blessing in this moment.
And thank you, both of you too.
Thank you.
So before I offer you the mantra of self-ascension, I want to invite you, all of us, to join together in what we refer to as the Ave Sa breath. Ave Sa is an ancient Sanskrit word that basically translates as I acknowledge and surrender to the divine. Ave, I acknowledge. Sa, I surrender. And so we implement the Ave Sa breath by holding the consciousness of Ave on the inhale, thinking Ave, seeing the divine energy in whatever way you can. And on the Sa, I let go. All need to control, I let go. So we'll do 3.
And smile.
And smile, yes, because it is a blessing. So we'll do 3 deep, beautiful Ave Sa breaths together as a community, and then I will offer you this mantra, and then we'll move into silence for a bit. All right, we're going to think Ave on the inhale. Here we go. Sa. Ave. Sa. Ave. Sa. Allowing your eyes to close if it's safe to do so. Think along with me now. I am here.
I am here.
I am ready.
I am ready.
I am open.
I am open.
Guide me. I am here. I am ready. I am open. Guide me. I am here. I am ready. I am open. Guide me. I am here. I am ready. I am open. Guide me.
In the energy of this activation, the pulse waves of healing harmonics are igniting in all of the palm chakras. As you invite yourself to feel this gift, may you receive the blessing that is pouring forth through your open heart in this moment.
Being present to your inner temple, trusting whatever presents itself, knowing that all is truly well. Gently, with soft eyes, we gaze at each other with love, with the recognition that this is a divine moment, and we are grateful. Namaste.
Shri, Kyra, how wonderful that was that we were just all in a one energy zone. At this point, I think, Honey, Lakshmi, Shri, Kyra, let us send nice energy to our dear Sharon Rose, who we miss dearly today because she is generally there with Honey on a tail part because we go to Americas and South Americas. So together, just for the next 10-20 seconds, let us send her some nice healing energy so she comes back bouncy and bionic back again to healing our earth. I love you all. Wonderful. Honey, over to you, and you can do the closing. And
thank you, dear Neil.
Again, we need you for a long time at Healing Our Earth. Thank you.
Thank
Honey, over to
you.
you.
Thank you, dear Neil. Thank you. Oh, dear Kira and Shri really had a fantastic interview. What an amazing interview. A real pleasure to have both of you here. What a delight. And we're looking forward to having you back again as well. Just to finish off with for today, just wanted to say, oh, Seema, hello, and join us, my dear. So Lakshmi ji, hello. Hi. We were going to do a nice little global namaste, do a little prayer, and then just finish off for today. And of course, thank all our wonderful contributors today. Seema, Hasmita, Hina, Lakshmi ji, thank you for joining us. Did you enjoy that meditation session?
Absolutely. Divine.
Absolutely. I love that. Divine. It's like you don't want to come out of it. That's how it feels, isn't it? Absolutely. Seema, Rashmita, did you enjoy that?
It was
Yeah, it
wonderful.
was lovely.
Very lovely.
Absolutely. And of course, to finish off with, I would like to just finish off with a lovely little prayer so that we can say a real goodbye and a global namaste to all our audience members who are watching from around the world. I'm sure that each one of you is going to go back really inspired and hopefully transform in a positive way after hearing all our special guests and wonderful contributors sharing whatever they were sharing today. So from all of us at Healing Our Earth, the technical team, the marketing team, the voluntary team, the presenters, everyone, just wanted to say a global namaste. And let's finish off with a little prayer. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya